Chapter 1874. There were countless human universes, and the divine river galaxy that Lin Chen was in was only one of them. Countless three-dimensional universes would occasionally give birth to true gods with strong mental states and choose to ascend to the divine world. 4 three-dimensional beings who came to the four-dimensional divine world for the first time, their strength would be gradually suppressed because they couldn't adapt to the four-dimensional world. Only when they were truly suited to the four-dimensional world would they be able to unleash their full strength. Suddenly, the Shangguan family's snow-robed young master said seriously, "My Shangguan family wants this human. Coincidentally, my Shangguan family is in need of people." Hey! The other 3 true gods' eyes changed, and Caillou sneered. "You want to take all the secrets on this child? A saint who was able to remain alive in the explosive Dragon Mountain range might have some secrets after all." Although to a true god, the secrets of a sage weren't of much interest. Even if this child had a grade 9 sacred artifact and a pinnacle sacred pill, they were nothing to a true god. But the 3 true gods were experienced and would rather kill 100 innocents than let one go. He's just a sage level 7. According to the price of a slave in the realm C, he's only worth a few odd crystals. Why, are you not convinced that my Shangguan family wants this person? The snow-robed young master squinted his eyes and revealed his killing intent. The atmosphere between the 5 true gods instantly became tense. Caillou sneered. "What do you take us for? This kid is obviously strange. Either we dismember him and see his secrets and fate plant pouch, or we crush him to death and give him to your Shangguan family." Caillou didn't know that the moment he had killing intent towards Lin Chen, some power in Lin Chen's body flashed with killing intent. Another true god in blue said indifferently, "Your Shangguan family can't take this child. We're here to cooperate, not to fight among ourselves." The third old man with white eyebrows smiled with a knife hidden in his smile. He stroked his beard and said, "In my opinion, both of you should take a step back and dismember this child on the spot. Let's see what secrets he has. If there are secrets, we can divide them equally." The snow-robed young master emphasized again. "I'll say it one last time. My Shangguan family wants this person. I'll fall out with whoever opposes." The white-robed young master looked at him in confusion. Boom tilde. Divine might was as vast as the sea, and divine grace lingered around. Countless divine powers condensed in the air, and a divine voice spread out in all directions. Blue-gold divine power notes destroyed the aftermath of Oblivion Mountain and River. The snow-robed young master actually released his divine might to suppress the 3 deities. The 3 deities' expressions changed slightly. The white-browed elder who was pretending to be a peacemaker now had a serious expression on his face. "This aura seems to be close to the 2nd level of the divine realm. Could it be?" The snow-robed young master's voice was as clear as a spring, cold and emotionless. "Now, whoever opposes, please step forward." Domineering and powerful, he didn't give the 3 true gods any face at all. He had an attitude of, "If you dare to object, I'll fall out with you." He glanced at his younger brother beside him and said calmly, "Go put him into the Providence plant pouch." "Don't worry." The white-robed man's face was full of suspicion, but he still did as he was told. He floated in the air, opened his fate plant pouch, and put Lin Chen into it. Hee. How domineering. Forget it, this is the world of you young people. Each generation is stronger than the last. Your Shangguan family is really tough. Just be careful not to be too tough and die prematurely. For the Shangguan clan to have such a young genius like you, it's really a blessing from the ancestral graves. The 3 true gods put on a fake smile. The snow-robed young master said calmly, "Thank you for the compliment." After suppressing the 3 deities and putting Lin Chen away, the 5 of them continued with their mission. The white-robed young master, who was also from the Shangguan family, was very confused about this, but he didn't ask anything. After the 5 deities left, a short while later, another group of people appeared at the exploding Dragon Mountain rain. The exploding Dragon King's aura disappeared. This exploding Dragon King's life. I should have given the order and mission. The Divine Beast Core is used to refine the exploding Dragon Divine Pill. Those who are weaker than my sect shouldn't dare to touch this prey. The beautiful figure in the lead of the new group snorted coldly. Who dares to steal my prey? If I find you, I'll smash your head. 3 days later, after the mission ended, the two from the Shangguan family returned to the enlightening sky continent in the star state. When they returned to the enlightening sky continent, the white-robed young master couldn't help but ask, Sister, that mortal is still unconscious. Why did you save him? You offended 3 true gods for a mortal. That Kai Yu is still in his peak condition. He might reach the 2nd level of the divine realm in the future and become a hidden danger to the Shangguan family. Although her sister's choice was correct, she didn't understand this time. The Shangguan family of the star state was one of the rulers of the enlightening sky continent. The two were true gods of the Shangguan family, so they disguised themselves as men. The snow-robed young master said calmly, You don't have to say anything. I have my own considerations. The two returned to the enlightening sky continent. In a large area in the southeast, a large number of lit towers soared into the sky and revolved around the entire world. The light at the top of the towers condensed dense and pure saint power, which was comparable to God power. The energy at the top of the towers was transmitted to the outside world and projected to a distant place. This was the divine realm's unique peace zone. After descending on a huge mansion, the two returned to the Shangguan residence and changed back into women's clothes. The elder sister, Shangguan Yun, was cold and beautiful like an ice goddess. Her beautiful face was cold and emotionless. When she emitted God power, her sharp eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. The younger sister, Shangguan Qi, was natural and graceful. Her long hair reached her waist, and she wore a palace dress. She looked like a beauty from a neighboring country. Welcome, 7th young mistress, 6th young mistress. The saint maids in the mansion bowed and received the gifts for the two. 7th young mistress, Shangguan Qi, waved her hand, and a silver-robed figure appeared in the void. She said calmly, Find a guest room for him. When he wakes up, don't let him walk around. Inform us. Yes. The saint maids accepted the order and looked at Lin Chen curiously. It was strange that 7th young mistress had brought a man back to the mansion. Shangguan Yun looked at Lin Chen deeply and left for the main hall. Shangguan Qi looked at her sister's back helplessly. Sister, you threw this matter to me again. Is this a test? Lin Chen was carefully helped down by the maids. The maids were discussing among themselves. Who is the man that the two young mistresses favor? This young master is so handsome. The ladies' laughter lingered in his ears. His chaotic consciousness disturbed Lin Chen's senses. He was deeply confused for a long time and could not wake up for a long time. The system's light screen flashed crazily and could not stop. Host has received 99 million high-level sacred health points, 8,000 high-level fire energy points. Lin Chen's attribute points were still soaring and only stopped after a few days. Lin Chen, on the other hand, stood up when his consciousness was faintly restored. Where am I? I'm still alive. Lin Chen touched his body and checked the big black spear. When he found that he was unharmed, he was instantly relieved. He had changed out of his blood-stained silver robe and had changed into a brand new green robe. Although I took away the attribute light ball at the last minute and asked Dragon God to be vigilant, I'm really lucky to be able to survive in such a dangerous place. Lin Chen got up from the bed and his stomach growled ferociously. Lin Chen was stunned. I'm hungry. He realized that he was not just hungry. He was so hungry that his limbs were weak. With Lin Chen's cultivation, he could completely absorb spiritual qi to survive. It was not a problem even for a saint. He had only been in the realm of the gods for a few days and he was already hungry. Lin Chen was amazed. It seems that even a saint can't eat in the realm of the gods. At this time, the door opened and a holy maid came in with food. When she saw Lin Chen wake up, she hurriedly said, Young master, you can't move yet. Lin Chen smiled and said, Beautiful girls, thank you for saving my life. Where am I now? The holy maid shook her head. It's not me who saved you. It's the eldest miss and the others. She put down the food on the plate. Lin Chen was attracted by the delicacies of the realm of the gods. He sat up and wolfed down the food without caring about his image. The holy maid covered her mouth and laughed. Young master, You must be from outside the realm of the gods. You look completely different from us. Lin Chen's mouth was full of oil. He grinned. What's different? Am I more handsome? Or have you never seen someone as handsome as me? Oh, I can't stand compliments. If you want to compliment me, you can compliment me more. The holy maid laughed. Young master, you're so humorous. You're different from the people of the enlightened sky continent. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. He had heard of this name in the jade slip given to him by the woman in the star dress in the enlightened sky continent. At this time, two beautiful figures walked in from the door. The holy maid hurriedly stood up and bowed. Greetings, 7th Miss and 6th Miss. I, Little An, pay my respects to you too. Shangguan Qi frowned and thought, what kind of table manners is this? Why did elder sister offend 3 true gods for this kind of person? The moment Shangguan Yun saw Lin Chen's eyes, a strange light flashed in her clear eyes. This young man, no, this man. He was completely different from the saints of the enlightened sky continent. He had fangs and they were very sharp. A thought flashed in Shangguan Yun's mind. This man might be the type who was born to enter the ninefold realm sea. Seeing Lin Chen's table manners, 7th Miss Shangguan Qi's lips twitched slightly. She even felt that the workers in her mine were more polite than him. Shangguan Qi said indifferently, is this how you treat your saviors? Without us, you would have been fed to the saint beasts. Shangguan Yun stepped forward and walked to Lin Chen. She said, tell me your name, origin, and ability. Tell me as much as you can. Lin Chen immediately stood up and cupped his fists. Are the two of you my saviors? I'm Lin Chen, from the three-dimensional divine river galaxy. In the industry, people call me Ren Tai Shui. My nickname is Jundok Shui. His part-time job is alchemy and acting tough. His unique skill is the little black dragon in the waves. He can send a black spear into the sky. His specialty is his specialty. The book he likes to read is My Martial Arts Depends on Picking Up. His hobby is studying the knowledge of both sexes. Chapter 1875. Lin Chen straightened his back, but the way he saluted with a chicken drumstick in his mouth really made it hard for people to be serious. Maid Xiaowen's eyes shone brightly as she stared at Lin Chen curiously. Shangguan Qi seemed to be extremely helpless and had no choice but to obey. Which three-dimensional universe gave birth to such an unorthodox weirdo? Shangguan Yun didn't think so. Her eyes were cold and sharp, which didn't match her beautiful temperament at all. Shangguan Yun said seriously, how did you come to the divine realm, alone? Lin Chen said, by chance, I was close to the boundary of the universe and was brought here. Shangguan Yun said again, how did you withstand the tidal force of the dimension ascension? Lin Chen wiped his hands and said, I have some achievements in body refining since I was a child. It's a little hard, a little hard. I used my flesh shell to resist and my defense to resist. I thought I would definitely die, but I didn't expect to come to the divine realm. Maybe the heavens saw that I was too handsome and couldn't bear to take my life. Ignoring Lin Chen's glib tongue, Shangguan Yun asked again, do you still remember when you first came to the divine realm? Did you see anything? Lin Chen said, no, I became stupid as soon as I came. His younger sister, Shang Guanqi, saw the conversation between the two and had a slightly higher opinion of Lin Chen. Her sister was the most far-sighted true god in the Shangguan family, and her train of thought was also very difficult to keep up with. This young man could answer her sister's question in a second. He was really not simple. Shangguan Yun asked without hesitation, that's all? Lin Chen scratched his head and said with a smile, Miss, you are in the divine realm, right? You saw through me from head to toe, what else can I hide? I am an honest child. Shangguan Yun turned around and said indifferently, Qi, arrange for him to go to the mine tomorrow. After that, Shangguan Yun left. Shangguan Qi's almond-shaped eyes widened, and she was stunned. She hurriedly chased out of the room and said, my good sister, are you kidding me? We've paid such a high price, and all you've saved is a bricklayer. Shangguan Yun smiled for the first time, don't worry, it won't take long. This man isn't someone who can stay idle and doesn't belong to the enlightened sky continent. Rather, he's the complete opposite of the people here. Sooner or later, he will show his fangs. Hearing her words, Shang Guanqi's mouth twitched slightly. She was indeed his elder sister. Only a few people in the entire family could keep up with her. Shang Guanqi sighed helplessly. Sure enough, compared to me who is cultivating in a greenhouse, sister who has crossed the realm sea has seen things further, her talent wasn't any worse than her sister's. In fact, it was even better. However, after big sister went to the first realm sea once, she could be said to have undergone a tremendous transformation. She broke through the shackles of the deity realm, and her actions were even more swift and decisive, precise, and fierce. Shang Guanqi returned to the room and said, Xiaoan, take my handwritten instructions and let him report to the nitrate mining department tomorrow. Maid Xiaoan's expression changed slightly. She took the order and said respectfully, Xiaoan accepts the order. Glancing at Lin Chen who was still eating, Shang Guanqi couldn't help but roll her eyes, slamming the door and leaving. Lin Chen chuckled softly. I've met a ruthless character right from the start, and was puzzled. Huh? What did Prince Lin Chen say? Lin Chen laughed and said, it's nothing. I was just saying that I met such a beautiful lady as soon as I arrived. Xiaoan said seriously, the two ladies are indeed very beautiful. Lin Chen took out a mirror and pointed at the little handmaiden's reflection. He smiled and said, I'm talking about this little sister. You're so annoying, young master. Xiaoan's cheeks blushed as she patted Lin Chen's shoulder shyly. The next day, in the mine. Bang! Bang! With two loud bangs, the saints in the mine stared at Lin Chen, who was carrying the huge ore on his shoulders, dumbfounded. Lin Chen grinned. Come on, hit the workers. Working as a worker, working as a spirit, working as a worker was always above others. We have to work in secret and then amaze everyone. Then, when Lin Chen went deep into the ground, he waved the two mining hoes in his hands, and they were like after-images as he crazily dug through the earth veins. If you want to be a worker made of iron, you'll be a princess if you rely on others. If you rely on yourself, you'll be a sun person. If you rely on yourself, you'll be a black horse person. If you rely on yourself, you'll be a glorious worker. Host has received 329 points of high-tier saint-tier metal elemental energy, 3 million points of high-tier holy essence. There were many attributes in the underground mine. Although the quality was not high, Lin Chen felt an inexplicable sense of comfort after absorbing them. Bang! 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 The ground shook as Lin Chen dug crazily. His efficiency was so high that all the saints who worked there were dumbfounded. Holy **T. This kid is so fierce. This technique, this speed, this hardness, I'm dumbfounded. Seeing him work so passionately, I can't help but get excited. As expected of someone recruited by young mistress. Is he so good at mining? Not every miner is called Lin Chen. I'm willing to call him the most inspirational miner. After a day, Lin Chen's achievements in the mine were remarkable. The depth of the mine and the efficiency of moving the mine were far beyond other saint workers. 3 days later, Lin Chen was still moving the mine. If this was spread back to the sacred boundary, no one would believe it. The man who was known as the most handsome man in the universe was actually moving the mine peacefully. Lin Chen's various performances were all witnessed by the sisters in the distant tower. Shang Guanqi was puzzled. Sister, there's nothing strange about this. What are you trying to do? Shang Guanyun said expressionlessly, haven't you noticed? His movements are getting faster and faster every day. Shang Guanqi was suspicious. But he's no different from the workers in the mine. Shang Guanyun asked, what's the record of the fastest three-dimensional creature to familiarize himself with the fourth dimension? Shang Guanqi curiously calculated and said, the luminous sun god from the three-dimensional celestial dragon galaxy used less than 500 years to completely familiarize himself with the divine realm. Before she finished speaking, Shang Guanqi's expression changed. That's right, the most outstanding true gods from the three-dimensional galaxy ascended to the divine realm. According to the known records, it took them hundreds of years to familiarize themselves with the ecology of the divine realm and recover their cultivation. How long did this kid take? The current Lin Chen was walking as if he was flying, and there was no rejection at all. Judging from the pure power displayed, the tyrannical Saint Beast Barbaric Dragon had recovered more than 500,000 supreme chi, and 49 saint points had been lit up. His cultivation had recovered a lot. At this speed, he would be able to fully familiarize himself with the ecology of the divine realm in a few years. No. Speaking of which, she had always felt a sense of strangeness. She felt a very strong sense of strangeness from Lin Chen, because he was very natural. Rather than natural, it was better to say that he was calm and composed. Speaking of which, the difference between a saint and a true god was like heaven and earth. Was it possible for a saint to be neither servile nor overbearing in front of two true gods? Perhaps, her sister had already noticed this. This kid might be an unprecedented prodigy. Chapter 1876. However, Shangguan Qi was still confused. No matter how outstanding and monstrous he was only a 7th level saint. There were still 8th level saint, 9th level saint, 9th level saint, half-step saint king, reincarnation saint, and quasi-god. How many years would it take for an ordinary human to cross these realms? It was too long. In the divine realm, even the gods could not live forever. A saint king's lifespan was only 2,000 years. By the time he climbed to the reincarnation saint stage, he would have died of old age. If he did not even have the cultivation of a reincarnation saint, he would be like a piece of duckweed in the Shangguan clan. It was not surprising that he would disappear at any time. However, Shangguan Yun seemed to have seen something even further away. She said indifferently, "It's decided. Pass down my order." 1 month later, let him participate in the Shangguan clan's operation to Blood Fox Mountain. After saying that, Shangguan Yun left the tower without hesitation. Shangguan Qi looked at her sisters back in a daze and shook her head in self-mockery. If I hadn't followed her for so many years, I would have thought that she was crazy. The operation to Blood Fox Mountain? That was a life-and-death battle that only reincarnation saints could participate in. There would be many ancient sects that would send true god-level geniuses to participate, and they would not be inferior to her and her sister. What did it mean for a 7th-level saint to participate in such an operation? A little white rabbit mixed in with a group of towering elephants. Not to mention trampling him to death, she could even blow him over with a breath. Not to mention that this 7th-level saint was a 3-dimensional human whose cultivation was suppressed. Was her sister too ridiculous, or was this young man too monstrous? After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lin Chen returned to his residence. The smile on his face disappeared in the next moment. Lin Chen sat on the bed with a deep look in his eyes. Enlightening heaven continent, there will never be a tomorrow. So that's how it is. After experiencing it personally, this sentence is indeed well-deserved. The enlightening heaven continent was a part of the star state, and it was controlled by many supreme families and forces. This was a peaceful area where there was no fighting. No, it should be said that the saints here did not even know how to fight. There were even very few saints who had learned cultivation techniques. What did it mean that a saint did not even know a cultivation technique? If this was in the sacred boundary, it would be unimaginable. But here, it was nothing out of the ordinary. The saints here didn't even know how to fight. All they had was saint power. Their acupoint expansion and acupoint condensation aptitude were nurtured and influenced by the god realm. They weren't inferior to those on the sacred boundaries monster ranking. However, the saints of the enlightened sky continent worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. 2 classes a day, forever. They were paid on time, and there were forbidden areas that they could not enter. There were more than 10 types of jobs, such as mines, holy towers, blood transmissions, fire burning, and so on. The mine was what Lin Chen was doing now. The sanctum, on the other hand, had to transfer a large amount of sacred power to the sanctum in a specific space and location. This was also the reason why Lin Chen had discovered so many towers nearby. They were all sacred towers. Every day, a large number of saints would enter to transfer their saint energy. Blood transmission was to transfer one's qi and blood to the divine tree. It had a higher requirement for one's body refinement. Ignite flame, burning one's own saint energy to supply the heavenly flame altar. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. All the jobs are similar. They require saints to pay a huge price. The saints who participate in these jobs have half the lifespan of saints of the same level. After a baby was born in the enlightened sky continent, he could break through to the saint realm when he reached adulthood. He would then be sent here to work until he died of old age. The enlightened sky continent was completely under the rule of the celestial race. There was no competition or development. There was only a routine life. There were all sorts of entertainment methods here, but Lin Chen wasn't interested in learning about them. He only knew that he had to leave this place as soon as possible. Lin Chen didn't stay here because his brain was damaged. He was purely relying on the jobs in the mine and picking up attributes to help him familiarize himself with the four-dimensional divine world. Moreover, he hid it very well. Even the two Shangguan sisters couldn't see through him completely. After all, it wasn't just his main body that was familiar with the four-dimensional divine world, but also his phantom doppelganger. Lin Chen clenched his fists and closed his eyes to sense it. I've already recovered 30% of my strength. If I can recover more than 90% of my strength, I'll have the strength of an early-stage first-level true god. When the time comes, I'll immediately look for clues about the Lin family. In the divine world, there should be many conditions to break through to the Saint Heart realm and Heaven Opening realm. The corners of Lin Chen's lips curled upwards as he circulated the Tai Yi sky concealing technique. Among the 140 saint points, 110 of them lit up, and boundless saint energy began to circulate. As expected, although there aren't many attribute light balls in this mine, there's a benefit to them. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. The attribute light balls dropped by the divine world can help me familiarize myself with the four-dimensional divine world. Attribute light orbs were a part of the items that had been dropped. As a four-dimensional life form or a four-dimensional treasure, these attribute light orbs would be able to help Lin Chen quickly assimilate into the deity realm. Lin Chen's saint points had already broken through to the mid-stage life and death realm. As long as he recovered to his peak, he would have the power to protect himself in the divine world. Tomorrow is another day of work. Lin Chen fell asleep immediately. The saints in the divine world needed to sleep. At most, they could stay awake for several days and nights. However, their spirit and primordial spirit would fall into a state of fatigue. If he continued to persevere, something would happen. Before he reached the divine realm, he would need to rest every 2 to 3 days. The next day, in the mine, Lin Chen's voice was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. I want to be a worker made of iron. We don't rely on our parents, we only work hard. As long as I work hard enough, the boss will definitely be able to live a better life. Let's do it, brothers. The Saint King mine head looked at the shouting person who was working as hard as dozens of people. He couldn't help but shake his head in amazement. I knew that this kid was not ordinary. I didn't expect him to be a genius worker. Time passed. Lin Chen had done all kinds of work from the mine to the holy tower. He had collected all the attribute light balls in the area. During this period, Lin Chen had a clearer understanding of the divine world. A month later, Shang Guanqi met with Lin Chen. Lin Chen was surprised. Participate in the Blood Fox Mountain operation? Shang Guanqi said, yes, sister personally asked you to go. As long as you can survive, you will win. Good luck. This is a cruel competition. Before leaving, Shang Guanqi looked back in confusion and muttered, I really don't know what my sister likes about this guy. At most, he's a genius. No matter how powerful he is, he's only at the 7th level of the Saint Realm. Back at his residence, Lin Chen smiled slightly. It seems that woman wants to use this operation to test my strength. She has at least predicted the 5th level. Unfortunately, Lin Chen smiled as coquettishly as ever. It's a pity that I've predicted your prediction. My basic cultivation base has been restored to 70%. It is easy to hide my cultivation base. It is not so easy for you to find out. I know your strength, but it is difficult for you to know mine. The more you want me to make a move, the deeper I have to hide. Chapter 1877. In a month's time, Lin Chen had a more comprehensive understanding of the God realm. The human territory of the God realm was divided into 5 continents. Each continent was extremely vast, with many sects and gods gathered. And to establish a sect, at least 2 true gods were needed in the sect, and it had to last for 1,000 years to be called an eternal sect. However, ordinary true gods were only low-level gods. Those who could be called true gods were gods who controlled the laws of the great Tao. The laws of the great Tao, the truth of the true gods, and everything in the world belonged to the gods. In the god realm, high-level cultivation techniques and mental cultivation methods did not determine everything, but the strength and number of laws. The next day, in the front yard of the Shangguan residence, the tiger-eyed man in black armor, Shangguan Xiao, looked around and shouted. This Blood Fox Mountain operation is the preparation of the Shangguan residence for 100 years. It concerns the honor and disgrace of the Shangguan residence. Even if we die, we must kill one of them. Kill one to break even, kill two to make a profit. Yes. The 4 quasi-gods of the Shangguan residence and 12 reincarnation saints obeyed the order. Wait a moment. Maid Xiao An appeared with Lin Chen. According to Mrs. Orders, we must bring this Prince Lin Chen with us. 7th level Sage Realm? Maid Xiao An, where did you find this servant? Shangguan Xiao was stunned and even suspected that he had seen wrongly. Taking a closer look, he really had seen wrongly. Wasn't this a handyman? Was this King 3-dimensional human? This was even more ridiculous than a servant. A beautiful lady with a quasi-god cultivation base giggled and said, "What a handsome young master." A trace of doubt flashed through the beautiful woman's eyes. Lin Chen's eyes surged with a faint light. After staring at the beauty, he smiled casually. "Sister is not bad either. You have a fierce weapon on you." It was indeed a fierce weapon, the serious kind. 7th level Sage Realm of a 3-dimensional human? Maid Xiaoan, are you kidding me? Shangguan Xiao did not even look at Lin Chen. His aura fluctuated, and the pressure of a late-stage quasi-god was faintly released. He sneered. "What did you say? Miss wants me to bring him? Even if you want to be a coolie, you should at least bring along a Saint King." The maidservant, Xiaoan, did not dare to disobey him. There was a huge difference between the human clan of the enlightened Sky Continent and the experts who had gone through many battles in the outside world. Shangguan Xiao shouted coldly, "This trip is very dangerous." Maidservant Xiaoan, don't think that you are the maidservant favored by Miss. A melodious voice rang out, "I was the one who asked you to bring him here. Is there a problem?" Shangguan Qi was dressed in a blue-white palace dress, surrounded by divine light. Her red eyebrows were curved, and the corners of her lips were lifted. She looked like a goddess who had walked out of the divine palace. She glanced at everyone present. Shangguan Xiao and the others immediately cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, 7th young mistress." Shang Guanqi said indifferently, "Are you going to question what I want to do?" Shangguan Xiao broke out in cold sweat and knelt on one knee. "I dare not." Although he was at the late stage of quasi-god and had a higher possibility of becoming a real god, Shang Guanqi was the daughter of the Shangguan family and had countless resources. He was far from being comparable to her in terms of strength and status. Even if he became a real god, he could not be compared to Miss Shang Guanqi. If he offended her, he would not be able to stay in the Shangguan family anymore. Shang Guanqi glanced at Lin Chen. "Today, you will travel with us. You just have to survive." Lin Chen chuckled, "Surviving? It's so difficult. Miss Shangguan, please bring me along to act cool and fly with me. I'm just a silly boy at the 7th level of the saint stage. Other than being handsome, I'm tough. I'm not handsome and have nothing good about me." Swoosh. A divine light shot out, and Shangguan Yun appeared. Today, her hair was tied up with red tassels, and she was wearing azure armor. She looked awe-inspiring. When she saw Lin Chen again, Shangguan Yun showed an extremely rare expression. The corners of her lips curled up slightly as if she had discovered something new. Sure enough, after more than a month of training, this man's fangs had not lost their sharpness. Instead, they had become sharper. Shangguan Yun did not say anything and waved her hand. "Let's go." A grand desolation divine fox had once perished at Mount Bloodfox. The divine fox was an extremely powerful divine beast that wielded multiple elemental divine powers. When it was alive, it had even grasped multiple grand Tao laws. A single law was enough to annihilate the world. After the supreme desolation divine fox died, it turned into Blood Fox Mountain, which was covered by the energy tide all day long. However, There would be a short period of time when the energy tide would recede by more than half. Entering the heavenly lake in Bloodfox Mountain to be baptized, one would obtain the miraculous effect of condensing divine powers. This was extremely beneficial for quasi-gods and divine realm first-layer cultivators. Even if they only absorbed the energy in the heavenly lake at the periphery, it would allow reincarnation sacred realm and quasi-gods to grow rapidly. Therefore, in the past, when the energy tide receded on Bloodfox Mountain, it would attract a large number of experts and divine beasts to enter. Outside the enlightened sky continent, the Lingyun mountain range of the star continent was surrounded by clouds and mist. An endless blood-red mountain shot up into the sky. When the blood-red mist surrounded it, it exuded boundless divine powers as if it was going to suppress true God. Clang! An azure sword condensed from divine powers appeared in the sky. Just as Shangguan Qi arrived with the people from the Shangguan residence. Rumble! A huge flaming tiger appeared in the sky with a group of people on its back. Shangguan Xiao said solemnly, "Young miss, they are from the Divine Tiger sect." Shangguan Qi nodded calmly while Shangguan Yun was expressionless and cold. It was as if nothing could stir up waves in her heart. The red-haired man on top of the huge flaming tiger looked down at the people from the Shangguan residence and snorted coldly. "It's this woman again." The people on both sides stepped into the air and released a faint divine aura, which intimidated the opponents to a certain extent. Another 2 rays of divine light appeared, and 2 groups of people descended. They were led by true gods again. Lin Chen stood on top of the azure sword and looked around playfully. "Good fellow, they are all ruthless people. Most of them are late first-layer true gods. They are not inferior to the few veteran demon emperors in the Divine River Galaxy. Some of them are even complete first-layer true gods. They are comparable to the heaven-burying demon emperor. They have a lot of attribute light balls on them." It was a pity that Lin Chen's stealing omen could not be activated. After coming to the 4-dimensional divine world, some of his talents could no longer be used. For example, shifting shadows, super spacetime plane, destructive explosion, destructive destruction, super chaos, super-dimensional teleportation, and other talents could no longer be used in the 4-dimensional divine world. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A spinning millstone tornado formed purely out of divine power came raging toward them. There was a group of young people sitting on top of the tornado, and there was a drunk young man leading them. He was a true god. At this moment, the drunk young man stared in the direction of the Shangguan residence and whistled. "Sister Shangguan Qi, long time no see. You have become prettier." Shangguan Qi's expression froze, and she did not answer him. Suddenly, the drunk young man found a blind spot and looked at the Shangguan residence's team in shock. "Oh my, am I drunk or is the Shangguan residence drunk? You actually brought a 7th-layer true god over?" As soon as he said that, all the gods looked at the Shangguan residence's team. 7th-layer true god? They are so wild. The Shangguan residence is looking down on us. They brought a 7th-layer true god with them to the Bloodfox Mountain. They are really carefree. The people from the Shangguan residence are really tough recently. How many worries can a gentleman have? Coincidentally, they are at the 7th-layer true god. The people from the Shangguan residence are really fierce. All the true gods sneered. Some even laughed and recited poems. They were so angry that they laughed. It was as if you were going to a dangerous place where it would be difficult to protect yourself, and you actually brought a useless burden along. Why did you bring him along? To be a mascot? The Shangguan family's actions clearly showed that they were looking down on everyone present. Feeling the burning gazes, Lin Chen pretended to be frightened. The beautiful lady beside him said with pity, "Don't be afraid. Come over and let sister hug you. Woo-woo, they are really scary. I won't die, right?" Just as Lin Chen was about to bury himself in the waves, suddenly, Shangguan Yun, who had been cold and indifferent, pointed at Lin Chen and said coldly, "This man is my sister Shangguan Qi's future fiancé. He is a genius chosen by the Shangguan residence." At this moment, everyone was silent. Shangguan Qi was stunned at first. Then, she slowly became dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. "Meow meow meow. What is sister saying? Why can't I understand a single word? Even Lin Chuan looked at Shangguan Yun as if he had seen a ghost and muttered to himself in shock. There is such a thing. Chapter 1878. Not to mention the various forces present, even the people from the Shangguan family were dumbfounded. Shangguan Qi's almond-shaped eyes were wide open as she looked at her sister in disbelief. Lin Chen suddenly said to Shangguan Qi, "Is your sister really your biological sister?" Shangguan Yun said with a serious expression. This man is a rare genius of the Shangguan family. In the future, he has the potential to become a god through body refinement, primordial spirit, and cultivation. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. What the hell? Are you AF * King Prophet? How many levels did she predict me? Did this woman predict the atmospheric layer? Lin Chen said, "Wow, I'm so F * King awesome. Did I just get blown up by someone?" Who would have thought that Shangguan Yun would not stop until she said something shocking? This man looks like a true god, but his divine light is restrained. He is elegant, charming, and has countless trump cards. He has the means to threaten a true god at the 7th level sage realm. It was the Shangguan family that went through all kinds of hardships to let him marry into the Shangguan family. Lin Chen? What? Why did she peek at the script? Listen, is this something that a human can say? Lin Chen really wanted to walk over and search her body from head to toe, not letting go of a single seam until he found the script. Lin Chen couldn't help but think to himself, "System, where did she buy the script? Why don't I have it?" Heavenly Dao character collecting system. Shangguan Qi was anxious. "Sister, you," Shangguan Yun gave her a look, signaling her not to speak. She glanced at Lin Chen again, then looked around and said indifferently, "Don't underestimate him. You will lose miserably." After that, the whole place was still silent. Ha ha ha. I'm convinced. With Miss Shangguan Qi's talent, she found a 7th level sage realm cultivator to be her fiancé? What kind of taste does the Shangguan family have? I'm convinced too. Shangguan Yun, even if you want to find a shield for your sister, you should find a decent one, right? A 7th level sage realm cultivator can threaten a true god. Shangguan Yun, don't tell me you're writing a novel. All the powerhouses were either holding their stomachs or shaking their heads with ridicule. Miss Shangguan Qi from the Shangguan family was talented. She was a saint king in 10 years, stepped into the reincarnation saint realm in 100 years, and became a god in less than 1,000 years. In terms of talent, she was one of the top talents in the Northwest region, not to mention the Star State. It wouldn't be too much for such a person to marry into a force that was 1 or 2 levels stronger than the Shangguan family. The young Shangguan Yun's eyes sobered up Shangguan Yun. Shangguan Yun, you know that I'm interested in Qi. You don't have to use this method to anger me. Choosing this kind of trash as a shield, are you trying to humiliate my Lian clan? Then, he looked at Shangguan Qi. Or is it true, Qi? Shangguan Qi was a little flustered and quickly waved her hand. No, brother Qingyu. Shangguan Yun stopped her. To her, her sister's orders were absolute and could not be disobeyed. Shangguan Qi, who had nowhere to vent her anger, could only stare at Lin Chen with resentment. Lin Chen spread out his hands, as if it had nothing to do with him. Everyone from the Shangguan family was dumbfounded. They didn't understand what they were doing because their cultivation was not high enough. They didn't even understand why this guy was so disrespectful to the 2 ladies of the Shangguan family. Was he really the son-in-law of the Shangguan family? That was too ridiculous. Lian Qingyu was so angry that he laughed. Good Shangguan family. His eyes were about to spit fire, and his power soared. Terrifying wind pressure burst out from his body, crushing the mountains and rivers. His power was vaguely aimed at Lin Chen. Lian Qingyu stared at Lin Chen and said sarcastically, "I hope you won't let me down. You're the fiancé of the Shangguan family." Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. When he turned to look at Shangguan Yun, he couldn't help but sigh. What a ruthless person. In order to test Lin Chen's background, this woman even sold her sister's reputation. Was this a woman who had survived the ninefold realm sea? She was really outstanding. He rarely met a match in his life. Today, he finally met one. This was a woman who could brag more than him. Lin Chen walked to her side and said seriously, Miss Shangguanyun, what were you talking about just now? I didn't understand at all. Is it really necessary? Shangguanyun said indifferently, it doesn't matter if you don't understand, because hesitation will lead to failure. Lin Chen said, but being decisive will lead to nothing. Shangguanyun said coldly, that depends on what you get in return. Lin Chen couldn't help but applaud for her. She was too outstanding. In this wave, she made a preemptive strike for Lin Chen. No matter what the reason was, as long as they entered Bloodfox Mountain, Lin Chen would become the target of public criticism. There were those who looked down on Lin Chen, those who were jealous of Lin Chen, those who were curious about Lin Chen, and those who wanted to test Lin Chen's depth. In this way, it would be difficult for Lin Chen to not make a move. When the time came, how many trump cards would be exposed? Wouldn't it be arranged clearly for you? Is this real or fake? My family's big watchdog seems to be above 7th level Sage Realm, right? There's a basic rule for bragging. This belongs to the category of bragging. When we enter Bloodfox Mountain later, we'll know with a try. 7th level Sage Realm, no matter what trump cards he has, this young master can destroy him in one move. Many young talents who had gathered here with their true gods either sneered or were disdainful. But their goal was the same, and that was Lin Chen. Lin Chen rubbed his nose. This sister's move is really ruthless. If it wasn't for the fact that she saved my life, I'm afraid I would have run away directly. The people of the divine world are indeed not ordinary people. Lin Chen looked at Shangguanyun, who was waiting for the energy tide to disperse. She was calm, and her cold eyes were especially deep, as if no one could see through her thoughts. She exuded an aura that was completely different from the other true gods present. In this round, it could be said that Shangguanyun had gained the upper hand. However, it might not be the case in the next round. Swish tilde. The sound of wind whistling rang out, and another group of people appeared. The person in the lead was as vast as the sea. She was elegant and beautiful, and her elegant blue palace dress was like floating clouds. She had beautiful eyebrows and a beautiful head. Her wrist was white as snow, and there was a pitch-black sword hanging on her slender waist. When this woman appeared, other than Shangguanyun, all the true gods showed fear and dread at the same time. Why is this crazy woman here too? Didn't she go to participate in the Alchemy Association to refine her divine pills? How can she get involved in this? The true gods were talking to each other through voice transmission. The woman in the blue palace dress said indifferently, today, the Yu family wants one of the blood pools on Bloodfox Mountain. I've finished speaking. Who agrees and who disagrees? She transmitted her voice in all directions, and the true gods' mouths twitched slightly. However, no one dared to speak. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he clicked his tongue in wonder. This woman's background was probably not simple. She was covered in the light of elemental light balls. At this moment, the woman transmitted her voice again. Very good. Since no one spoke, that means no one disagrees. If anyone dares to reach the blood pool in front of me later. She smiled slightly, patted the sword on her waist, and released a brilliant sword intent with a murderous aura. I'll make your heads explode. The disciples of more than a dozen ancient sects could not help but change their expressions slightly. This woman was so domineering. Lin Chen, be careful of this woman. At this moment, Fairy Scarlet's voice came from Lin Chen's Providence plant pouch. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Be careful of this woman. Chapter 1879. Scarlet Fairy had followed Lin Chen to the Celestial Realm. She was originally a spiritual plant that had escaped from the Celestial Realm. After arriving in the Celestial Realm, her understanding of the Celestial Realm had helped Lin Chen avoid many detours in the beginning, such as how to adapt to the four-dimensional Celestial Realm and the distribution of forces in the Celestial Realm. Even when they met Shangguanyun, Scarlet Fairy did not ask Lin Chen to be careful. She was only wary of this woman. Lin Chen replied with his primordial spirit, okay, I will be careful. Scarlet Fairy's voice came again, I have prepared the divine jade fragments for you. If you consume too much in battle, use the divine jade to restore your saint power. The Celestial Realm's saints used golden saint origin coins, while the currency circulating among the true gods was divine jade that could be absorbed and refined into the body. Divine jade was divided into substandard, medium, high, and supreme grade. Moreover, divine jade could only be produced by supreme-grade spiritual plants, and the quantity was extremely small. Only divine-grade spiritual plants could produce divine jade on a large scale. Divine-grade spiritual plants were 1 in a million. Ordinary low-level true gods used divine jade fragments. Even complete substandard divine jade fragments were extremely valuable, and could even help a quasi-god break through to the true god realm at a critical moment. Scarlet Fairy was a supreme-grade spiritual plant that had escaped from the celestial realm to the celestial realm. However, there was a limit to spiritual plants, and that was the resources they produced would be proportional to the luck of the universe they were in. In the past, Scarlet Fairy could not produce divine jade fragments because she was in the three-dimensional universe. Now that she had returned to the celestial realm, the power of a supreme-grade spiritual plant began to show. Lin Chen was surprised. Isn't it said that saints can't absorb divine jade fragments? At least the level of a quasi-god, right? Scarlet Fairy smiled and said, the energy of divine jade fragments is indeed too great for a saint, but since when can you calculate it with common sense? Lin Chen was stunned and laughed in his heart. That's right, not many saints could be comparable to the early first level of a true god in the celestial realm. During this period of waiting, Shangguan Qi glared at Lin Chen with murderous eyes. She had a good impression of Lin Chen, the true god of the Lian family, and both of them had a good relationship with each other. However, her sister had used Lin Chen to put up a good show, and the misunderstanding between the two had deepened. The two sides waited for less than 4 hours. Boom, boom, boom. The tidal power of Blood Fox Mountain started to subside, and all the real gods present were ready for battle. Set off. Almost at the same time, when most of the energy in Blood Fox Mountain had dissipated, the energy in the blood fog dissipated, and the gods set off with their own troop. Powerhouses from all walks of life were unwilling to fall behind. They all rushed into Blood Fox Mountain. After entering the Blood Fox Mountain, one could not fly too high. Otherwise, if one fell into the blood fog tide, even a true god would not be able to easily escape. Shangguan Yun said coldly, "Let's go." The Shangguan family's troops swarmed in. At the same time, Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a wisp of Yuan spirit light. While everyone was moving and no one was paying attention to him, he quietly condensed a ray of primordial spirit light at his fingertip and shot it to the foot of the mountain. His method was obscure and could fool most people, but it could not fool Shangguan Yun. Buzz tilde. A group of people entered the blood tide, and finally landed on the Blood Fox Mountain. Shangguan Yun narrowed her eyes and asked indifferently, "What did you shoot earlier?" Lin Chen spread his hands and said, "Didn't you see it? It's a white Yuan spirit light." Shangguan Yun said again, "Apart from that?" Lin Chen smiled mockingly and said, "Young Mistress Shangguan, do you want to know? Come to my room when you come back tonight, and I'll tell you." Shangguan Yun's gaze became cold and sharp, as if she wanted to pierce through all the secrets on Lin Chen. However, apart from his pure strength that was comparable to that of a quasi-god's, she did not discover anything else. The more it was like this, the more Shangguan Yun felt that this man was not simple. Shangguan Yun retracted her gaze. Spread out the formation and search for the enemy with the two-winged team. Shangguan Qi and Shangguan Xiao stepped out from the left and right respectively and rushed to the front with their respective troops. Shangguan Yun was at the center and commanded the entire team. Lin Chen and that beautiful lady, Shangguan Xiao, were assigned to the left team. Roar tilde. A roar tore through the clouds, and a pitch-black python appeared out of nowhere. It broke the clouds and suddenly appeared, diving straight down. The Shangguan team did not panic and faced it calmly. It's a sacred beast of reincarnation, the dark abyss sky demon python. Shangguan Xiao focused her eyes and drew her sword to fight. She waved a sword aura with the shape of a dragon and twisted it. Kai, kai, bang, bang. The sword aura of a late-stage quasi-god tore through the scales and layers of defense of the sky demon python. It screamed in pain. Blood Fox Mountain was shrouded in fog, and even powerful sacred beasts could not explore too far. The sky demon python wanted to finish off its opponent, but it did not expect to provoke such a powerful being. The sky demon python was injured. It tilted its body and attacked Lin Chen. Shangguan Yun focused her gaze on Lin Chen. Wow! What a big and thick black python. However, Lin Chen was shocked. He jumped up and down and ran all the way to the back of the beautiful lady. The beautiful lady's palm was shrouded in blue light. She turned her palm, and the blue light turned into a palm and pierced through the injured sky demon python. She walked over and picked up the sacred beast core of the sky demon python. Lin Chen hid behind her with admiration. This sister is so powerful. Please protect me. Please carry me. The confusion in the beautiful lady's eyes disappeared. She smiled and said, then hide behind me and try your best to survive. Lin Chen smiled like an honest child. Okay. I love to hide behind you. Shangguan Yun was speechless. Boom tilde. Another 4 giant creatures broke into the left side of the team. They were 3 Sky Key Wolf Kings and a quasi-god bug tribe moon-swallowing butterfly. Lin Chen looked at the oddly shaped beasts and insects above his head and clicked his tongue in wonder. The left side of the team was blocked again. However, there were 4 quasi-gods, and the high-level bugs and beasts were not stupid. They would retreat immediately after they realized that they could not win the battle. The team's speed was smooth all the way. For 2 days and 2 nights, the team advanced according to the predetermined route and avoided many blood mists. Ha ha ha, we are so lucky. There are fewer and fewer sacred beasts along the way. Maybe they are intimidated by the auras of the 2 ladies in our team. Everyone in the Shangguan residence was overjoyed and laughed. The speed of the team's advancement was surprisingly smooth. The enemies that they expected to deal with did not appear at all. While everyone in the team was excited, only Lin Chen was calm, low-key, obedient, and smiling. Host received 90 million high-level sacred health points, 2,000 sacred talent points, 5,400 rune energy points. Lin Chen clearly did not do anything, but his attributes started to soar wildly. Only Shangguan Yun's eyes were deep and confused. She had always wanted to use external means to test Lin Chen's strength. However, this guy had been running away with his physical strength for the past few days. He did not show any combat power. Could it be that her prediction was wrong? Does this brat really have nothing but the power of his flesh? What surprised Shangguan Yun even more was that no one came. According to the speed of the dozen or so teams, the higher they went, the higher the probability of them encountering each other and the more powerful sacred beasts they would encounter. But why had they not encountered a single team until now? Even the number of enemies encountering the beasts was greatly reduced. This was too abnormal. Could it be him? Shangguan Yun looked at Lin Chen on the left side of the team. Lin Chen saw her looking over and was puzzled at first. Then, his expression changed slightly. He hurriedly said, "Let me say this first. I will not marry too. I am not a casual person." Shangguan Yun. Shangguan Qi asked, "Sister, can I kill him?" Chapter 1880. Blood Fox Mountain, in a blood-red forest. This orchid-like faint fragrance seeps into one's heart. It's like the comfortable feeling of a young woman in a brothel caressing one's face. A blue-robed, eagle-eyed man smelled the scent, his nose twitching slightly as he smiled evilly. It can't be wrong. It's the scent of the Shangguan family's young mistress. The blue-robed true god waved at the people behind him. Let's go and explore. Follow behind the Shangguan family and let's F***king shoot first. Even if the other party had 2 true gods, there would always be a time when they would be implicated in this Blood Fox Mountain. When the time came, they would be able to fish in troubled waters. Clang! The sword roared like a dragon, and a dazzling sword light cut across the ground in front of the group, creating a 100-feet-long crack. This road is blocked. Take a detour. Those who don't listen will die. A black-robed, masked man stood proudly in front of the group, his tone cold and indifferent. He was carrying a sword with holy light flowing around it. His murderous aura was biting cold, and his whole body was filled with the smell of blood and decisive killing intent. It formed a flowing grey air current, and his murderous aura was almost materialize. What was more frightening was that he was covered in blood, as if he had just come from a fierce battle. The blue-robed true god narrowed his eyes, even a little stunned. Holy power! This guy was actually just a saint. His holy power was especially strange. It was not fully revealed, but it had an extremely strong sense of oppression, as if it was a great prison. It could actually make a true god like him feel a sense of danger. The blue-robed true god sneered. What a pretentious thing. A wisp of divine power appeared on his fingertips, and the blue-robed true god slashed with his fingers. Kai. The blade-like divine power swept across like a dragon, cutting across the black-robed figure. Sky-opening sword. The black-robed figure held the sword, and pure power condensed. Colorful light flowed around the blade, condensing into a pure, snow-white holy power sword. He held the sword and slashed horizontally. Bang! 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 The boundless holy power and divine power collided, and the sword light shattered, the air current distorted, and the ground collapsed. The aftermath of the collision caused the nearby area to tremble and shake. Billowing smoke whistled as the earth veins of several hundred meters cracked open, exploding into spiderweb-like cracks that extended all the way. The blue-robed true god said indifferently as the bloody mist surged. "Let's continue walking." Just as he was about to lead the group forward, his expression froze. The black-robed masked man with a sword was still standing in front of him. Even a quasi-god would be half-crippled with a casual move of his. The blue-robed true god's eyes froze, a look of disbelief and shock appearing on his face. A Saint Realm cultivator actually withstood my attack. There must be a huge secret on this person's body. That person seemed to be minding his own business. Not bad. After my main body familiarized itself with the fourth dimension, it would always be the fastest way to familiarize itself with the fourth dimension. My combat power has recovered close to 90%. Boom tilde. The wind howled as 8 war spears shimmering with azure divine light hovered behind the blue-robed true god. They were all war spears formed from divine energy. This was a high-grade orange-tier battle technique, and when executed by a true god, its divine might could suppress the world. The many quasi-gods and reincarnation saints behind him immediately surrounded the enemy. The blue-robed true god coldly shouted, "Brat, based on your methods, your background must not be small. Tell me your name. Who are you? How dare you block the path of my bright deity sec?" The black-robed person held his sword and pointed it at the blue-robed true god, sneering. "A dark horse fighting on behalf of others. I dare to fight anyone." Boom. The black-robed person held his sword and slashed violently. His sword aura was everywhere. Facing the entire team, he was fearless and attacked again. The blue-robed true god's eyes blazed with anger as he roared, "You're looking down on me too much." A saint actually dared to challenge the entire bright deity sect team. 1 level 1 true god, 3 quasi-gods, and 10 reincarnation saints. The blue-robed true god held his spear, and the azure divine spear released brilliant divine might, turning into a sharp edge that pierced and pierced as it violently charged forward. Inside Blood Fox Mountain, the Shangwon Manor's team entered a place close to the blood pool. When a vast basin appeared, the majestic and intense energy was like a giant dragon dancing in the air. The river converged like the sea. From afar, it looked like a sea of clouds was surging. Shangwon Xiao was moved. "We've arrived. It's 2 days earlier than expected." Yes, all thanks to the protection of the 2 young misses. The saint beasts and opponents we encountered along the way are not worth mentioning at all. The quality of the condensed energy blood pool here is extremely good. It's orange-red and has the highest purity recorded in ancient records. Ha ha ha, we've come too early. The blood mist here hasn't even dissipated yet. We still have to wait for some time for the blood mist to recede before we can enter. Everyone from the Shangwon residence was ecstatic. They had arrived twice as early as expected. Shangwon Chi led the team into the blood pool closest to the blood pool, while her sister, Shangwon Yoon, looked around and Lin Chen received 90 million high-tier saint essence, 30 million high-tier saint blood, 10,000 high-tier saint spiritual power, 500 high-tier saint rune energy. Received 1020 high-tier saint rune energy, 400 high-tier saint rune energy, 300 high-tier saint rune energy. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. He was in the divine world, yet he had lost contact with them. Many generations of young true gods had fought in Blood Fox Mountain before, so the dropped attribute values were obvious. Lin Chen's loot along the way was more abundant than during the battle at the sacred boundary. Shangguan Yun saw Lin Chen touching and grabbing around as if he had never seen the world. It was completely in line with the expression of a three-dimensional human who had just arrived in the divine world. Shangguan Yun shook her head. It seems that I've misjudged him. Other than the physical strength of a quasi-god, there's nothing special about him. She had wanted to use external forces to force him to fight, but after this period of observation, it seemed that he had no other strong points other than brute force. It was much harder for the human race to refine their bodies than the beast race, dragon race, demon race, and other races that were born with tyrannical life force. Even if he had the pure strength of a quasi-god, to become a god by refining his body, he would need a lot of time and accumulation. If Lin Chen only had this much, then she, Shangguan Yun, had completely misjudged him. Sister. Shangguan Qi looked at Shangguan Yun. Why did you say that he was my fiancé that day? You knew that young Master Qingyu, Shangguan Yun said indifferently. I know what Lian Qingyu means to you. You can do whatever you want after this matter is over, but remember, when you give your future to others, you're no different from being dead. Shangguan Qi raised her slender eyebrows slightly and said thoughtfully, Yes, sister. Boom tilde. At this moment, the fog dispersed, and terrifying divine power shot up into the sky. Terrifying explosions reverberated from many directions. The group of people from the Shangguan residence immediately activated their cultivation techniques and released their divine power, ready to fight. As expected of the Shangguan residence's sixth miss, Shangguan Yun. You're faster than we expected. I really don't know what method you used to reach here at such a fast speed. When teams led by true gods appeared, everyone from the Shangguan residence was shocked. They came with ill intentions. There were actually 5 teams. 5 true gods overseeing. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. These true gods are all ruthless. They have a lot of attribute lights. Chapter 1881. On the left was a beautiful woman with a quasi-divine whip hanging from her slender waist. Her LV1 true god realm aura was suppressing the Shangguan family's team. On the right, the black-armored man with a giant axe on his back stared at Shangguan Yun with his snake-like eyes. It was as if he wanted to see through this true god who was the leader of the younger generation in the Shangguan residence. He wanted to see through her. Behind them was Lian Qingyu from the Lian family. 5 teams representing 5 true gods formed an encirclement, cutting off the Shangguan family's escape route. At the very front, a huge beast appeared from the 5-colored clouds. One of the teams had a huge 5-colored heavenly bull lined up side by side, carrying a golden-robed young man. His face was filled with the aura of an emperor who ruled over the world, and his aura was awe-inspiring. It's the 5th prince of the Tai divine kingdom. He's here too. The Shangguan family's team looked solemn. Shangguan Yun stepped out from the team and floated in the air. Prince of the Tai divine kingdom, you want to challenge the Shangguan family? The 5th prince laughed. Challenge? I'm not interested in doing this. What I want is all of you. Lian Qingyu said sternly, his usual drunken appearance gone. Qi, leave that guy and be my woman. I'll guarantee you a safe trip to the blood pool of Mount Bloodfock. The elders of my family have already confirmed me as the next patriarch. The Lian family is still under my control. If you look back, I'll still be waiting for you. Lin Chen exclaimed, You're such a bootlicker. I didn't expect there to be so many bootlickers in the divine world. This is the first time I've seen such a refreshing bootlicker. Before Shangguan Qi could answer, her sister Shangguan Yun sneered, So what if my sister agrees? Do you think you'll help the Shangguan family in this situation? Lian Qingyu said coldly, I'm not interested in the Shangguan family's dogs and cats. But you. Lian Qingyu glanced at Lin Chen and sneered, I'll make you regret coming to the divine world. Boom. 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 The 13 young talents of the Lian clan instantly surrounded Lin Chen's position. The 5th prince waved his hand and smiled evilly. Eliminate them. Their quotas for the blood pool will be divided among you. The other divine sects teams were instantly filled with fighting spirit. Boom tilde. Divine power soared into the sky, lightning surged, and balls of divine wind appeared. As the long whip danced, They wreaked havoc like tornadoes. The sea of fire spread in all directions. Divine flames descended one after another, and a 1,000-foot-long storm of sword chi sliced through the void. The power of the four true gods, including Lian Qingyu, was earth-shattering. They led their own men to attack the people of the Shangguan family. "Let's attack together." Without a word, Shangguan Yun rushed to the front with Shangguan Qi following closely behind. Divine light burst out from the glabella of the two sisters, and they raised their palms towards the sky. The divine seals that were burning with divine flames suddenly pressed down in all directions. The fifth prince was rather interested. "Truly worthy of being a woman who made it through a realm sea. You have a bit of skill. This prince will take you on." The fifth prince's head rose into the sky, and a divine jade seal that was enshrouded with thousands of mountains and rivers and 10,000 bright moons appeared out of thin air. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This item was second only to a divine artifact, and it was also a quasi-divine artifact. The fifth prince pointed his finger, and the divine seals that erupted from the jade seal suddenly pressed down on the two sisters. The battle of gods was about to start. When God Realm experts worked together, their battle strength far exceeded the effect of 1+1. In the battle, the fifth prince's eyes flashed, and he said, "This woman is truly powerful. Her cultivation has actually reached the second stage of the God Realm." Shangguan Yun relied on her cultivation at the second stage of the God Realm and cooperated with her sister to block the five true God. However, the Shangguan family members were the ones in a miserable state. They had to face 5 teams of powerful enemies, and each of them had to challenge 2 or 3 experts of the same level. They were in an extremely difficult situation. If the Blood Fox Mountains blood pool opened, they could still enter the range of the blood pool. After the Blood Fox Mountains blood pool opened, true gods were forbidden from fighting. This was because the riot and chaos of divine power would cause the blood pool's energy to riot. At that time, they could only soak in it and absorb it. However, the Shangguan family came too early. Before the blood pool opened, they were surrounded and attacked instead. Kai Tilda. A sword light slashed toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen tilted his body and used pure strength to dodge. He pretended to be shocked and said, F***CK, what a fast sword. She could have cut my hair. A young quasi-god from the Lian family couldn't help but sneer. Miss Shangguan Yun, didn't you say that you could threaten true gods? Can't you show off your skills? Another 2 reincarnation Saint Realm experts leaped into the air and swung their 9th grade holy hammers down. Powerful and domineering winds tore through the air and smashed down on Lin Chen's head fiercely. Lin Chen dodged by a hair's breadth. He shouted, "Young man, don't talk about martial ethics. So many of you are attacking me, bullying a weakling at the 7th stage of the Saint Realm. Doesn't your conscience hurt?" A few handsome young men sneered and said, "The fiancé of the Shangguan family is only at this level. I have to say, he can be considered a freak to be able to dodge our attacks as a 7th stage Saint Realm expert. It doesn't matter if he's a freak or a genius. Today, even if he's a beauty, we'll tear him to shred." More and more geniuses from the divine sect joined the battle against Lin Chen. Lin Chen sighed. It's really a case of a man sitting in a mine, a pot falling from the sky. Outside the chaotic battle, miss, they've started fighting. The little girl in white hugged her scabbard and asked the lady in blue beside her curiously, "Aren't we going to join the battle? Doesn't miss like to train herself through battles?" The lady in blue stroked her hair, her brows filled with disdain. "It's true that I like to fight, but these third-rate trash aren't worthy of me taking action. As long as they don't break my rules. No matter how they fight, I'll, Before she could finish speaking, the lady in blue narrowed her eyes. 7th stage Saint Realm? This person has the scent of the dragon race. Also, could it be? She stared at a certain figure in the chaotic battle as if she wanted to see through him. Shangguan Yun, who was in the middle of the chaotic battle, was puzzled. What's wrong? Shangguan Yun roamed the realm sea and had seen all kinds of storms. The divine nation's 5th prince should be very clear that this team would have to pay a painful price if they wanted to take down the Shangguan residents. Why did they insist on starting the battle? If they wanted to divide the Shangguan residents' quota, they had to have the confidence to do so. Where did their confidence come from? Almost in the blink of an eye, when Shangguan Yun was deep in thought, a bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere. The beautiful lady who had been protecting Lin Chen earlier suddenly appeared behind Shangguan Yun as her slender body swayed. She flickered with divine lightning that seemed to pass through the void at lightning speed. The beautiful lady Shangguan Ying's cultivation wasn't that of a quasi-god, but a first-stage true god. Violent and domineering lightning attribute divine power surged between her blades, as if drawing in the power of heavenly punishment from the ninth heaven. She suddenly stabbed at Shangguan Yun and Shangguan Qi at close range. The tip of the blade was filled with blue frost poison. It was the heavenly solitary frost poison that could freeze even the blood of a true god. At this moment, the situation of the battle changed drastically. A true god's sudden sneak attack was enough to change the situation of the battle. Shangguan Xiao, who witnessed this moment, instantly understood the situation, and her face turned pale. It's over. An enemy had infiltrated the Shangguan residence. It was a traitor. The people chosen by the Shangguan residence this time were all people who had joined the Shangguan residence 100 years ago or were related by blood. They were completely trustworthy people. In other words, this Shangguan Ying had infiltrated the Shangguan residence for hundreds of years. She stabbed the Shangguan sisters viciously. The two girls, who had been deeply besieged, were caught off guard by this sneak attack. Moreover, it was their own people who had betrayed them. When Shangguan Ying approached them, they did not notice at all. Boom tilde, bang. The blade was like a lightning dragon, piercing through the void fiercely. When the lightning flashed, everyone in the Shangguan residence was horrified. The divine nation's fifth prince laughed and said, I've planned for 100 years for this moment. I'll definitely kill the Shangguan residence's women. Lian Qingyu frowned and said, must you use this method? The fifth prince glanced at him and said, otherwise? If it weren't for my plan, do you think you could take these two women away without getting hurt? When the lightning dissipated, the fifth prince held the pearl of wisdom in his hand as if he was in control of everything. When he looked at them, everything stopped abruptly. The expected situation of the two women being injured did not happen. His silver robe fluttered, and a tall and handsome figure stood behind the two women. His hands were wrapped with indestructible golden holy power, and he held the tip of Shangguan Ying's blade tightly. Shangguan Ying looked at the young man in front of her, and her red lips opened slightly. What? How could you? Lin Chen, who was holding the tip of the blade, raised his eyebrows and said with a playful smile, why can't I? The pupils of the Shangguan residence shrank. He caught the divine blade with his bare hands. The Shangguan sisters' almond-shaped eyes widened, and their pretty faces were full of shock. Lin Chen smiled coolly. You saved me once, and I saved you once. After this, we're even. I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it. I already said in advance that this woman has a weapon, but you didn't believe me. Do you really think that I'm an old pervert who only looks at breasts and legs? If you think otherwise, please apologize to my brother Chen. Chapter 1882. Catching the sword with his bare hands. Looking at Lin Chen who was in midair, the genius disciples of the divine sect looked as if they had seen a ghost. Is he even human? Not just them. Even the 5 true gods who were besieging the Shangguan sisters were stunned. The previous move was Shangguan Ying's full-strength attack as a level 1 true god. Under the situation of being suddenly ambushed, even a second-level true god realm martial artist would be caught off guard and injured. The most monstrous thing was, he was only a sage realm cultivator. Compared to a true god, even the most powerful sage realm cultivator was like an ant to an elephant. Who had ever seen an ant catch an elephant's foot when it stomped down? Kai tilde. Rumble tilde. The strong wind was like a blade. Lin Chen's leg whipped out like a tornado, bringing with it a rolling divine shadow that swept out like a demon. The terrifying force woke Shangguan Ying up in a split second. She crossed her 2 swords in front of her body. Sword Qi protected her body and thundered. Bang! Lightning surged, transforming into countless lightning arcs that swam around like lightning shadows. After sending Shangguan Ying flying with a kick, Lin Chen once again showed his strength in the most powerful manner. His saint power cultivation could really shake a true god. Everyone in the Shangguan residence stared at Lin Chen as if they had seen a monster. What the sixth miss said was actually true. From the moment Lin Chen appeared and joined the team, Shangguan Ying had been paying attention to Lin Chen in order to prevent any accidents. She even took the initiative to approach him and inquire about his background. During this period of time when he had rushed up the Blood Fox Mountain, he had almost always relied on her to escape from any danger he encountered. He had even encountered a few life-threatening situations. Apart from the fact that he had a little bit of body refinement strength, there was nothing special about him. The beautiful woman took a few steps back. When she raised her eyebrows and looked at Lin Chen, she said in a trembling voice, "How can you have such strength? This is not the combat strength of a sage. Since ancient times, sages and true gods have been two different species. The rules have never been broken." Lin Chen smiled and said, "I used to be the Best Actor Award winner for 10 consecutive Oscar awards. Isn't it easy to fool you with an act? As for the rules, they are meant to be broken. Experts of the divine world, as long as they were at the true god realm, the attribute light balls that appeared on their bodies would far surpass that of ordinary experts." No matter how good this beautiful woman's disguise was, she couldn't hide from Lin Chen's eyes that could see through her attribute. Shangguan Yun's beautiful eyes flickered with brilliance when she saw this scene, and her cold and beautiful face revealed a trace of a smile for the first time. "You finally revealed yourself." Her beautiful eyes flickered with surprise and shock. She had thought that Lin Chen might have some means to resist a true god, but she never thought that he could use his cultivation to fight a true god. It was just a casual remark, but it turned out to be true. The younger sister, Shangguan Yun, stared at her elder sister and Lin Chen. Her admiration for them was unparalleled. "Sister, you will always be a god." He had seen through so much, his understanding was broad, and his judgment was strong. He was simply a prophet. The corner of Lian Qingyu's mouth twitched as he said in disbelief, "A seventh-stage saint can threaten a true god?" Shangguan Yun was telling the truth. Chia's fiancé is so strong. The fifth prince stared at Lin Chen, his killing intent soaring to the sky. "I didn't think that the small Shangguan residence would have such a hidden dragon and crouching tiger, hiding such an extraordinary expert." Lin Chen, however, looked at Shangguan Yun. "How long do you want to hide? Even if you want to hide your strength, you don't have to hide it like this, right?" Shangguan Yun's expression changed. "You saw through it." Lin Chen laughed mockingly. "Of course, I know your strength, but you don't know mine. This is the difference between you and me. Do you really think that I will let you test me so easily? I came to the divine world to show off, not to be an old pervert." Shangguan Yun shook her head and laughed. "I didn't think that you could predict this step. My cultivation technique needs to be reconstructed many times before I can improve further, so I can't use my full strength now. If I use it forcefully, my body will explode and I will die." Lin Chen clicked his tongue in wonder. The cultivation techniques of the divine world are really strange. At this time, the younger sister Shangguan Qi finally spoke. "You, Lin Chen, you have not fully integrated into the divine world. The rejection of the dimension will." Lin Chen waved his hand indifferently. "Small problem, I have already overcome it. The current me can use my full strength." The two sisters were moved again. He was already completely used to the divine world. They had seen with their own eyes how Lin Chen fainted due to the rejection of the dimension. From that day at the explosive Dragon Mountain Range until now, it had only been a few months since he came to the divine world. 2 months. No, it had only been a month. What kind of monster is this? Can the three-dimensional universe really give birth to such a monster? Lin Chen laughed. "Our debt is written off, and we will consider it a happy cooperation. You are a smart woman, you should know what I mean." Shangguan Yun's cold and beautiful side face raised a bright smile. "Then I wish us a happy cooperation in advance." Kai tilde. An aurora turned into a light arrow and shot toward Lin Chen. It was Lian Qingyu. He did not believe this and was determined to test Lin Chen. Lin Chen's palm touched his waist, and a bright and dazzling flying knife flashed by, instantly splitting into 5. Bang! 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 When the holy power exploded, the knife flashed wildly, and the arrow exploded, reflecting Lian Qingyu's embarrassed expression as if he had eaten Sha*T. Lin Chen's combat power was completely based on his cultivation. It was not mixed with any fake external force at all. Let's end the boring test here. Lin Chen's shoulders shook, and his holy power was fully released. 140 hexagonal stars were like bright stars in the sky, and their holy light illuminated the space. Lin Chen held his spear and stepped into the air, looking radiant. 140 holy points. Is his method so wild? What kind of cultivation technique is this? Damn, are we really using the same cultivation system? I've been in the divine world for many years, and I've never seen such a scene. The disciples of the various divine sects felt their scalps tingle. 140 holy points. Shang Guanyun pondered, no wonder I couldn't see through his cultivation before. It turns out that he hid his strongest holy power in other holy points. She increasingly felt that this young man was not simple, he was full of secrets. She could not wait to strip Lin Chen naked and see every single hair on his body. How much more was he hiding? Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, ripples appeared in the space. Numerous landscape paintings transmitted an immortal domineering aura as they slowly flipped open, releasing the heavenly might of a divine nation. Everlasting through the ages and indestructible in the fourth dimension, the fifth prince held the divine nation imperial jade seal, and the five-colored dragon aura above his head turned into a dragon robe. He stepped into the air, and dense dragon aura rose like a dancing dragon, majestic and shocking. He was like the emperor of the divine nation, personally leading an expedition. His eyes seemed to be shining with divine light as he looked down and shouted sternly, "Fellow true gods, which one of you isn't the overlord of a region? You control a region and command tens of thousands of saints. Could it be that you're going to be intimidated by this brat today?" The fifth prince's voice awakened the various true gods, and his words were filled with absolute boldness and confidence. The divine nation's emperor's heart technique could impart absolute boldness to the people, allowing them to rule the world for thousands of years. It was also applicable to the true gods, and could increase their confidence and fighting spirit. Chapter 1883. Almost instantly, the fifth prince used his God Nation technique and stabilized the chaotic situation caused by Lin Chen. Shang Guanyun went to the imperial mausoleum in the First Realm Sea. She must know the secret of my God Nation. No matter what happens to her today, I will take her down. A cold glint flashed across the fifth prince's eyes. On the surface, he seemed to be lusting after Shang Guanyun's beauty and ambushing the Shangguan residents. In reality, he was indeed lusting after her body. At the same time, he could dig out the secret of the God Nation's ancestors from her. The fifth prince said coldly, "Hold these two women back. Leave this guy to my men." 4 true gods flashed past and surrounded the Shangguan sisters. The fifth prince held the God Nation imperial jade seal and slammed it into the sky. Buzz. Boom. Boom. The 5-colored divine light that erupted from his palm was entwined with layers of dragon chi. It turned into a dragon and soared into the sky, breaking through the blood fog. The fifth prince smiled evilly. "Everyone, I have already sent the message. According to the agreement, there will be 5 teams from the divine sects here to help you. Attack to your heart's content and take down the Shangguan residents. As long as you drag it out, suppressing them is only a matter of time." The expressions of the Shangguan residents' people change. Shang Guanyun, who had always been calm and steady, frowned. She didn't expect the fifth prince of the Taichu divine kingdom to go to this extent, colluding with both internal and external forces to arrange her Shangguan residents to such a state. What was his intention? Once they were surrounded by more teams from the divine sects, even if Lin Chen had the ability to fight, however, after the 5-colored dragon chi broke and soared into the sky, the surroundings were completely silent. The teams from the divine sects were bewildered. Where were they? Where were the reinforcements? Why was there no movement at all? There wasn't even a reply box. The fifth prince's gaze gradually turned serious as a sense of danger arose in his heart. His spy, Shang Guanying, stood behind Lin Chen and didn't dare to act rashly. "What's going on? I left enough marks for them. Even if the blood fog of Blood Fox Mountain blocks their senses, It should be easy for them to find this place. The fifth prince's expression became more and more horrified. He discovered that the reinforcements and partners that he had originally set up were all missing. His message was like a stone sinking into the ocean. The Shangguan sisters involuntarily looked at the silver-robed figure behind them. He was calm and collected, and there was a cynical smile on his face. Shangguan Yun asked in surprise, "Could it be you?" She inexplicably recalled the white light that shot out when Lin Chen entered Bloodfox Mountain. The four true gods unconsciously froze in midair and did not engage in battle. Which of the true gods present wasn't a wily old fox? They were shrewd and calculative. If they didn't have any reinforcements in this battle, they would definitely have to pay a painful price if they fought this battle head-on. Cooperation was one thing, but they didn't plan to work for the Taichu Divine Kingdom. Lin Zun did not reply to Shangguan Yun. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and smiled mockingly at the fifth prince. "Go on, continue calling for people, don't stop." The fifth prince, who had been acting as if he was in control of the entire situation and the emperor of the theocracy, now had a ferocious look on his face. He glared at Chen Fan and scolded, "You brat, did you do this? What did you do?" He had prepared spatial coordinates for many Divine Sect teams in advance and found them by following the traces of his Divine Kingdom team. There was no problem at all in a short period of time, but now there wasn't even a response. Something had obviously happened. Lin Chen shrugged his shoulders and said in a relaxed manner, "Stop calling me Prince of the Divine Kingdom. Your people have been properly taken care of midway and placed properly. Those who can participate in the battle today are all of you." The fifth prince was moved. What was this guy's background? Did he have other forces protecting him? But the problem was, other than that crazy woman, who else could take down so many Divine Sect teams? It was impossible. The fifth prince cried out in shock, "How did you do it?" Lin Chen smiled playfully. "You're asking me how I did it? Because some people imitate my handsomeness and some imitate my appearance, but they can't imitate my show. This is the true reversal." Hearing that, his sister, Shangguan Qi, stared at Lin Chen as if she had seen a ghost. She had seen Lin Chen with the team the entire time. How did he stop the fifth prince's reinforcements? Moreover, how did he predict so many Divine Sect teams and which one was the fifth prince's reinforcements? Such a shocking feat that even gods couldn't predict or complete was actually done by a saint like him. He was simply a monster. Shangguan Yun's eyes became brighter and brighter, and a look of understanding appeared on her cold face. He hasn't made a move yet because he's stalling for time. This guy is playing a big game. I'm afraid he still has a backup plan. Shangguan Yun was getting more and more curious. How much more was he hiding? Almost as soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, kaboom! Bang! 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 The wind swept across the sky like a dragon, and the true god's expressions change. This aura belonged to the crazy woman of the Yu family. Was this crazy woman going to attack them? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, and his eyes lit up. He said excitedly, "Another one with a weapon." When the blood mist dissipated, a little girl in white stood beside a beautiful figure with a scabbard in her arms. Her blue dress fluttered like a sea of clouds, and a sword hung at her waist. She was beautiful, but the coldness in her eyes contained a murderous intent. She floated in the air and looked down. Her eyes shone with a terrifying sharpness that pierced through the void. She stared at Lin Chen in the Shangguan residence team and said word by word, "A month ago, you were the one who killed the Baolong King in the Baolong mountain range, right?" At this moment, the entire place was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The fifth prince, Lian Qingyu, and the other true gods were dumbfounded, as if their common sense had been overturned. Even the Shangguan sisters, when they turned their heads slightly to look at Lin Chen, their pretty faces were filled with disbelief and shock. Was he the one who killed the famous Tyrannosaurus King? A three-dimensional human who had just arrived in the divine world, and he was a 7th-level sage? Shangguan Yun had thought that this guy was different from the rest, but she had never thought that he would be so outstanding. How King ridiculous was this? Even the few Azura kings with exceptional talents who had risen up in the god realm back then weren't able to reach such a level. It was beyond common knowledge for a sage to challenge a true god. A sage killing a divine dragon? A three-dimensional human killing a four-dimensional divine dragon? He had never dreamt of such a ridiculous thing even in his wildest dreams. Challenging a true god and killing a true god were two completely different things. Lin Chen clicked his tongue in wonder. His eyesight is too strong. Indeed, the people in the divine world are not ordinary people. Clang! A dragon roar came out of the scabbard, and the lady in the blue dress released the godlike sword intent with her black sword. The wind and clouds changed, and countless rays of light were cut off. The blade was pointed at Lin Chen. "How dare you touch my prey? I'll take your life." Her oppressive aura was even stronger than Shangguan Yun's. The Shangguan sisters looked at Lin Chen at the same time. The elder sister, Shangguan Yun, said in a trembling voice, "You killed the Baolong king. Is this your peak?" A divine light flickered in his eyes. Lin Chen stared into Shangguan Yun's eyes and suddenly smiled. "You want to see my peak?" Chapter 1884. This kid killed King Rao Long. Although they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it was hard to convince themselves. But from the fact that he was able to fight against a true god at the 7th level sage realm, it was possible, but there was still a chance. The true gods of the various divine sects squinted their eyes. Even if this kid's background was terrifying, Yu Tianwei of the Yu family was even more terrifying. She was a famous madwoman, a battle maniac. Among those in the same realm, there were few geniuses in the Northern Territory that could suppress her. If she targeted Lin Chen, then this battle could still be fought. This kid must have a shocking secret on him. We must investigate his background. Before he entered, he even had remnants of the repulsive reaction. This proves that this kid isn't from the divine world. The ancient sects of the divine world had an unwritten rule. When the younger generation of true gods fought, the powers behind them couldn't easily interfere. As long as the younger generation of true gods settled their own matters, even if it was a life and death battle or a scheme, the sect behind them couldn't interfere. This was an unwritten rule set by many ancient giants to ensure the birth of the younger generation of the divine world's younger generation. The younger generation would fight with their own abilities. The winner would be the king, and the loser would be the bandit. If the older generation experts interfered with the younger generation's matters, then things wouldn't be so simple. If this kid was from the divine world, then they couldn't easily send out the powerful existences of the divine sect. But if he didn't have any power behind him, then they could mobilize all the power of the divine sects to suppress this kid. Any ancient sect in the divine world had a terrifying background. If they were to target a single person, then it wasn't something a single person could contend against. Especially when there wasn't just one true god with such thoughts. They weren't just eyeing the 5th prince's reward and the blood pool quota, but also Lin Chen's secret. What a joke. Just the 140 saint points were enough to shock the world. At most, they could just snatch him and sell him to the 9th realm sea. There were plenty of ruthless people who could dig out his secret and sell it for a sky-high price. Clang. Yu Tianwei drew his sword. With a flick of his sword, the sword's speed was extremely fast. Azure sword chi crisscrossed, condensed god power, and slashed down at Lin Chen. Shangguan Yun's figure flashed, and her hand pulled horizontally. A spiral-shaped divine barrier condensed and spun in the shape of a fan. It crushed apart side by side, repelled the sword light, and surged away. Bang! 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 Shangguan Yun took 5 steps back. Every step she took caused the ground to collapse and the air to surge. When she regained her footing, her expression was solemn. The gods are targeting him. This time, the Shangguan family can only give up on the Bloodfox Mountain blood pool. In this case, it's impossible to stay here. Shangguan Yun seemed to have seen through the intentions of all the true gods present. Just as she was about to persuade Lin Chen to retreat in a flicker, Lin Chen appeared in front of the two sisters, facing Yu Tianwei. Shang Guanqi hurriedly said, "Don't tell me you want to fight with her. This woman is a 2nd-level true god realm and even has a divine artifact assisting in battle. It's impossible for you to have any chances of winning." Lin Chen's gaze turned and looked at the sword in Yu Tianwei's hand. Without a doubt, that black sword was a genuine divine artifact. There was a huge difference between a quasi-divine artifact and a divine artifact. A quasi-divine artifact was just a piece of equipment made by a blacksmith with a trace of divinity. There was a huge difference between a quasi-divine artifact and a divine artifact. The difference between a quasi-divine artifact and a divine artifact was even greater than that between a quasi-god and a true god. So what if it's a divine artifact? What I want is a divine artifact. Lin Chen grinned. He slowly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Boom, boom, boom. A gust of wind swept across, and the sky was filled with clouds and blood-red light, appearing out of thin air. Phantom divine light stepped out of the blood-red clouds and shadows. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. 1, 3, 6. 6 Lin Chens. Their aura, appearance, and saint power were exactly the same. Shangguan Qi's beautiful eyes trembled. This is a clone technique. Could it be that the fifth prince's people are gone like this? The timing is just right, Lin Chen said with a smile. The next stop for everyone present today is the road to the underworld. Boom tilde. All the phantom doppelgangers burst out with earth-shattering power. The rolling saint power was like thousands of dragons covering the sky. Each doppelganger released the saint power of 140 saint points, suppressing eternity and comparable to a true god. Damn you, are you still a human? There are still 6 saints with 140 saint points. There's such a thing. Which one is the real body? This is the first time I've seen such a strange clone technique in my life. The phantom doppelganger used its movement technique and stepped on the clouds. Its body soared into the heavenly light as it charged at the teams of the various divine sects. The combat power of each of Lin Chen's doppelgangers was around the middle of the first level of true god, but with the instant light split shadow talent, they could burst out the combat power of the first level of perfection. The situation of the battle changed drastically. Even the traitor of the Shangguan family, Shangguan Ying, joined the battle to protect the fifth prince. Lin Chen's 6 doppelgangers had the upper hand throughout the battle. When Shangguan Qi saw the sudden change in the battle, her beautiful eyes trembled. She said with a trembling voice, "Sister, what is that technique? Is there such a monstrous technique in the world sea?" Shangguan Yun exclaimed, "No, it's unheard of in the world sea. To be able to use 5 different types of power from one high-level technique, if it's used on top orange-grade techniques or even laws, the power is unimaginable." The instant light split shadow talent was one of the few orange-grade talents that Lin Chen could still use after entering the divine realm. One technique was divided into 5 moves. When he used them, even the Shangguan sisters were shocked. Shangguan Yun seemed to see the unlimited potential in Lin Chen. She stared at Lin Chen and transmitted her voice. "Lin Chen, you mean?" Lin Chen raised his hand and made a throat-slitting action. He smiled innocently and said, "Kill them all." Shangguan Yun's red lips opened slightly. This Lin Chen was really daring. The forces and sects present were all famous figures. Without a backer, provoking all of them was equivalent to courting death. Lin Chen could guess the thoughts of these true divinities. Even if he let them go, he would still be targeted. Rather than waiting for others to find him, he might as well take the initiative and gain the upper hand. Shangguan Qi said worriedly, "Take down all 5 divine sects teams." "Isn't this too arrogant?" Lin Chen asked curiously. "Arrogant? Is this very arrogant?" Shangguan Qi said seriously, "You're too arrogant. Especially the Taichu Divine Kingdom and the Lian family, they have a strong foundation and many powerful true gods. If you kill them here, you will definitely attract the attention of the Divine Kingdom's divination masters and lock onto you. You won't be able to escape the pursuit of the Divine Kingdom." Lin Chen came to a realization and said, "Oh, I see, then I'll be more arrogant. After killing them, I won't have to wait for the Divine Kingdom to find me. I'll go find them." Shangguan Qi, this Lin Chen. Is his brain not working well? "Are you done talking?" A cold voice sounded. Yu Tianwei sneered, "Is that all you have?" It was true that Lin Chen's display of power was shocking. But to Yu Tianwei, he was still unable to escape from her palm. Her strength alone was enough to wipe out all the divine sect's teams. Seeing this, Shangguan Yun wanted to go forward and fight side by side with Lin Chen, but he stopped Shangguan Yun and stepped into the air alone with a smile. "Don't worry, I won't be polite to women in any sense. I'll give you a surprise. God Slayer, come. Boom tilde tilde. The mountains and rivers changed colors, and the wind and clouds reverse. 9-colored holy light soared into the sky like an auspicious dragon. A golden talisman bloomed above his head, releasing the domineering aura of a true god. Yu Tianwei's expression suddenly changed. Everything since stepping into the divine realm is just a warm-up. Lin Chen's silver robe fluttered with the support of endless divine light, and he laughed with a domineering aura. From now on, I'll go all the way. Chapter 1885. On Bloodfox Mountain, a group of quasi-gods was stripped clean. They were all beaten to the ground, covered in blood. They were in so much pain that they sucked in cold breaths and circulated their colorful saint power to heal their injuries. Damn it, what kind of saint is this? He blocked all of us alone and made it difficult for us to advance. What happened? Why are you all lying down? At that time, he rushed up with a bang. He was so fast. He shot me with an orange tear arrow technique. Damn it, even if we don't help the Taichu Divine Kingdom today, we have to get back at them. How can a mere saint be so arrogant? The bright deity sect's true god was seething with anger. His divine power was like a hurricane sweeping through the world, dispersing the faint blood mist. His divine might was completely enraged. With a wave of his hand, he led his team to continue charging towards the higher parts of Bloodfox Mountain. Host has activated Orange Tier active talent, God Slayer. Consumed 180,000 Saint Tier talent points. Those who are hostile to the host, 12 true gods, 75 quasi-gods, reincarnation sacred stage. Overall increase in strength, 12,091 times, including pure strength, essence spirit, and sacred power cultivation. Cooldown time, 7 days. Boom tilde. The mountains and rivers changed colors, and heaven and earth prostrated. In the entire Bloodfox Mountain, those who were hostile to Lin Chen had all turned into his strength. Endless battle intent soared into the sky with Lin Chen as the center, releasing the battle intent to suppress the gods. When the orange light disappeared, the surging red clouds swam like clouds and dragons. They instantly appeared from the golden talisman above his head and continuously enhanced Lin Chen's body. His pure strength soared all the way to 300 million supremacy power. The 9-colored aurora swirled around his saint points, and 159 hexagonal stars were released from Lin Chen's body. Late-stage Heaven Opening Realm. Lin Chen's enhancement this time allowed him to temporarily gain 19 saint points and break through to the late-stage Heaven Opening Realm. Especially Lin Chen's Essence Spirit state. After breaking through to the perfected Essence Spirit realm with the help of the God Slayer, he vaguely sensed a brand new world. His Essence Spirit could sense an azure path of starlight that led to the 3,000 great Taos and extended to the endless sky. It was as if there was a brand new world there. Divine Soul Realm, the spiritual realm, the primal divinity realm, and the realm above the primal divinity realm. Only a very small number of deities were able to enter the divine soul realm. This is the state of the soul that one can see after attaining the perfected primordial soul stage. It's said that the strength of the divine soul can rival the great Tao laws. Even if you encounter a true god whose words follow the law, you can also contend as equals. When Lin Chen opened his eyes, the vault of heaven trembled. His aura swept out for 3,000 feet, and streams of explosive air currents split open like dragons. Shangguan Qi's eyes narrowed as she thought to herself, his saint power has suddenly soared by more than a few times. What a terrifying killing move. What kind of three-dimensional universe could give birth to such a monster? Lin Chen raised his hand and said indifferently, "Don't let them escape. Leave this woman to me." Shangguan Yun and Shangguan Qi looked at each other and retreated to the side. Yu Tianwei sneered, trying to mystify things. "You don't know what you're talking about. The dragon core of the Tyrannosaurus King is extremely rare. Since you are so stubborn, I can sense its energy in your body. Then, I will dissect you and take it out of your body." She turned her slender hand, and the sword handle spun. She held the sword and swept it across the sky. Kai tilde. Dang. 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 Countless spiraling sword lights swept over like sharp scissors, and instantly covered all of Lin Chen's escape routes. Lin Chen raised his hand, and his saint power condensed into a spear. He stabbed continuously, and the tip of the spear shot out like a dragon. Thousands of thunderbolts exploded in the sky and pierced through the sword-light storm. Divine waves. Yu Tianwei took a step forward, and a sea of blue waves swept out under her feet. When the huge waves rolled, her figure disappeared like a ghost. Cloud shadow, heavenly light. Lin Chen's figure slanted, and his body turned into countless blood shadows and disperse. The little girl in white holding the scabbard said in surprise, "This brat can actually keep up with senior sister's divine waves movement technique." In the afterimage of the azure brilliance overflowing from it, it fought with the blood-red cloud shadow. Lin Chen held the spear in his hand and continuously stabbed, swept, and smashed. His attacks became more and more violent, and he was not afraid of his opponent at all. Bang! 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 Countless lightning bolts and thunderbolts swam like giant pythons. The sword marks shattered and were annihilated. It was as if everything had fallen and scattered with a blow. The sky full of sword lights fell. In the curved world, the two of them were facing each other with equal harshness. Yu Tianwei stared at him. Body refinement strength comparable to the late stage of the first tier of the divine realm, and saint power equivalent to the second tier of the divine realm? And his reaction speed, he can actually keep up with me, a perfected essence soul cultivator. Lin Chen's spear technique was tricky. After shaking off his opponent's divine sword, he laughed mockingly and said, "You're not the only perfected essence soul cultivator. Why are you shouting so arrogantly? Are you a sore loser? Shut up." Yu Tianwei shouted coldly, and the tip of her sword turned. Clang! The sound of the sword rang out, and Yu Tianwei's sword aura became stronger. She, who was arrogant, found it hard to accept. How could he be on par with a saint? What a joke! Lian Qingyu looked as if he had seen a ghost. He looked at the battle circle where Lin Chen's main body was in shock. Damn it, what kind of monster is that? He was already having a hard time dealing with his opponent's doppelganger, yet his opponent's main body was actually able to surpass him. A saint challenging a second tier of the divine realm? This was 2F** king ridiculous. The most demonic thing was that this guy seemed to be a three-dimensional human, right? Even Lian Qingyu had never heard of such a ridiculous cross-level challenge in the Star Continent. This actually happened to a three-dimensional human? The fifth prince of the Taichu Divine Kingdom was even more stunned. The Divine Kingdom's ancestor challenged a first-tier true god with his peerless talent back then. He was already known as an unprecedented genius in the history of the Divine Kingdom. The fifth prince, who was fighting with the clone, said with a trembling voice, "This guy's cultivation isn't even a sage king, but he can challenge a second-tier divine realm expert? Is there still law? Is there still justice?" The 9 levels of the heaven-opening realm of the saints were directly proportional to the saint power obtained by opening the saint acupoint after accumulating the foundation of their cultivation. The saint's own tempering and accumulation would increase the saint power obtained by helping the saint break through to the heaven-opening realm. During the battle at the sacred boundary, Lin Chen had yet to reach the perfected star-receiving realm. At that time, he had temporarily broken through as a God Slayer, and a heaven-opening realm saint acupoint could only increase his saint power by 6 million venerable. Now, with Lin Chen's foundation, he had temporarily stepped into the late stage of the heaven-opening realm, and a saint acupoint could increase his saint power by 120 million venerable. The total foundation of the Saint Heart Realm Saint Acupoints doubled without the enhancement of the cultivation method, and with 9 heaven-opening realm Saint Acupoints, the current Lin Chen could unleash more than 1.6 billion venerables with just his saint power alone. This kind of combat power surpassed an ordinary early-stage second-tier divine realm expert. Kai. Clang. Yu Tianwei's sword slashed down violently, and Lin Chen's battle spear formed by saint power instantly broke. Lin Chen's palm was bleeding. When he dodged the attack, he retreated step by step. After a while, he was at a disadvantage. Even with the instant light-split shadow talent, Lin Chen still couldn't win. Yu Tianwei was not an ordinary second-tier divine realm expert. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at her black sword. "It's really a divine artifact." A true god with a divine artifact and a true god without a divine artifact are two completely different concepts. This woman is even stronger than the sword god I killed back then. Chapter 1886. Artifacts were divided into 9 levels. Level 8 was Sage, and Level 9 was God. Possessing a Level 9 divine artifact was equivalent to having God's help. A true god wielding a divine artifact was like adding wings to a tiger. Back then, Bai Ruoyan was only a reincarnation sage, but she could use the eternal sacred fire to control the Heaven's Tower and even fight with a God-realm demon emperor. It was clear how terrifying the enhancement of a divine artifact was. Although Bai Ruoyan could wield a divine artifact, she was not its owner. In addition, her cultivation was not as high as Yu Tianwei's, and the terrifying enhancement brought by the divine sword was far from her. It was not that the Heaven's Tower was inferior to Yu Tianwei's black divine sword, but Bai Ruoyan's cultivation was insufficient. In addition, she was not the owner of the Heaven's Tower and could not unleash much of the divine artifact's power. A level 9 divine artifact was extremely rare even in the divine world. Ordinary true gods might not be qualified to own a complete divine artifact. Using god power to wield a divine artifact, the difference in power unleashed was like heaven and earth. It was incomparable. Yu Tianwei cut Lin Chen's battle spear in half. Her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent, and her sword flashed wildly. Enough! As she coldly declared, a powerful and domineering sword intent was released continuously, cutting through the void and crushing everything around her. She was holding a divine sword, but she could not take down a sage. If this were to spread back to her family, it would be a great humiliation. Her reputation would probably plummet, and she would be nailed to the pillar of shame. On the black sword, a terrifying sword intent with faint flickering flames faintly filled the air. The sword's edge was mixed with a sharpness that could cut through the sky. It was as if absolute laws of nature were gathered on the tip of the sword. At this moment, all the true gods present were shocked. Shang Guanqi's face turned pale, and she said in shock, "Could it be? This pressure could not be wrong." It was enough to cause the majority of true divinities to tremble in fear. Shang Guanyun suddenly shouted coldly, "Lin Chen, run! Don't be affected by her sword." Lin Chen's eyes focus. That sword seemed to have a life of its own. It was brewing an unprecedented sword. This sword would be a peerless sword that Lin Chen had never experienced or seen before in the three-dimensional universe. Boom! Space trembled, and the curved four-dimensional world collapsed in an instant. The sword intent converged into a line, and the sword light pointed straight at Lin Chen. This sword strike was extraordinary and indestructible through the ages. What sword god, sword extinction? It wasn't even 1% of the profundity of this sword. It faintly contained the truth of the sword Dao, the heavenly might of the sword Dao, and the divine punishment of the sword Dao. A streak of white light cut through the heavens and the earth like a rainbow and descended before Lin Chen. With an aura that could destroy everything, it directly shook the area of his holy power. In that split second, Lin Chen's intuition told him that he had to retreat. Even if he were to use the Godslayer status, he would still die if he were to take this attack head-on. "However, you want me to back off?" Lin Chen's anger soared to the heavens, his battle intent sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earth. Practically like a bolt of lightning, Lin Chen's right arm was covered in boundless and dazzling divine radiance, and then a golden light flashed as he swiftly swung his fist forward. Wang, wang, wang. The space cracked inch by inch, and the twisted four-dimensional space collapsed instantly as if it had been twisted into a ball of dough. A beam of divine light soared into the sky. Boom tilde. Bang. The sky above Blood Fox Mountain shook instantly as if it had exploded. The terrifying airwaves destroyed countless towering trees, and the earth veins cracked one after another. The python-like cracks spread all the way, and the layer of air on the surface of the earth seemed to have been lifted off and exploded. Everyone only saw a streak of white light flashing from the black sword. The whole world seemed to have exploded, and everything was shattered and withered. Damn it, is that really a killing move that a sage can use? What on earth did he do? This old man can feel an extraordinary divine power descending. What a monster. That's a sword of laws that can kill a second-tier divine realm warrior. All the deities were horrified. Lian Qingyu's voice trembled as he said, "I can't be wrong. That sword attack is definitely a great Dao law, and it's the famous sword law." When he entered Bloodfox Mountain, he had always looked down on the 7th-tier saint realm, but he had overturned his understanding again and again. Yu Tianwei, that crazy woman, had used the divine sword to activate a wisp of the sword law, one of the 3,000 great Daos. Wherever the sharpness pointed, it would be the pinnacle of the sword. Only Shangguan Yun, who had the highest cultivation level present, was dumbfounded when she saw that scene. Was it my imagination? Shangguan Yun muttered to herself, and a trace of disbelief appeared on her cold and beautiful face. The moment Lin Chen punched, she vaguely saw the figure of a golden god of war flash past. At that moment, Shangguan Yun's first thought was only one word: invincible. Truly invincible. As the smoke spread, all the true gods sent out a wisp of their essence spirits to observe the situation. They saw Lin Chen's silver robe fluttering in the wind amidst the twisting airflow vortex, and a red glow rose around him. A faint red glow and dragon aura circulated around his body, forming an absolute defense, and he was not damaged at all. As for Yu Tianwei on the other side, even his figure had disappeared. Her pitch-black divine sword fell into the void, and there was still a broken arm holding onto the sword hilt. The divine sword was covered in cracks, and its light was dim. It had lost all its spirit, and it was like a precious jade that was about to shatter. It was a ghastly sight. Phew, this punch destroyed the set essence that I collected with great difficulty from the foot of the mountain. However, the harvest this time is worth the huge expenditure. Lin Chen leaped into the air, and in front of all the true gods present, he stomped his foot down. Crack! Bang! Lin Chen's foot crushed the divine sword that was on the verge of shattering, turning it into a pile of fragments and attribute light balls. Intermediate set essence, 20 million points, set essence, 92 million points, set essence, 49. 99 million points. Lin Chen's attribute points skyrocketed. Hiss! At that moment, all the Archaean sect members' mouths trembled, and their eyelids twitched. Was he still human? With one move, he had broken the arm of Yu Tianwei, who was known as the Battle Maniac. He had taken a peerless sword move that contained a wisp of the sword law head-on. He had even shattered the legendary Stage 9 divine sword. This isn't good. Retreat. Damn it, how could such a monster be born in the three-dimensional universe? An ancient powerhouse. He's definitely a monster from an ancient powerhouse. No, he might even be a level higher than that. Damn it, I don't want this lousy slot anymore. Leaving is the best plan. Just as the Shangguan sisters were shocked, the other true gods saw that the situation was not good and began to retreat with their ultimate technique. However, this was Bloodfox Mountain, and the blood fog was thick. Their perception range was limited, and they did not dare to fly over the mountain peak. Once they entered the center of the blood fog, it would be difficult for them to escape. Lin Chen's clone was like a maggot attached to a bone, chasing all the true gods relentlessly. Lin Chen turned his gaze and sneered. You want to leave after showing off? It's too late. Almost as soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, the dragon aura in his body suddenly rushed out and materialized. Dragon, come. Boom. Boom. The dragon aura shook the sky, and pale green dragon claws tore through the blood fog. A divine dragon shining with golden light descended. At that moment, all the true gods locked onto by the pair of yin-yang dragon eyes felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The coldness was bone-piercing, and their scalps were numb. Chapter 1887. Draconic might rolled and destroyed the heavens and earth, while the primordial divine dragon suppressed the eight desolate. Its dragon scales were dark green, and red clouds swirled around its body. It had 4 limbs and sharp claws. It had the head of a chileen and the tail of a carp. It had a long beard and dark green horns. When the golden cloud swirled around its body, it faintly emitted a dark green brilliance that absorbed time and space. Every pale green dragon scale on the divine dragon's body showed the dragon race's civilization of the past. It was as if an ancient dragon race relic had descended. The dragon head with a long beard breathed out a golden storm, and its dragon eyes emitted a light that could pierce through gold and stone. Could this be The legendary ancient dragon of the dragon race, the primordial dragon? Shangguan Qi exclaimed in shock as if she had been struck by lightning. In just half a day, what she had seen today had overturned everything she knew. Shangguan Yun stared at the huge dragon body in the void and said in a trembling voice, "No. It's not that simple. The dragon tail has a faint blue, indestructible dragon aura, and the yin-yang dragon eyes. This is a divine dragon with multiple bloodlines." All the true gods who were stared at by that pair of yin-yang dragon eyes felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Lian Qingyu couldn't help but curse. F***CK. Are you a F***King human? The fifth prince was dumbfounded. A divine dragon as a companion? You brat, just where did you come from? What's your goal? Lin Chen laughed mockingly. Where did I come from? Lin Chen raised his hand and pointed his middle finger at the sky. My goal is to cross over to the divine world in the future. I'll let you know who the toughest man is. Rumble tilde. The divine dragon under his feet let out a long roar, and the mountains and rivers shook. The dragon's aura turned into a huge ocean that covered the 9 heavens and 10 lands, binding up many water prisons. Endless waves rolled over Bloodfox Mountain and became the torture devices of the prisons, blocking everyone's escape route. The 5 extreme heavenly prisons covered a part of the Bloodfox Mountain. Whether it was a reincarnation sage or a quasi-god, they were all trapped. Shangguan Qi exclaimed. This divine dragon is almost comparable to a second-stage true god. The overflowing aura also contains the aura of the exploding Dragon King's divine dragon core. After refining the blood essence attributes of the devil monarch, true god, an explosive dragon mountain range, Lin Chen's divine dragon forcefully broke through the 11th divine dragon vein and became a super divine dragon that was equivalent to the second stage of the divine realm. Lin Chen stood on the mystical dragon, clenching his fists and smiling. What do you mean by surprise? Everyone, please translate for the translator. What is a surprise? I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't use it. Now you want to run away? Do you really think you're here to manage a brothel? Are you trying to leave with your pants up? Lin Chen's mocking laughter was like the whispers of a demon, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. The true gods' hearts were in turmoil, and their intestines were green with regret. This Lin Chen, he had hidden his true strength too well. This was more than just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. This brat was simply a mantis shrimp eating an elephant. When all the divine sect teams attacked him, he didn't plan on letting anyone go. Shangguan Yun looked at Lin Chen. It was too shocking. Was this really a human that came from the third dimension? It was already ridiculous for a sage to challenge a deity alone. He even destroyed a divine sword. He even forced back that battle maniac Yu Tianwei. He even had 6 doppelgangers of the same level as his main body and a super divine dragon with endless potential. The most terrifying thing was still that war god's phantom. That punch that could overturn the universe had actually shattered a strand of sword lore. Just how many trump cards did he have? She couldn't see through him. Even though Shangguan Yun had experienced a battle in the Realm Sea, she couldn't see through him at all. If she hadn't personally seen Lin Chen fainting due to the rejection of the dimension, it would be hard for her to believe that this was a battle that a third-dimension human could achieve. I'm not going to wait for my death here. The black-armored true god swung his axe, abandoning everyone in the team. His body burned with a bloody light, and his blood essence burst forth, instantly turning into a bloody light that tore through the void. The giant axe in the extreme heavenly prison instantly slashed down, intercepting the black-armored true god and splitting his divine body apart. Lin Chen stepped on a cloud and entered the chaotic battle, completely blocking their escape route. He slammed his 9 absolutes heaven-burning palm, and a fire dragon roared as it crashed into the black-armored true god, smashing him into countless attribute light balls. Rumble tilde. A hurricane swept across. The moment the black-armored true god died, the opportunity of death shrouded every true god. Lin Chen's gaze turned, and when he looked at Lian Qingyu, the latter's 5 limbs trembled, and his scalp went numb. Lian Qingyu, don't come over. Rumble tilde. There was a tremor, and another team appeared. It was the Bright God clan that had just arrived. Damn it, that little brat from the Dark Horse organization, come out to die. Hey! Before the true god leader of the Bright God clan finished speaking, he was instantly dumbfounded when he saw the azure divine dragon dancing in the sky, especially the few black-robed masked men beside it. They were the enemies that had attacked them. Lin Chen, eh? Why do I feel like someone is saying that I'm handsome behind my back? The Bright God clan true god. Goodbye. When the Bright God clan team left quietly, a voice transmission that shook the clouds came from the peak of Blood Fox Mountain. All the spots for today's Blood Fox Mountain blood pool are reserved by the Dark Horse organization. Trespassers will be treated as rat tail juice. When the Bright God clan team heard this, their mouths twitched violently. Damn it, reserved. Be a human. In a certain continent in the divine realm, thousands of layers of snow piled up like mountains and rivers, beautiful and magnificent. At the peak of the snow mountain, a snowbone divine lotus bloomed slightly, exuding jade-green energy. It circled around and was refined into the body of a youth in white on the lotus. Next to the youth was an extremely beautiful sword. The body of the sword was like jade, and it constantly grew 5-colored clouds that wrapped around the blade. A faint 9-colored divine light flickered on the body of the sword, and it was especially mysterious. Hey! Suddenly, the youth in white opened his eyes, and his golden pupils emitted a dazzling divine light. The youth in white looked in a certain direction and muttered to himself. The divine might that flashed by was incomparably fierce, domineering and invincible. Could it be him? The youth in white's lips curled into a cold smile. Back then, in order to search for the Scarlet God Sash, I stayed in the lower realm for a long time and forcefully lowered my dimension to become a 3-dimensional human. This gave this fellow an opportunity to meet me. I didn't expect that he would actually head to the divine realm and deliver the Scarlet God Sash to me. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 5-colored sword trembled slightly as if it sensed something. The youth in white looked at his sword and smiled casually. Do you think the same? Boom. The clouds spun into a whirlpool, and a voice transmission came from the sky. Xing Chen, why did you wake up? Just a small matter. Don't be distracted. You are now at the peak of the reincarnation sacred stage. Focus on your cultivation. I will personally stimulate a small portion of your divine blood. Borrowing the power of the divine lotus, I will help you cross multiple quasi-god stages in one go and become a god. Yes. The youth in white entered a state of cultivation again, and his golden pupils exuded a power that could destroy the world. If 4-dimensional beings wanted to stay in the 3rd dimension for a long time, they would have to forcefully lower their dimension and integrate into the 3rd dimension. For example, the Wuji old man would be discovered and even attacked by the 3-dimensional human race. The youth in white had done something similar before. He had even fought with Lin Chen. This person was Lin Xingchen, the man who was called the #1 genius in the divine realm in the prophecy. Chapter 1888. A large number of elemental light balls floated above the Blood Fox Mountain. Lin Chen stepped into the air and looked at one of the extreme heavenly prison that was torn open. He clicked his tongue in wonder. As expected of the prince of the Taichu divine kingdom. He does have some trump cards. He self-detonated his subordinates and used the divine kingdom imperial jade seal to escape with his bloodline secret technique after I destroyed it. Shangguan Ying, the spy in the Shangguan family, was ordered to self-detonate by the 5th prince to cover his escape. In the end, he tore open a crack in the extreme heavenly prison and escaped. This was something that Lin Chen did not expect. After all, the divine world was still full of experts and had a strong foundation. Shangguan Yun's expression was particularly serious. That's right, the Taichu divine kingdom would definitely know about Lin Chen after the 5th prince escape. A 7th-level saint with so many secrets, and most importantly, he did not have a powerful background. It would be difficult for him not to be arranged. What he had to face next was unimaginable. However, when Shangguan Yun looked at Lin Chen, he was completely nonchalant and did not seem to care at all. Shangguan Yun pondered for a moment and said, "Aren't you afraid? You should know very well what kind of people you will provoke after he escapes." Lin Chen shrugged and said, "Because I don't want to pretend anymore. I've laid my cards on the table. It's not that they're too strong, it's just that Brother Chen doesn't want to play anymore." Shangguan Yun was stunned. Your purpose is, Lin Chen smiled. Dominating the world. I came to the fourth dimension to overturn the divine world. Shangguan Yun looked at him in a daze, unable to calm down for a long time. Lin Chen looked at the fourth extreme prison, heavenly prison. At this moment, there was only one person left in the extreme prison, heavenly prison. Don't kill me. Lian Qingyu was suppressed by the extreme prison, heavenly prison, and quickly begged for mercy. He looked at Shangguan Qi as if he was asking for help. Lin Chen stepped into the air and looked at Shangguan Qi playfully. He said indifferently, Miss Shangguan Qi, how is it? Do you have an explanation? Shangguan Qi clenched her teeth and said, why are you asking me? Lin Chen smiled and said, aren't you having an affair with him? Just now when your sister was talking about her fiancé, you were as anxious as a rabbit in heat. Shangguan Qi was so angry that her neck turned red. What did he mean by a rabbit that was discovered after being in heat? Shangguan Qi glanced at Lian Qingyu. Lian Qingyu hurriedly said, Qi, for the sake of our friendship, please talk to Lin Chen. No, please talk to Boss Lin Chen and ask him to give us a way out. The Lian family will definitely be grateful to the Shangguan family and repay their kindness. Lian Qingyu's eyes were filled with killing intent. He had even decided that as long as he could escape, he would report Lin Chen's whereabouts to all the higher-ups of the Lian clan. A 7th-level saint fighting against a divine realm expert, which was equivalent to a clone of the main body, and shaking a wisp of sword Dao law with a saint realm expert. If any of these terrifying battle records were to be reported, it would be enough for the Lian clan or even the big shots of the Lian clan to take action. Lin Chen laughed mockingly. Oh, you two even have a friendship? What kind of friendship? I, Lin Chen, am the best at making friends with people. Shang Guanqi had indeed looked forward to Lian Qingyu, but when she thought of what he had done just now, she still said for the sake of the Shangguan family, Lin Chen, can you spare him? Lian Qingyu was overjoyed to hear that. Lin Chen nodded and smiled very innocently. No. Lian Qingyu. Lin Chen, you mother ***, boom tilde. A dragon claw crushed down, and a large area of space and time stagnated. Lian Qingyu was crushed into a cloud of blood mist. Lin Chen clicked his tongue in wonder. I didn't expect that the dragon claw of the Archean dragon could even stop the curved space and time of the four-dimensional universe. With a sudden claw, your head will explode. Shang Guanqi, Shang Guanyun. Lin Chen even had doubts about their doubts. What's wrong? What happened? Even Shangguan Yun's mouth couldn't help but twitch. She didn't understand what Lin Chen was doing. Didn't you say you spared him? Why are you still? Lin Chen said in all seriousness, that's right, it was your sister who spared him. But what does it have to do with me? I just want to kill him. Shang Guanqi. No, since you insist on killing him, then why did you ask? Shang Guanyun's beautiful eyes turned. She seemed to understand what Lin Chen meant. It was as if he was telling them that he, Lin Chen, didn't need to watch the Shangguan family do things. Judging from the trump cards he showed today, and with his divine dragon by his side, even if they didn't save Lin Chen that day at the blasted Dragon King mountain range, those true gods probably couldn't threaten his life. The two sisters were not important to him at all. What savior? It was all just a polite greeting. Lin Chen activated his doppelganger and used his movement technique to move around and collect all the elemental light balls. This time, the battle was fruitful. It was a bountiful harvest. Lin Chen destroyed a bunch of 9th-grade sacred artifacts and quasi-divine artifacts, and killed all the teams from the Archaean Sec. Even if he used the God Slayer talent, it was still worth it. Host has received 200 billion high-tier sacred essence, 120 billion high-tier sacred health points, 100,000 high-tier sacred spiritual energy, 10,000 sacred talent points, 50,000 high-tier strengthening points. Host has opened a special attribute treasure chest. Received 10 million high-tier sacred heavenly axiom points. Host has opened a special attribute treasure chest. Received 200 million mid-tier set essence. Host has opened a top-tier talent treasure chest. Received permanent top-tier orange-grade talent fragment, ultimate heaven-defying, 5/6. When Lin Chen scanned the battlefield, his harvest was exploding. His set essence began to fly all the way. The snowball had begun to roll. Based on Lin Chen's current cultivation, although the attributes dropped from killing a first-stage true god were abundant, there were very few top-tier attribute treasure chests. However, Yu Tianwei's broken arm had even dropped an ultimate heaven-defying talent fragment. The greater the difference between the host's cultivation and the enemy's cultivation, the more insane the attributes dropped. The most important thing in today's battle is that I personally experienced the sword with the Great Dao Law. According to Shangguan Yun, it wasn't even a complete Sword Dao Law, but just a strand of Sword Dao Law. Just a strand of Sword Dao Law was enough to instantly kill most second-stage Divine Realm experts. Perhaps even third-stage Divine Realm experts wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. His current cultivation was still insufficient. Facing the power of the Great Dao Law, Lin Chen could only use the Godhead and his strongest killing move, the Golden Battle God Set. Just now, Lin Chen had to use the Battle God Set's ultimate right arm to take that sword. What's that? Suddenly, Lin Chen was stunned. An attribute treasure chest shining with a green divine light was floating in the air. It was dropped by the black divine sword that Lin Chen had destroyed just now. Lin Chen had never seen an attribute treasure chest with a green divine light before. Could it be? His heart raced. When Lin Chen reached out to grab it, green light shone brightly and dazzlingly. When the green attribute treasure chest opened, a pair of green wings, like a dancing phoenix, spread out slightly and floated in front of Lin Chen. Congratulations, host. You've received a set component treasure chest. Upon opening, you'll receive King of Speed Ultimate Wind God Set Component, Wind God Wings. Lin Chen's mouth opened slightly. King of Speed Wind God Set. Chapter 1889. Lin Chen took the pair of green light wings. A faint wind swirled around them as they lay in Lin Chen's palm. The first feeling Lin Chen had when he took it was light. This pair of green light wings was as light as a feather. It was actually a part of the Wind God Set that was directly drop. It was not a production blueprint, but a finished product. The surprise came too suddenly. Lin Chen was ecstatic. This is what I call refreshing. Damn it, what was that at the sacred boundary? Forging and manufacturing at the drop of a hat, isn't it better to just drop it? I can wear it when it charges and wear it when I fight. This set, I feel great wearing it. King of Speed, Wind God Set Part, Wind God Wings. With a flap of the wings, you can move through 4 dimensions and cross planes. God Speed is the strongest, transcending dimensions. Current Wind God Wings charging, 0%. Note, the speed of the Extreme Wind God Set depends on the host's cultivation and charging value. The Wind God Wings that Lin Chen obtained could be used as long as he charged it with the set essence. Host transferred intermediate set essence. Gold War God Set charging. 1%, 2%. Lin Chen used 400 million points of intermediate set essence, and the War God Set was restored to 2%. 1% of the charge was already enough to sweep through the sacred boundary. How strong could 2% be? Not bad. After this battle, after the War God Set is 2% charged, there are still 300 million points of set essence left. As for the remaining set essence, Lin Chen planned to use it according to the situation. Lin Chen looked up. The blood fog on Bloodfox Mountain was getting thinner and thinner, and the blood pool's true appearance was gradually revealed. During the time when Lin Chen was collecting attribute light balls, no one dared to approach the blood pool of Bloodfox Mountain. Damn it, who would dare to go? When the remaining true gods approached the peak of the mountain, they more or less sensed the terrifying battle. Those who dared to plot against the Shangguan residents were all laid to rest. The grass on their graves was already 3 feet high. Although the blood pool was good, one had to be alive to enjoy it. Boom, boom, boom. The space trembled, and the blood pool of Bloodfox Mountain was officially opened. The boiling blood pool bubbled and emitted sharp cries of the god fox. It was as if a god fox was lying there. The closer one got to the blood pool, the stronger the god fox's aura and pressure. The people from the Shangguan residence walked to the side of the blood pool as if they were in a dream. Are we going to monopolize the blood pool of blood? This is too fake, only our Shangguan residents. There are over a dozen divine sect teams, but none of them dare to come up. Could this be the legendary outshining the others? Everyone from the Shangguan family looked at Lin Chen at the same time. He still had that frivolous look on his face, and his cultivation was still at the 7th level of the Saint realm. But at this moment, his image had undergone an earth-shattering change in everyone's eyes. This youth was a real monster, was a of a monster this of a person was a of the sky of god of blood. This was in the past. This was something that none of them had expected. Lin Chen put his hands behind his head. When he walked past, he smiled casually. What are you all in a daze for? It's more interesting to reserve the entire hot spring. Lin Chen is right. The late-stage quasi-god Shangguan Xiao cupped his hands respectfully. His eyes were filled with respect for Lin Chen. The Shangguan residents couldn't be blamed for looking down on Lin Chen. After all, there was no monster in the world that could defeat a true god at the sage stage. Moreover, he could defeat a group of them. Not to mention him, even his clone had the battle strength of a true god. A sage clone could defeat a true god. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, who would believe it? Even if they wrote a novel, they wouldn't dare to write it so blindly. Shangguan Yun looked at her sister and said indifferently, "You go in too. I've already received a similar energy baptism in the first realm C. The effect won't be great again. You still have a chance." Shangguan Qi said seriously, "Yes, sister. I won't let you down." Shangguan Yun nodded slightly. "It's fine as long as you're alive." Everyone began to enter the blood pool. In an instant, the blood pool emitted intense blood smoke. The people of the Shangguan residence didn't want to miss a single second. The blood-red hot pool was suffused with a dark red viscous energy. This was the residual energy after the blood of the godly fox was melted. It was condensed after absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. The deeper one went into the blood pool, the more vigorous the energy. However, if one's cultivation was not enough, if they forcefully entered the central region of the blood pool, they would only explode from the energy of the blood pool. Reincarnation sage stage cultivation was only at the periphery of the blood pool. Quasi-gods could enter the periphery of the central region. Only Lin Chen and Shangguan Qi could enter the central region. At the center of the blood pool, Lin Chen soaked in the blood pool and couldn't help but praise. "The temperature of this hot spring is really not bad. Hey, Miss Shangguan Qi, who would soak in a hot spring like you? Why are you wearing clothes? Come, let me help you take it off. I'm not only good at making friends with people, I'm also good at taking off people's clothes." "Ian, why are you running so fast? You're not fun at all. I'm the one who's at a disadvantage if you see me naked." After deliberately sending Shangguan Qi away, Lin Chen sat cross-legged in the blood pool. The pure energy of the godly fox blood pool kept flowing into Lin Chen's body. He activated his cultivation technique, and like an endless vortex, he crazily swallowed a huge amount of energy. As soon as he activated the Tai Sky technique, all of Lin Chen's saint acupoints were opened. He swallowed the endless energy of the blood pool and integrated it into his limbs and bones. Finally, it condensed in his saint acupoints. Boom tilde. Not only the energy of the blood pool, but terrifying saint power essence also emerged from between Lin Chen's eyebrows. It was like a fish dragon spreading and entering the hexagonal starlight around him. The starlight became even more dazzling. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The phantom divine light descended, and Lin Chen's 6 clones arrived. They activated their cultivation technique and absorbed the energy of the godly fox blood pool just like the main body. Shangguan Qi witnessed this scene from afar and opened her red lips slightly. Could it be that his clones can also cultivate with him? The main body could also grow while the clones cultivated. How monstrous was he? After killing so many true gods and quasi-gods, my attributes have reached a new height. I can use this godly fox blood pool to break through to Saint Stage 8, Sacred Heart. Lin Chen was fully immersed in cultivation. His clones were all activated, and it was equivalent to 7 Lin Chens cultivating. It was especially powerful. The energy of the godly fox blood pool and the high-grade saint essence were both refined at the same time. The 71st Saint acupoint in his heart began to glow with a radiance that could cover the stars and the moon. A hexagonal starlight bloomed in Lin Chen's heart, and brand new saint power surged in like a dragon. The Sacred Heart was about to break through. Once the Sacred Heart entered this realm, the recovery ability would be greatly enhanced. If the Sacred Heart was not hit, the saint would not die. An ordinary Sacred Heart was naturally not enough in the Sacred King and Reincarnation Sacred stage. However, Lin Chen's saint power was as powerful as the divine power. If he broke through to the Sacred Heart realm, he would be able to unleash this realm to an almost heaven-defying extent. This time, how many saint acupoints could Lin Chen break through? Chapter 1890. The day after Bloodfox Mountain opened. North region of Star State, Taichu Divine Kingdom. A piece of news shocked the Taichu Divine Kingdom. Everyone from the lords to the commoners were defeated. Divine Kingdom tabloid, shocking. According to reliable news, a saint has appeared in Bloodfox Mountain. He can kill deity realm experts and shock the world. Shock the world? More like impotence. Even if you want to brag, you have to be more reliable. Is this a goddamn saint killing a god living in a dream? Divine Kingdom news, shocking. The 5th Prince led a team of Imperial Guards and returned from Divine Fox Mountain. The rumor of a saint killing a deity has been confirmed. Shocking. That saint has a divine dragon? Shocking. The saint of Bloodfox Mountain defeated Yu Tianwei. Shocking. None of the divine sects on Bloodfox Mountain reached the peak. Shocking. Stop being shocked. Hurry up and report it to the Lords and His Majesty. The entire Taichu Divine Kingdom was shocked. There were already signs of an expert coming out of seclusion in the Divine Kingdom. In the divine world, the forces that could be called divine kingdoms were all experts. In some divine kingdoms, one lord was a deity. In a god kingdom, there were signs of the myriad of gods. It was fine if one had a background above an ancient sect, but if one had no background and was hunted down by a divine kingdom, that was unimaginable. Not only the Taichu Divine Kingdom, but the Yu family in the south region of Star State, the Song family in the north region, the Bright Divine Sect, and so on. When the news spread to the upper echelons of the divine sects, all the deities were shocked. The Yu family in a secret hall, the Yu family patriarch looked down at his unconscious granddaughter with a gloomy and cold expression. The white-haired Yu family patriarch glanced at the little girl in white beside him and said coldly, "Are you sure the person who injured your senior sister is a three-dimensional human?" The little girl in white nodded slightly. "I'm sure. This child has too many secrets. He's suspected to be an orphan left behind by some powerful force in the divine world." The Yu family patriarch opened the jade slip. When he looked at it again, his dry eyes narrowed, and a sharp killing intent burst out. A clone technique that's difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake, the pure strength to shatter the divine sword, challenging a true god as a saint. The white-clothed little girl's seemingly calm expression revealed the lingering fear of surviving a calamity. She earnestly said, "I've already informed the sect. They will send people to investigate. No, this isn't just about the Archaean sect." The Yu family's ancestor pushed open the door to the secret room and transmitted his voice. In this twisted world, the voice of the Yu family's ancestor echoed in the secret rooms of the various families. "Gods of the Yu family, heed my command. Apart from the Hall of Elders and the Patriarch, everyone shall follow me to Bloodfox Mountain. Target, three-dimensional human Lin Chen. Everyone, move out." A terrifying storm was brewing in the various regions of the Star Continent. All the ancient sects that participated in the operation of the Bloodfox Mountain had more or less received the news from the Bloodfox Mountain. As long as they heard that the three-dimensional human race with no power had a shocking secret, and that there was a suspected sage who could fight against a true god, they were all boiling with excitement. Some divine sects chose to seal the news, some chose to publicly ally with each other, and some secretly sent out expert. No matter what the reason was, in just 4 short days, a large number of supreme experts had gathered outside the Bloodfox Mountain. Wang Tilda. The sword light of the noble spirit slashed down from the sky. A sword god in green robes who was standing on a river of sword chi and whose sword will was connected to the gods appeared. He appeared with two gods and looked down at the Blood Fox Mountain below with narrowed eyes. The Blood Fox Mountain. Back then, when the divine fox fell, there were so many taboos that blocked external objects. Even people as strong as us can't easily break through its barrier. Once the energy goes berserk, it's no small matter. Bright God Sect, Sword God Jiang Bailey. The blue-robed true god who had led the Bright God Sect's team previously stood beside the Sword God and said respectfully, "Big brother Jiang, that little brat is really strange. He has a doppelganger and is able to fight against us with a sage cultivation. He definitely has a shocking secret. If we take him down, it'll only be beneficial to the Bright God Sect." Jiang Bailey shook his head and laughed. "Let's wait and see." Boom. 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 The sonic boom was like a dragon, whistling without end. Dozens of dark green tornadoes swept over. A white-haired old man lazily floated in the sky, lying in the center of the storm. He had white hair and a youthful face. When his seemingly lazy eyes looked at the Blood Fox Mountain, they occasionally flash. Jiang Bailey frowned. "I didn't expect that even this old man would come." Bang! There was a sudden explosion. A blazing yellow saber light was as bright as the sun, cutting through the void. The golden-armored saber god with a feathered crown on his head and a saber at his waist appeared. He was as cold as an eagle. He crossed his arms and looked down at the Blood Fox Mountain with a sharp gaze. Suddenly, he raised his hand and pressed down. The saber light poured out and turned into a disc-like saber aura, crushing down on the Blood Fox Mountain with an overwhelming force. The golden saber light was mixed with saber will. It cut through the blood fog lingering around the Blood Fox Mountain. However, the saber aura was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no movement at all. Jiang Bailey said indifferently, "Don't waste your energy. The divine fox is known for controlling many kinds of great path laws. Even if you and I work together, we might not be able to break through this blood fog barrier. If you want to enter, you have to enter directly." The golden-armored saber god glanced at him. "I didn't expect you to come too. After the last battle, I obtained another saber technique. Perhaps you are no longer my match now." Jiang Bailey said, "Likewise." The golden-armored saber god looked around. "Let's work together." Jiang Bailey smiled indifferently. "Sure." Another beam of divine light shot towards them. 1, 5, 10. There were as many as 12 true gods who had arrived at the Blood Fox Mountain. All the true gods were waiting for the blood fog of the Blood Fox Mountain to recede again. When the energy of the blood pool receded, the blood fog tide would open again. Boom tilde. At this time, the team with the most powerful aura appeared from the east. The true gods' hearts skipped a beat. The people from the Taichu Divine Kingdom had arrived. The leader was a white-robed ancestor with a long beard. He had an immortal aura and a transcendent attitude, as if he was an immortal who was playing in the mortal world. Behind him, there were actually 8 true gods. Each of them had a powerful and domineering aura, and their divine power shook the heavens and earth. They had a suppressive aura. The 5th prince of the Taichu Divine Kingdom, who had been beaten black and blue by Lin Chen, was also there. Before the true gods of the Taichu Divine Kingdom expressed their stance, the Blood Fox Mountain suddenly shook. Boom. 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 The earth shook, the mountains shook, and the space trembled. The golden-armored saber god frowned. The blood fog dissipated so quickly. Jiang Bailey suddenly said, "No. This is the phenomenon of a breakthrough." As soon as he finished speaking, a 9-colored aurora that covered the sky rotated in the sky. The curved world was full of 9-colored starlight sprinkling on the ground. Heaven and earth trembled, and countless energy began to be absorbed. The phenomenon actually surpassed the blood fog of the Blood Fox Mountain tide. Many true gods were moved. They actually sensed signs of saint power from that 9-colored aurora. What kind of terrifying saint was there to have such a heaven-defying phenomenon when he broke through? At the same time, the divine world, the northernmost region. In a certain independent realm, in a palace, there were 2 beautiful girls. They were devastatingly beautiful, and their temperaments were 1 in a million. They surrounded the tall and beautiful girl like orioles and swallows and asked curiously. One of the girls in a palace dress asked curiously, Ling Shuang, other than being handsome, having a specialty, being able to last for a long time, and being the most handsome guy in the crowd the moment he does something, what other characteristics does this master have? The tall and beautiful girl pondered seriously. Oh, I think there's more. For example, my master likes to show off. Show off. What kind of show? A show that you can't imagine, in the most ridiculous way possible. Chapter 1891. Inside Bloodfox Mountain, Shangguan Yun's face was filled with unconcealable shock as she looked at the blood pool that was about to dry up. A saint actually drained all the energy in the core area of the divine fox blood pool. When the divine fox blood pool started to dry up, the raging flames buried under Bloodfox Mountain started to surge. Shangguan Yun seemed to have sensed this power, and she looked in the direction of Bloodfox Mountain in shock. Oh no, this guy has absorbed too much energy from the blood pool. The remaining nomological energy of the divine fox mountain is starting to riot. Shangguan Yun realized the seriousness of the problem. She waved her hand. Everyone, retreat first. The people from the Shangguan residence who had been baptized by the blood pool were the first to retreat. Shangguan Qi flew over and pointed at Lin Chen. He said seriously, "Sister, what about him?" Shangguan Yun shook her head. He has now entered a state of wholeheartedly breaking through the bottleneck. Unless we attack forcefully, we won't be able to move him. Let's leave first. I've already sent him a voice transmission to remind him. The Shangguan sisters were the last to retreat from Bloodfox Mountain and hide in the blood mist. Inside the blood pool, the 6 illusionary clones were like stars supporting the moon as they surrounded Lin Chen's main body. He slowly floated up from the blood pool with his eyes closed, but his aura was even more domineering. The 9-colored aurora vortex in the sky suddenly expanded. The hexagonal star in his heart was polished to a holy light, and streams of jade dragon-like saint power flew out of Lin Chen's body. The saint power had tempered his bones until they were like glass, indestructible, and the toughness of his saint body was close to that of a true god. The saint power tempered the saint acupoint in his heart like a storm again and again, polishing its breakthrough opportunity to the extreme. The next moment, a look of determination flashed across Lin Chen's face. The 71st saint acupoint, open. The saint power turned into a dragon, and endless holy light poured into his heart. Kai tilde. Boom tilde. The mountains and rivers trembled, and the wind and clouds change. Bang. 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 An unprecedented explosion of holy power reverberated within the 9-colored aurora vortex as it was drawn in endlessly. Outside Bloodfox Mountain, under the sky covered by the 9-colored aurora vortex, the aftermath of the saint power tide burst forth and surge. The true god's expressions were solemn and shocked. This saint power was equivalent to divine power. Jiang Bailey's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He said coldly, "The holy light can break through life and death, separate yin and yang, and create the saint heart. This is a sign that the 71st saint point is about to break through." This kid actually caused such a terrifying phenomenon when his breaking through to the sacred heart realm. The golden armored saber god nodded solemnly and said, "What a solid foundation. Where exactly did this person come from? I have never heard of him before. How is this possible?" The 5th prince felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and he was stunned on the spot. He stared blankly at the increasingly terrifying phenomenon in the sky, and he seemed to have lost his soul. The 5th prince boasted that he was a peerless genius within the divine kingdom. Even in the divine sects, he would be considered one of the best. But in front of Lin Chen, all of his pride seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow. It was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. What kind of tempering did one have to go through in order to have this kind of accumulation? He had only broken through to the 8th stage of the sage realm, but the phenomenon was already so strong. The Grand Patriarch of the Taichu Divine Kingdom had a cold look in his eyes. Intense greed flashed in the depths of his eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Without a doubt, he's a genius. Our Taichu Divine Kingdom must take this child's secret for ourselves." Rumble. Waves of air rolled, and violent winds raged. The 9-colored vortex of holy light expanded again. He has broken through to the 71st saint point. His rushing to the 72nd saint point. What a solid foundation and accumulation. What exactly has this three-dimensional human experienced? He actually polished his foundation to such a level. While the older generation of true gods were exclaiming, the nine-colored vortex of holy light exploded again. Boom, boom, boom. The true gods trembled with fear. 5 saint points had been broken in a row. In Bloodfox Mountain, all the energy in the blood pool had been sucked dry by Lin Chen, and it was completely exhausted. The viscous energy in the blood pool disappeared, and it turned into a pool of clear water, so clear that one could see the bottom, 76th, 77th, 78th saint points, break. Lin Chen's cold shout was like a dragon's roar, stirring up layers of waves. The entire Bloodfox Mountain was trembling. The holy light in Lin Chen's heart soared, and 3 more hexagonal stars appeared. This energy, which was enough to baptize more than a dozen first-level true gods, was absorbed into Lin Chen's saint points. Adding on the massive amount of attribute points, he rose to a higher level in one go. The feeling of monopolizing the whole place is really not bad. It's like one person killing a brothel with one spear. Awesome. Lin Chen abruptly opened his eyes, causing the space around him to tremble. An invincible aura that looked down on the world like a mad dragon was born, rising up from Lin Chen's body. The last 2 saint points, break for me. The 9-colored vortex of holy light that covered the stars and the moon suddenly retracted, condensing into the space 100 feet around Lin Chen and blooming in an instant. The 9-colored aurora exploded like a firework under the night sky. It was magnificent, and boundless holy power circulated around Lin Chen's body. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Bloodfox Mountain was thoroughly shaken to the point that the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. A great amount of blood mist was actually dispersed by the final burst of pressure. At this moment, it was as if a 9-colored wave under the sea of stars had dispersed the blood fog, and the true gods could vaguely see the figure in the center of the holy light. He walked in the air, and the holy light was dense. His whole body was releasing an invincible battle intent, as if he could support the heaven and earth. Lin Chen's heart was shrouded in a layer of 7-colored holy light. This is the Saint Heart Realm. He broke through to the Saint Heart Realm in one go, as expected of the blood of the fox god that could baptize more than a dozen true gods. At this moment, 160 saint points were shining on Lin Chen's body. 80, body saint points plus 80, greater 1 saint point. In the Saint Heart Realm, every opened saint point would increase one's basic holy power by 10%, and 10 saint points would increase one's total holy power by 1-fold. Lin Chen's talent and mental cultivation method could increase the holy power of his saint points by 4 times. This meant that when he opened 1 saint point, he would obtain 50% of his basic holy power. 2 saint points would double his basic holy power. 10 saint points would increase the holy power of others by 2 folds, but Lin Chen's had increased it by 5-fold. When he was at the Saint Heart Realm, Lin Chen's total holy power could explode out with 286 million venerable energy. At the Saint Heart Realm, 5 times was equivalent to 1,430 million venerable energy. This power was enough to shake an early stage 2nd Heaven Divine Realm expert. An 8th Heaven Divine Realm expert could rival an early stage 2nd Heaven Divine Realm expert. The word monster was not enough to describe it. It was more like a monster's ancestral grave had been blown up, and a monster's ancestor had been born. The higher the realm of the true gods, the more terrifying the gap is. I wonder if I can still fight at higher realms after I become a true god. Lin Chen smiled knowingly. Before he could feel this new power, the entire Bloodfox Mountain exploded with a bang. Crack, crack, crack. A shocking crack appeared on the Bloodfox Mountain, and fire burned for thousands of miles. The Bloodfox Mountain was burned into nothingness, and it became a disaster in an instant. Streams of hellish lava shot out from the ground and soared into the sky. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and he instantly used his movement technique to dodge. The lava's energy was not to be underestimated, and it exuded the smell of the great Tao. It contained a destructive aura that was enough to burn a true god to death. Lin Chen had just broken through to the next realm, and he was already in danger. Chapter 1892. A shocking crack appeared on Bloodfox Mountain, and terrifying molten lava shot out. The sea of fire shocked the gods outside Bloodfox Mountain so much that they hurriedly retreated. This is the remnant power of law of that dead fox god. Something happened to this kid. Ha 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 ha. He's gone too far. He drained the energy of Bloodfox Mountain, and without the suppression of the blood pool, he triggered the remnant power of law of Bloodfox Mountain. Let's see how he escapes later. This is called courting death. Courting death. The gods looked like they were watching a show. Although Lin Chen's figure was blocked by the blood mist again, and they couldn't see his sorry figure directly, the gods seemed to be enjoying it. It definitely wouldn't be that easy for this kid to escape. He had to race against time to escape, or else he would be burned to ashes by the molten lava of the fire law. However, the blood mist in Bloodfox Mountain was so thick that even a second-level true god couldn't see through it. If one flew in the air, they would fall into the blood mist and eventually get lost in it. They would only keep going in circles. The only way was to slowly descend the mountain like the Shangguan residents and leave the area where the blood mist was thinner. However, with the terrifying molten lava everywhere, it was easier said than done to leave the mountain. If it was ordinary molten lava, a true god could soak in it for a day. However, this was molten lava made from the fire law of the 3,000 great Tao laws. It had accumulated for 10,000 years and was no small matter. At the foot of Bloodfox Mountain, the Shangguan residents and the others had just retreated when they witnessed the terrifying scene. Shangguan Qi frowned and said, "Sister." Shangguan Yun raised her hand. "Let's wait and see. With his methods, we'll only be adding to the trouble if we help. If something happened to Lin Chen, the Shangguan residents would lose the opportunity to get him. Moreover, the current situation was extremely dangerous." Shangguan Yun thought to herself, even if he escapes from the riot at Bloodfox Mountain, there are still a group of true gods from the various divine sects and divine kingdoms waiting for him outside. With so many forces eyeing his secret, I can't protect him with my relationship with the Shangguan residents. The other divine sects might be afraid of the Shangguan residents' power, but the Taichu divine kingdom wouldn't give them face. A divine kingdom would be established and would never be destroyed. Every divine kingdom was an existence second only to the ancient giant forces of the divine realm. However, it was as if the situation was getting worse and worse. The earth cracked and lava erupted. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and the wind danced wildly. Spiraling blades that were hundreds of feet long flickered with grey light, sweeping up a storm and suppressing the heavens. Like a lightning dragon, the world-destroying lightning flashed across the sky, tearing through the void and crossing the horizon. In an instant, Lin Chen was at the center of countless apocalyptic disasters. Lin Chen couldn't help but shake his head in amazement when he felt the violent energy in the air and the flashing lightning. You're so King handsome that you get struck by lightning. 3 incomplete law energies. How much do you want me to die? He had just broken through to the next realm, and he had already received such a huge gift. Even if someone at the second level of the divine realm was faced with such a situation, there was an extremely great risk that they would lose their lives. There was a high chance that they would die with hatred and have a tragic end. However, Lin Chen was not flustered at all. His face was even calm as he smiled playfully. Lin Chen raised his head and looked at the violent thunderstorm. He opened his arms and laughed loudly. Unfortunately, your brother Chen's strength is that the more dangerous the situation, the better. With that said, Lin Chen actually leaped up and jumped into the rolling lava. Outside the mountain, Shangguan Qi's beautiful face turned pale as she cried out, "It's the storm and thunderstorm formed by the law of wind and law of thunder." Shangguan Yun's face darkened immediately. It was completely a hopeless situation. Surrounded by multiple remnant law energies and shrouded by layers of blood mist, one could not sense anything too far away. Even if they wanted to use movement techniques, they did not know when they would be hit. Not good. Let's avoid the attack first. The remnant law energies are too terrifying. The expressions of the 20 true gods changed slightly as they turned into divine lights and fled 100 miles away. This power was too terrifying. If they were sucked into it, they would be in trouble too. As expected of the divine fox, it controlled many Tao laws. Even after death, its power is still terrifying. If it still exists in the world, None of the true gods here will be able to leave. Haha, how is he going to kill his way out in the face of so many law energies? Even if he does, he will have to face us. Can a sage *CK the heavens? The true gods were amazed by the power of the divine fox. At the same time, they began to be wary of each other. That's right, it was time to snatch the prey. Faced with such a difficult and hopeless situation, they concluded that Lin Chen had almost no chance of turning the tables. Even if he broke out of Bloodfox Mountain, he would have to face more than 20 true gods. Except for a few, almost all of them were second-tier divine realm. Lin Chen had no chance of winning at all. Therefore, the true gods' next competitors were most likely the true gods present. Jiang Bailey and the golden armored sword god looked at each other with tacit understanding. The other divine sects teams also looked at each other silently and reached a temporary agreement to join forces. Kaboom! Bang! 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 The storm roared, and the thunder exploded. The incomplete law of lightning swept through the surroundings, shattering the sky and collapsing the space within Bloodfox Mountain. With such power, even the true gods who could only see the situation outside couldn't help but change their expressions slightly. Boom! 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 Fierce winds blew, and wind blades slashed over, rolling up hundreds of layers of fire waves. Terrifying lava covered the sky and earth, sweeping up like huge waves. The high temperature that could burn mountains and boil seas instantly filled the world, igniting this space. The true gods were forced to retreat once again. The wind increases the intensity of the fire, and the fire borrows the power of the thunder, making it even more ferocious. 3 types of remnant laws can actually cooperate with each other to produce such power. It's too powerful. Even if I'm in it, it'll be difficult for me to escape. The old true gods seem to have seen the divine fox's peerless talent in controlling thunder, fire, and hurricanes when it was still alive, making even the true gods fear it. The Taichu Divine Kingdom's patriarch sneered. This kid will definitely die. After the destruction of these remnant laws, even if he has many trump cards, he will have to use all of them again. A trace of viciousness and jealousy flashed across the 5th prince's handsome face as he said ferociously, "Let's see how he struggles this time. Even if he can rush out, he will be beaten up by the true gods of my divine kingdom." Lin Chen was about to be beaten up. The palms of the Shangguan clan and the others who had retreated far away were sweating. No matter what, Lin Chen was still their benefactor who had helped them escape danger and received the baptism of the blood pool of Bloodfox Mountain. If he was killed just like that, it would be the moment to witness the end of a legend. No one wanted to witness such a cruel scene. Boom! A massive wave of molten lava was swept up by the wind laws of wind, and it surged toward Shuyangyi. The huge wave of lava was thousands of feet tall, and wherever it passed, it burned all around. Suddenly, Shangguan Qi and the others exclaimed, "No, what's that?" All the true gods looked over. There seemed to be a ray of light appearing in the blood mist that was washed away by the lava wave. He saw that a figure was actually gliding within the monstrous waves of molten lava that raged up into the sky. It was Lin Chen. He was stepping on a sharp board condensed from azure dragon aura. He wore sunglasses, and his silver robe fluttered in the wind. His body was surrounded by an absolute defense of pure gold divine light. Not only was he not affected by the remnant laws of lightning, wind, and fire in the slightest, he was even able to glide above the enormous waves of lava with ease, dive straight down, and glide continuously. His movements were so graceful that they were like flowing water, and it was even to the extent that he drew a graceful arc in the air. At this moment, everyone in the Shangguan clan opened their mouths wide, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Shangguan Qi covered her red lips. "Sister, I'm not dreaming, right?" Shangguan Yun's seemingly calm side profile was filled with unprecedented shock. Outside Bloodfox Mountain, the 5th prince was dumbfounded and lost his voice. *CKU. You can do that. The 20 true gods looked as if they had been struck by lightning, and they all looked at Lin Chen as if they had seen a ghost. The sword god, Jiang Bailey, was so shocked that he muttered to himself, "Why is he so showy?" The golden armored sword god scratched his head and gasped. "I cracked." The patriarch of the Taichu Divine Kingdom felt his scalp go numb, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He's actually surfing on the lava. Surfing on the lava burning with the law of fire. Was this something a human could do? F***ck. He's so showy. Chapter 1893. Outside the Divine Forest mountain range, the Nine Yangs Divine Sect. Within the Divine Sect's territory. Whoosh. The clouds parted to reveal a handsome young man dressed in white standing on a five-colored cloud. He looked elegant and graceful as he slowly arrived at the peak of a mountain. He gazed affectionately at the woman in red among the group of beautiful women on the mountain peak and smiled elegantly. Ling, you said you wanted the man of your dreams to come to you on a five-colored cloud, so here I am. The female disciples were in an uproar as they looked at the white-robed young man with admiration. As one of the focal points, the red-clothed beauty was the most beautiful among the crowd. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. Ling, the white-robed young man said affectionately, are you willing to be with me and grow old together? The woman in red said shyly, I am willing, rumble. With a loud sound, the aftermath of a thunderstorm appeared. Everyone was shocked, and when they looked closely, they were dumbfounded. In the direction of the distant Blood Fox Mountain, the magical laws of fire had turned into molten lava, and the magical laws of wind had turned into hurricanes that swept up huge waves of lava. On top of the monstrous waves of lava, a man was riding them. Even though they were far away, the young geniuses of the Nine Yangs Divine Sect could still feel the destructive aura. Heavens! 3 types of incomplete magical laws. What kind of heaven-defying disaster is this? Look. What's that? There's someone on top of the lava. That person has fluctuations of holy power. Damn. He's only a saint. He's actually riding on the magical laws of fire. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? He's so hot. The disciples of the Nine Yangs Divine Sect cried out in shock. The white-robed young man forced himself to calm down, then looked at the woman in red and smiled. Ling, should we? The woman in red stared at the figure in the center of the storm, and without turning her head, she suddenly said, No, senior brother. Looking in the direction of the Blood Fox Mountain, the woman in red was filled with admiration and longing. The man of my dreams will definitely ride the wind and waves of the magical laws of fire. With the magical laws of fire as wind and the lightning as light, he will come to me. The woman in red said excitedly, Senior brother, you can do it, right? The white-robed young man? Listen, is that even human? I'm having a mental breakdown. The white-clothed young master turned around angrily and cursed. Mother***, I'm not going after this girl anymore. Outside the Blood Fox Mountain, the sea of fire was blazing, and wind blades were slashing wildly. Streaks of lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the dumbfounded look on deity's face. Moving swiftly in the thunderstorm created by the law of thunder, riding the wind and breaking the waves in the lava created by the law of fire. Was this something a Saint Realm expert could do? No, he didn't even dare to think about it. Lin Chen stepped on the azure dragon chi and was enveloped in the Taishi divine light. He was not flustered at all as he glided through the lava like flowing water. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderstorm roared, transforming into a thunder dragon that hacked down, stirring up magma. Lin Chen shifted his body to the side as if he had already sensed the incoming wind blades. He dodged all of the incoming wind blades, and the torrential waves were unable to even touch a single strand of his cloth. His unruly laughter spread in all directions. Who is the most arrogant in the heavenly realm? I, Lin Chen, am the first. The people of the Shangguan residence stared at Lin Chen as if they had seen a ghost. He rushed all the way down the Blood Fox Mountain as if he had the help of the gods. When Lin Chen rushed out of the area where the blood mist was the thickest, he stepped on the ground and leaped into the air. He used his movement technique and turned into countless bloody shadows. With Lin Chen's current cultivation, his movement technique could be considered as extremely fast even in the four-dimensional heavenly realm. Unless there was a master controlling these 3 incomplete laws, it was impossible to catch up to Lin Chen with this chaotic energy wave. He rushed out. This kid is actually unharmed. So what if he rushed out? Deal with him. Beat him up and then snatch him away. Don't let him escape. Seal off his escape route. There are 3 incomplete laws chasing after him. We only need to seal off the front of him. Even if he burrows into the ground, I can still dig him out. 20 true gods instantly erupted with an earth-shattering aura. All the true gods reached a temporary consensus, and that was to cripple Lin Chen first. Who asked you to be so arrogant? I'll break your legs. The true god realm was more terrifying as one progressed. A late-stage god realm could easily suppress an early-stage god realm cultivator. There were at least 4 late-stage god realm cultivators present. As for mid-stage god realm cultivators, there were 8 of them. In addition, when the true gods joined forces and focused their attacks on one point, their combat power far exceeded the effect of 1+1. It was extremely rare for 20 true gods to join forces. Even an early-stage god realm cultivator couldn't withstand this attack at the same time. All the true gods were ready to attack. As long as Lin Chen completely rushed out of the Bloodfox Mountain, he would face an attack that could shatter mountains and rivers. On the other side of the Bloodfox Mountain, among the people of the Shangguan residence, Shangguan Yun suddenly said, "Qi, bring them away first." Shangguan Qi was stunned. "Sister, you can't be thinking of helping him, right?" There were 20 true gods present. Most of them were still second-stage god realm cultivators and were all famous experts of the various divine sects. They couldn't be compared to ordinary first-stage god realm cultivators at all. Not to mention the fatal difference in numbers. No matter how strong his sister was, she couldn't turn the tide. However, Shangguan Yun revealed a smile for the first time. This kind of man has to owe us a favor. For creatures like men, we either beat them until they submit, sleep with them until they submit, or help them until they soften. If we can't beat them, we'll seduce them. If we can't seduce them, we'll help them to the end. Boom tilde. Shangguan Yun transformed into an afterimage that shot into the sky and flashed away swiftly. Shangguan Qi was dumbfounded. It's over. His sister has gone crazy too. However, just as Shangguan Yun was about to move closer, boom, boom, boom. The space was shaking. The sky was shaking. The dimension was distorting. A tremor that could shake the heavens and shatter the earth appeared out of nowhere and suddenly targeted the 20 true gods. What's going on? What a powerful and majestic pure power. Be careful, something is coming out of the blood fog. My chi and blood are being suppressed. What kind of ferocious thing is this? The moment the true gods were moved, a true god immediately shouted, "Don't fall into his trap. Maybe this kid is bluffing and is deliberately coming for us. If we retreat, he might escape midway." Although he said so, he quietly retreated and let the other true gods take the lead while he retreated to the back. This skillful action was very cunning. Then, a huge shadow that covered the sky appeared in an instant. A strong wind blew instantly and completely blew away the blood fog. The true gods saw such a huge monster for the first time, and they were stunned. The powerful and thick elephant trunk swept up mountains and rivers, and the mighty elephant hooves stomped down, shattering the magma formed by the laws of fire. Hundreds and thousands of laws of wind attacked, but they couldn't even break through 1% of the elephant's defense. The thunder laws blasted on the elephant body that was thousands of feet tall, but they couldn't break through its defense. The elephant tusks that were as white as the moon exuded an ancient aura and were indestructible as it rushed over. On the divine elephant, there was also a divine dragon that was thousands of feet tall. Lin Chen stood on the dragon's head and laughed evilly. "Ambush your brother Chen? Do you think I'll escape? Sorry, I always do things to the end. Today, I'll finish all of you." Chapter 1894. With his feet on the dragon's head, Lin Chen snapped his fingers. "Life and death are nothing. If you're not convinced, then fight. Today, I only want to kill all of you, or kill the forces behind you after killing all of you." 6 phantom divine lights descended, and the rune's energy plummeted. Consumed 35 million points of high-tier sacred rune energy. Synchronized with the cultivation of all phantom clones. Oh no! It's actually a divine elephant. What's going on? The gods couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this. They were forced to launch an attack instantly, and all the attacks they had prepared earlier were instantly destroyed. Bright Moon God, the patriarch of the Taichu Divine Kingdom, was the first to release his divine power. A bright moon rose in the sky, piling up thousands of layers of moonlight and condensing into a gate. It brewed divine power that could destroy the world and shot out a beam of bright moon divine light. The true gods of the divine kingdom immediately used the same cultivation technique and poured their divine power into the gate. The power instantly became the strongest. 7 fragments absolute blade. The golden-armored sword god waved his hand and held the dragon-headed golden blade. His divine power turned into 7 different auras and gathered on the blade as if it could shatter the universe. The blade aura was like an evil dragon that had appeared and slashed forward. Tiani sword art. Jiang Bailey waved one hand, and a 1,000-foot-long river of sword aura appeared out of thin air. As the sword aura surged, it converged into a sword and held in his hand. This sword was made by nature and could kill ghosts and gods. Its sword intent was indestructible and unbeatable. The sword slashed diagonally across the sky. Divine feather bow. Another true god pulled back his divine power and turned it into a bow. He aimed at Bloodfox Mountain and shot it. A bloody light split the sky. Bang! 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 The curved world was filled with countless blade lights and sword shadows. Wind, clouds, dragons, tigers, 5 elements, yin, and yang divine power attacks. It was as if stars had collapsed and exploded. The entire mountain range trembled. Rumble. The periphery of Bloodfox Mountain was completely shattered. The divine elephant's domineering aura didn't diminish as it crushed all the true gods' attacks. It stomped all the way and crashed into the true gods. The temporary defense that the gods had put up was directly shattered by the divine elephant. It was invincible and sent all the true gods flying. Bang! 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 The divine power shattered, and the divine shadows fell like meteors. The various true gods were sent flying all over the sky. 20 true gods were caught off guard. They had been preoccupied with preventing Lin Chen from escaping and sealing off his escape route, so they were not prepared to suffer such a heavy blow. Damn it, who would have thought that this guy would be able to defend against 3 types of incomplete power of law and still have such a killer move? Today was like seeing a ghost. Was this AF * King Saint? If he casually used such a perverted trump card, people might even believe that he was at the 3rd level of the divine realm. Lin Chen smiled coldly. As expected, the stronger the vitality, the more powerful the divine elephant godhead will be. The current Lin Chen, with the help of the 5th stage of awakening, had a pure strength of 98 million venerables, infinitely close to the divine realm of body refinement. A purple crystal-like broken jade appeared in his palm, exuding boundless energy. It was a fragment of divine jade. The energy contained in the divine jade was especially abundant. It could recover the divine power and blood essence of the refiner. A complete substandard divine jade could even recover one's divine soul. Supreme-grade spirit plants could produce divine jade fragments and substandard divine jade. Divine-grade spirit plants could produce medial-grade and high-grade divine jade. This divine jade fragment was given to Lin Chen by the Scarlet Fairy. Lin Chen clenched his fist, and the divine jade fragment entered his body. The consumed vitality was quickly restored. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Ripples appeared in the air as the divine elephant raged on. The sword god Jiang Bailey and the golden-armored saber god retreated quickly. With the protection of sword and saber, the 2 of them were among the first true gods to recover. Rumble. The illusionary doppelgangers stepped on the clouds, and their bodies flickered with multicolored radiance. Flowing lights and vibrant colors lingered around them, and they actually sealed off the path of retreat of the injured gods. The divine dragon opened its mouth, and its aura skyrocketed. Divine light fell from the sky. The azure dragon storm swept across the sky of the mountain range, turning into a heavenly prison that enveloped all the true god. The 20 true gods' mouths twitched, and their eyelids twitched wildly. Damn it, this kid's methods are so wild. Who is the one encircling whom? Good Lord, he did not intend to escape from the beginning. Instead, he wanted to kill all the true gods here. He was not bluffing, he was serious. Kai. The illusionary doppelgangers drew their sabers and used God's tear to activate instant light doppelganger, suddenly slashing toward the true god. Bang! 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 The spinning saber aura exploded, and its power soared. The saber aura fragments scattered across the sky, twisting toward the true gods. Without the effects of destructive explosion and annihilation in the divine world, Lin Chen's God's Tear was not enough to threaten second-stage divine realm opponents. This move was a feint. Countless saber aura fragments struck the true gods like a storm. Although they did not pose a threat to them, they greatly slowed down their movement. For a moment, all the illusionary doppelgangers rushed up, and their movement techniques were like swimming dragons, forcing the true gods to fight. In front of them were 3 types of incomplete laws of nature, behind them were Lin Chen's 6 illusionary doppelgangers, and the divine dragon's extreme hell heavenly prison that cut across the sky. They had nowhere to run. Mighty thunderbolt. Lin Chen's spear smashed down violently, and dozens of lightning dragon-like spearlights suddenly descended, carrying a sharpness that could pierce through mountains, rivers, sun, and moon, penetrating the defenses of many true gods of the Taichu Divine Kingdom. "How dare you!" the Taichu Divine Kingdom Patriarch shouted angrily, and with a backhand palm, the moonlight like a rainbow, attacked Lin Chen. Rumble. Jiang Bailey and the golden-armored saber god, one on the left and one on the right, unleashed their body movement skills. Their saber will came crashing down and their sword will destroyed the world. They attacked Lin Chen from the left and right, turning into the most terrifying of blades that shot out. Lin Chen instantly waved his spear, and lightning flashed, forming layers of defensive barriers. Clang, clang, clang. The sword intent and saber intent attacked like 2 fierce dragons, rapidly colliding with Lin Chen's spear. They were struck down again and again, but the Divine Kingdom Patriarch's palm sent Lin Chen flying thousands of feet away. Jiang Bailey sneered. "Young people are young after all." The golden-armored sword god said sternly, "Take him down in one go." The sword intent and saber intent they cultivated were enough to easily shatter the primordial spirit and affect the enemy's internal organs. With Lin Chen's appearance just now, it was impossible for him to escape unscathed. What? The 2 gods suddenly stared in front of them, dumbfounded. When Lin Chen's figure appeared, the torn wound on his robe was rapidly healing. His primordial spirit seemed to be injured, but there was a kind of eternal power that healed his primordial spirit. The immortal Godhead is continuously activated. The host's injuries have been healed, consuming 320,000 high-level sacred heavenly path points. Lin Chen thought to himself, it's quite difficult to deal with so many true gods working together. The divine dragon still has to deal with other true gods. As expected, it was right to injure these guys with the divine elephant Godhead in advance. Seeing this strange scene, the greed in the eyes of the Taichu Divine Kingdom Patriarch became even more fanatical. He can heal his injuries in an instant. This kid must have a divine item on him. Deal with him. We must deal with him. On the surface, Lin Chen was still as calm as ever. He even smiled mockingly. "Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Chapter 1895. The Grand Primordium Patriarch clenched his fist, and an exquisite silver horsetail whisk appeared in the air. The horsetail whisk was like 3,000 silver threads, and its divine power descended. It was the divine weapon of the Grand Primordium Divine Kingdom. The gods of the Grand Primordium Divine Kingdom were shocked. The Patriarch was going to use the exquisite Skyheart horsetail whisk to deal with this kid. The moment he saw the divine weapon, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. "Divine weapon? It's great that you're here. I'm going to hit a divine weapon." He seemed to have been prepared. When he opened his palm, a 9-colored star with lingering aurora spun. He raised his hand and threw it. The 9-colored star streaked across the sky and turned into a 9-colored aurora that fell straight for the Grand Primordium Patriarch, instantly splitting into 5. Grand Primordium Divine Slash. The Patriarch was fearless. The divine weapon lit up, and the horsetail whisk grew into a 1,000-foot-long divine saber. It gathered the power of the Grand Primordium Divine Kingdom's unique cultivation technique and slashed down. Bang! 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 The saber split the star, and the sky trembled. The blade blocked the 5 beams of light from the 9 tribulations star. The holy light overflowed, and it seemed like it was about to collapse. The Grand Primordium Patriarch's cultivation was at the late stage of the 2nd level of the divine realm. Even though he was injured, he was still powerful. With the help of the divine weapon, he wasn't afraid of Lin Chen's 9 tribulations star at all. The moment the blade slashed the star, the sword and saber god's scalps suddenly tingled. 160 hexagonal stars flickered around Lin Chen's 6 phantom doppelgangers, and a lantern-like 9-colored star cluster condensed in one hand. Annihilation, star explosion. The power of the 160 saint points of the 6 doppelgangers exploded. Oh no. F***CK. This young man doesn't care about martial ethics. He's using a sneak attack. There's nowhere to run. Oh no. All the true gods' expressions changed drastically. Rumble. Bang. 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 An earth-shattering energy storm erupted in the territory of Bloodfox Mountain. It was magnificent and majestic, like a spinning ball that continued to expand. If the 20 true gods were at their peak and joined forces, they naturally wouldn't be afraid. In fact, they might even be able to evade the attack before receiving it. But Lin Chen's divine elephant impact had caused them considerable injuries. In addition, there were 3 types of incomplete laws in front of them. With Lin Chen's attack behind them, there was no way they could retreat. They were forced to take Lin Chen's annihilation star explosion head-on at the center of the fiercest attack. The 5th prince melted into the storm and screamed shrilly. No. My divine power can't hold on much longer. Didn't you guys say that you'd be able to take this dog down? Why is he still beaten up like this? Ancestor, save me. Save me, Dad. Didn't you say that I'm your biological son after having an affair with my mother? Hurry and save my father. The 5th prince's screams made the true gods of the Holy Kingdom twitch their mouths. Upon hearing the 5th prince's screams, Lin Chen exclaimed, "The noble circle is really messy." The Holy Kingdom's ancestor was flustered and exasperated. He wanted to save him, but he couldn't protect so many people in the 9 tribulations planet. The ancestor roared at the top of his lungs, "Lin Chen, if you don't stop now, the Holy Kingdom of Taichu will not rest until you're dead." Lin Chen sneered as he retreated. "Still won't rest until you're dead. Old thing, aren't you eyeing my secret? Come and get it if you have the guts." In the distance, Shangguan Qi's lips twitched as she watched the magnificent and majestic energy storm continue to expand. Even Shangguan Yun froze in the void. Shangguan Qi said, "Sister, did you just say that you want to help him?" Shangguan Yun. Shangguan Qi, does he look like someone who needs help? As soon as the 2 sisters finished speaking, Shui Yi's expression changed slightly. They sensed it. Divine power began to dissipate. No. Many true gods had already begun to die in that apocalyptic storm. Kai tilde. At this moment, 2 figures rushed out like dragons. Their sharpness soared into the sky, transforming into 2 swift saber and sword shadows that rushed out of the apocalyptic energy storm. It was Jiang Bailey and the golden armor saber god from the bright divine sec. These were the 2 second-level divine realm experts who could still rush out of the annihilation time star explosion. Even so, their bodies were covered in burns at this moment. They were dripping with blood, and their flesh was badly mutilated. Some parts even cracked. "Brat, if I don't take revenge for this, I, Jiang Bailey, am not a god. I'll go back and call for more people." The 2 true gods gritted their teeth and retreated while cursing. However, a loud bang suddenly came from the sky. Flash of time. The curved space-time seemed to have stopped. Boom tilde. The huge dragon body flashed over like a ghost. Under the curved spacetime, a pale green dragon claw stretched out with invincible power that could move mountains and fill seas. The green light was extinguished, and it was as if 5 blades were slashing down. Heavenly claw. Kai tilde. Rip tilde. When the dragon claw slashed down, the afterimage of the dragon claw split into 5, covering the sky and earth. It also carried a strange power that bombarded the dragon claw until a large area of the void stagnated. The golden-armored sword god was horrified. What? Jiang Bailey seemed to have been struck by lightning. He seemed to have thought of something. This dragon claw is not in the 5 elements or reincarnation. It can freeze space-time. It's the dragon clan's ancient primordial dragon claw. Boom tilde. The blade-like dragon claw tore through the 2 true gods' divine defenses and destroyed their last line of defense. Even their saber intent and sword intent protection were useless. The two vomited blood. They had no chance to retreat at all. Lin Chen used the ancient primordial dragon's dragon claw to activate the ancient sky-raising dragon's bloodline special ability, Heavenly Claw, and shattered their defense. Almost at the same time, Lin Chen stepped on clouds and appeared in front of the two. He held a battle spear and pierced through the air. Kai tilde. The tip of the spear pierced through the bodies of Jiang Bailey and the golden-armored sword god. Two famous sword Dao true gods and saber Dao true gods died just like that. Bang! The moment their divine bodies exploded, they turned into shooting stars in the sky, dropping a large number of attribute light balls and 2 attribute treasure chests. However, Lin Chen couldn't care less about the attribute treasure chests. Other true gods had escaped the range of annihilation starbursts. He grabbed the void, and a divine dragon swam in the air. A ball of pitch-black divine power appeared in Lin Chen's palm, and a huge pitch-black divine power boundary opened. Host activated God creation, divine spark, consuming 550,000 high-tier holy heavenly Dao points. Lin Chen clenched his fists. Buzz tilde. Kai tilde. The pitch-black divine power boundary contracted instantly, and the 9 true gods who had escaped were squeezed into a ball. What kind of monster is he? This kid still has a trump card. What kind of strange move is this? This old man's divine power has been crushed. Where did this kid get this kind of power from? I was wrong. I shouldn't have thought about this monster. This is not a fucking killer move that can be reproduced by the Saint energy. Lin Chen, let's talk. Don't use your killing moves. We were blinded by greed. As long as you don't kill us, we are willing to pay any price. The true gods wailed and used the last of their divine power to resist the gravitational pressure of God creation. Blood spurted out, and their flesh was torn open. In the past, the true gods were aloof from the outside world. Naturally, it was because no one could control their life and death. Even if they were defeated in a battle, it would not be difficult for them to preserve their lives. However, it was different when they encountered a lunatic like Lin Chen. It had to be said. Forget it. As expected of the old foxes who have been in the divine realm for many years. A divine elephant god and 6 doppelgangers annihilation starburst couldn't kill many of you. However, since you have persisted to this extent, let's see what other trump cards you have. The pitch-black divine power in his palm grew thicker and thicker. Lin Chen suddenly exerted force with his 5 fingers and clenched his palm tightly. Bang! 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 Amidst the series of explosions, the final sound was the explosion of the divine summoning barrier. Chapter 1896. The divine power barrier shrank, and another true god died. Shangguan Qi, who was watching the battle from afar, exclaimed, "It exploded." However, Shangguan Yun said, "No, his barrier also exploded." When the pitch-black divine power barrier shrank, it instantly cracked and crushed the 4 seriously injured true gods into a pool of broken bones and blood. The 5 true gods of the Taichu divine kingdom escaped from the god guidance space. With the patriarch's divine weapon, their lives were saved. However, the patriarch held a lump of bloody flesh in his hand and roared mournfully as if he had lost his parents. "My son." The 5 true gods of the Taichu divine kingdom had complicated feelings when they saw this scene. Good lord, the 5th prince was really the patriarch's son. Suppressing 9 second-level divine realm experts at the same time. The power of 1 god guidance fragment is not enough. I need more. Lin Chen rode on the heavenly light and moved alongside the mystical dragon, displaying his movement technique. Swoosh. The patriarch waved his horsetail whisk, and many moonlight paths extended from the curved space. Not good, this guy wants to escape. Lin Chen's eyes were sharp. What a joke, brother Chen. I've already taken out my elephant, and you still want to leave? Wouldn't I suffer a huge loss? Just using 6 clones to use Annihilation Star Explosion meant that Lin Chen had to condense another clone and consume a huge amount of attribute points. Wouldn't he have to fight to the death to earn back the attribute points? Tai Universe Flash. The 4-dimensional spacetime stopped, and the world in front of him spun rapidly. Lin Chen stepped on the divine dragon and charged toward the gods of the Taichu divine kingdom. The divine dragon raised its dragon claw and smashed down. Lin Chen pulled out his spear and chased after it like a dragon. Exquisite change, bright moon seal. The patriarch's white hair danced in the wind as his eyes widened in anger. He formed a seal with one hand and waved his horsetail whisk, predicting and shaking off this claw in advance. A bright moon-like light shot toward Lin Chen and instantly merged into his body. Lin Chen, wait for your death. My kingdom of God's seal has been planted in your body. In the near future, you will be hunted down endlessly until you are dead. You provoked the Taichu divine kingdom and killed my son. I will let you know how to write the word death. Taichu ancestor sent a message to the injured real gods and merged into the bright moon great path. There was a flash and they disappeared under the moonlight. It's hard to fathom the truth of the god realm. What a unique way of escaping. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a pale green light. It seemed like he could catch up, but he didn't rashly pursue. Ordinary powerhouses might have chased after him, but Lin Chen possessed the bloodline of the ancient cosmic dragon. He was able to see through the essence of dimensions and space-time. He could see through the mysteries of this Tao. The bright moon Tao was opened up by the exquisite Skyheart horsetail whisk, and one Tao led to many Taos. Even if Lin Chen chased after them and entered one of the bright moon paths, they would be able to instantly teleport to another path. They could even close the path that Lin Chen was at, and Lin Chen would be trapped in the spatial storm of the four-dimensional divine world. The spatial storm of the four-dimensional divine world was no small matter. It was worlds apart from the three-dimensional universe. Lin Chen wouldn't be able to escape easily if he was trapped in it. So what if you run fast? I'll have plenty of ways to deal with you. Lin Chen and Divine Dragon split up. Let's collect the attribute light balls first. Divine Dragon was in charge of collecting the attribute light balls, while Lin Chen took the lead to collect the attribute treasure chests dropped by Jiang Bailey and the golden armored saber god. When the pitch-black treasure chest opened, a pitch-black broken jade appeared. Host has opened the Divine Lattice treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining Energy Type Divine Lattice Fragment, Divine Guidance Fragment, 2/6. Divine Guidance Fragment +1. It was even more powerful, and the gravity of the barrier was even more terrifying. One Divine Guidance Fragment could easily suppress a late-stage second-stage Divine Realm expert, or even a group of second-stage Divine Realm experts. Even if he encountered a third-stage Divine Realm expert, Lin Chen would still be able to wrestle with him. However, Lin Chen's gaze landed on the attribute treasure chest dropped by Jiang Bailey. The treasure chest was blood-red, and it hung in front of Lin Chen like a mighty blood moon. Lin Chen said in surprise, "What a terrifying aura. Could this be a new divine lattice?" Lin Chen reached out to touch it. The treasure chest opened, and a blood-red hexagonal divine lattice in the shape of a fragment appeared. Host has opened the Divine Lattice treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining Energy-type Divine Lattice Fragment, Azura's Nemesis, 1/6. This Divine Lattice is activated passively and does not need to be used actively. Note, it is only effective against members of the Azura tribe. When facing hostile members of the Azura tribe, the host's ability will be greatly enhanced. The stronger the opponent, the stronger the effect. There is no end to it, and there is no upper limit. Lin Chen was stunned. Azura's Nemesis? What kind of weird divine lattice was this? Moreover, it was marked that it could only be used against members of the Azura tribe. It's really mysterious. There are always strange things that drop. Lin Chen exclaimed. Seeing his attribute points soar, he had a thought. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lin Chen's doppelgangers appeared again. Host has activated the Phantom Rune 6 times, creating 6 doppelgangers. Consumed 4 million high-grade Saint Heavenly Tao points. Lin Chen clicked his tongue. His doppelgangers had been destroyed by the shockwave earlier. Summoning another doppelganger would consume a ridiculous amount of attribute point. Opened the Divine Lattice treasure chest. Obtained 50 million intermediate set essence. Opened the Divine Lattice treasure chest. Obtained 10 million high-grade Saint Heavenly Tao points. Opened the Divine Lattice treasure chest. Obtained 1 million wood energy points. Every item dropped by a deity was good stuff, but it was a pity that Lin Chen did not obtain the last heaven-defying divine lattice fragment that he had been dreaming of. The system's judgment was always based on the difference in strength between the host and the opponent to determine the drop rate of attribute treasures. However, Lin Chen had killed 15 true gods this time and obtained a large pile of top-grade attribute point. Of course, Lin Chen had also provoked a huge disaster. After this, once the news spread out, Lin Chen's value and allure to various experts would rise to another level. A saint had single-handedly defeated 15 deity realm experts, and most of them were at the second stage of the deity realm. If this news spread out, not to mention the North region, even the vast land of the Star Continent would be shocked. Especially the Taichu Divine Kingdom, who had even cast the Bright Moon seal on him. Unless the Taichu Divine Kingdom's unique secret technique removed it, or an expert 2 stages higher than the founder could forcibly remove it. However, the founder of the Taichu Divine Kingdom was a super god at the 4th stage of the deity realm. To be 2 stages higher, it would require at least the 6th stage of the deity realm to remove it. Such an existence was a strength that only some of the old monsters among the ancient giants could possess. In other words, it was almost impossible for Lin Chen to remove the Bright Moon seal. What he had to face next would be a real storm. In a way, the Taichu Divine Kingdom might be the biggest winner. Even if they couldn't take down Lin Chen, they could still control Lin Chen's coordinates and sell them to other major forces. Wouldn't that be a huge profit? Lin Chen was very carefree. When the boat comes to the bridge, it'll be straight. When the spear reaches the depths, it'll be smooth. Who cares? If someone dares to have designs on me, I'll just do it. Ever since he used the Golden Battle God set, Lin Chen's spirit and state of mind had changed subtly. He became more and more courageous, and he became indifferent to life and death. If it was in the past, Lin Chen might have hidden for a while before coming out to beat up that son of a B***tch. Now, endure? Afraid of being exposed? Endure my ass. He dared to fight against the gods and make the divine realm have no more gods. Chapter 1897. System, I want to awaken the 6th stage of the flesh shell. Host has awakened the 6th stage of the flesh shell. 12 million high-tier sage heavenly path points have been consumed. The further one awakened the awakening function, the higher the consumption. Fortunately, Lin Chen could kill gods as easily as slaughtering chickens. His attributes were no longer as scarce as before. Rumble. Lin Chen's blood began to burn like a bloody flame. It was so strong that it was like the sun and moon in the sky. A brand new power surged through his body, and every inch of his flesh and blood glowed with extreme power. Host's maximum strength, 120 million venerable energy, flesh shell awakening plus 600%. Lin Chen's actual strength was around 14 million venerable energy, which was almost the limit of a mortal body. But with the awakening function, he had awakened more than 100 million venerable energy. From today onwards, I have met the minimum requirement to wear the Golden Battle God set. The Golden Battle God set had a minimum requirement of 100 million venerable energy. In the past, Lin Chen had to rely on the Godslayer talent to meet the requirement. Now, he could use this trump card without relying on the Godslayer talent. System, strengthen the ancient Eon Dragon bloodline to the maximum. Consumed 10,000 high-tier enhancement points. Strengthening ancient Eon Dragon bloodline +1 succeeded, consumed 19,000 high-tier enhancement points. Strengthening ancient Eon Dragon bloodline +2 succeeded. When he was at the sacred boundary, Lin Chen could not strengthen the ancient Eon Dragon bloodline. It was not difficult to strengthen it to the maximum. After this strengthening, Lin Chen's Cosmic Flash and Cosmic Dragon Claw would be several times more powerful. It was especially terrifying. Although the true gods of the human race have less blood essence, they are still in the deity realm. The blood essence energy obtained has already allowed the divine dragon to reach the 16th divine dragon meridian. After taking away the attribute light balls of the fallen true gods, Lin Chen faintly sensed the position of the 81st saint point. It was full of saint power and could try to break through to a new realm. He had just reached the Saint Heart realm a day ago, and he could break through to the heaven opening realm. If this breakthrough speed were to spread, he would be regarded as a monster. Lin Chen wouldn't easily break through to the heaven-opening saint point. He would only choose a perfect breakthrough. The heaven-opening realm was an extremely important realm, and the amount of Saint Chi one could obtain from a saint point was directly related to one's own accumulation, tempering, and potential. The more one accumulated, the more terrifying the heaven-opening realm saint point would be. Furthermore, unlike the Sacred Heart realm, the heaven-opening realm's saint acupoint saint force had no upper limit. Either don't do it, or do it to the best of your ability. Accumulating it was the right thing to do. The best thing to do was to release it at the highest point. Lin Chen turned his gaze, looking at the chaotic and violent laws of Bloodfox Mountain, and smiled playfully. I still have to deal with this scourge. After saying this, Lin Chen used his movement technique. They rushed straight into the heart of the Bloodfox Mountain. The incomplete laws were indeed very strong, but without anyone commanding them, they were nothing more than a paper tiger with claws and fangs. The 3 incomplete laws had diluted most of the blood fog, and now there was no pressure to enter Bloodfox Mountain. When he arrived at the center of the Bloodfox Mountain peak and avoided the incomplete laws of nature, Lin Chen looked at the trench-like crack at the bottom. Divine Dragon Possession. The Divine Dragon turned into a ray of light and entered Lin Chen's body, and he suddenly slammed his palm down. Boom tilde. He activated the Heavenly Claw, and the 5-section Dragon Claw slammed into the bottom of the Bloodfox Mountain. Bang! 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 The ground collapsed, and lava surged. Lin Chen raised his hand and pulled, and the Dragon Claw pulled out across the air. When the ground cracked open, a green ball of light was pulled out by Lin Chen's Dragon Claw. The ball of light floated in the air, its meridians pulsing, and its entire body was gorgeous and colorful. It was actually the heart of a divine beast. It must be the heart of the divine fox that fell here back then. When Lin Chen held the heart of the divine fox in his palm, the 3 incomplete laws of nature immediately began to dissipate and enter the heart of the divine fox. The source of all of this was actually the heart of the divine fox. If it weren't for it, the blood pool and the laws of nature in the Bloodfox Mountain wouldn't have been produced. Lin Chen refined the blood pool in one go, causing the heart of the divine fox to instinctively counterattack. It didn't have intelligence and was only instinctively defending itself with the incomplete laws of nature. Otherwise, Lin Chen and the 20 true gods might not be its match if it controlled the 3 incomplete laws of nature. Of course, the premise was that Lin Chen didn't use the Golden Battle God set. The heart of the divine fox still contains the energy of the divine fox back then. Although there's a large amount of vitality energy, the laws of nature it contains are the most important. Perhaps when it's my turn to comprehend the laws of nature in the future, this item will be of great help to me. Lin Chen sealed the heart of the divine fox with his sacred power and threw it into the Providence plant pouch for Fairy Scarlet to keep. Whoosh tilde. The sound of wind breaking could be heard as Shangguan Yun stepped into the air and appeared beside Lin Chen. Her cold face was solemn as she said seriously, "Take advantage of the fact that they haven't returned to the Taichu Divine Kingdom yet. Run." Lin Chen was puzzled. Run? Yes. Shangguan Yun said, "You've caused a huge disaster. There are only 2 paths now. One is to join the sect of an ancient giant. This is the safest way. The second is to escape to the Realm Sea. There, even the experts of the Star Continent can't reach you." Lin Chen was interested. Oh, Ninefold Realm Sea. The Ninefold Realm Sea was the most mysterious area in the Divine Realm. In the 5 continents of the Divine Realm, there were supreme forces that set the rules. However, the Ninefold Realm Sea was located at the edge of the Divine Realm. There were no rules. It was the most chaotic and lawless area in the Divine Realm. There were a large number of islands and unique 4-dimensional spaces in the Ninefold Realm Sea. Moreover, each Realm Sea was vast and boundless, containing countless secrets. No one knew the essence of the Realm Sea. Each Realm Sea was even more mysterious than the previous one. The number of different experts would also increase along with the number of layers in each Realm Sea. Once one entered the Realm Sea, no matter what kind of background one had, no matter how powerful one was, it was useless. Within the Realm Sea, everything depended on one's ability. Using a man-eating world to describe the ninefold realm sea was completely not enough. It should be said that having the awareness to eat people was the most basic factor to enter the ninefold realm sea. Lin Chen killed a deity as a sage. It might be very shocking to the ordinary areas of the divine realm. However, in the ninefold realm sea, there were also such ruthless people. However, they didn't necessarily kill a true deity in a head-on battle. They used other methods. In short, the experts that walked out of the ninefold realm sea were all matchless ruthless people. However, they usually wouldn't easily cross the boundary. Firstly, the supreme experts guarding the 5 continents of the divine realm weren't to be trifled with. Secondly, the rules of the 5 continents didn't suit them. The resources weren't as abundant as the ninefold realm sea. Many ancient giants and ancient small giants would arrange some of their core disciples to train in the ninefold realm sea. However, they usually only trained in the first and second realm sea. After all, starting from the third realm sea, the Azura clan would appear. Shangguan Yun said seriously, "Your origin comes from the third dimension. If you don't have connections, even if you enter the sect of an ancient giant, it's very likely that you'll be remembered by the sect. The best choice is to escape to the realm sea. If the absolute beginning divine nation spreads the news of you..." "Stop, stop, stop." Lin Chen interrupted her and said with a playful smile, "Why am I the one escaping?" Lin Chen smiled and said, "Why should I escape? The ones who should escape are them." Shangguan Yun slowly typed out a question mark. Chapter 1898. Shangguan Yun didn't keep up with Lin Chen's train of thought. Now was the best time to escape. Where there was life, there was hope. With Lin Chen's foundation, it was very suitable for him to go to the 9-layered realm sea. However, what was his plan? The one who wanted to escape wasn't him, but the Taichu divine kingdom. "Brother, you're waiting for death. You can defeat a group of 2nd-level divine realm experts, but do you think you can defeat a group of 3rd-level or even 4th-level divine realm experts?" Just the difference between the early stage, mid-stage, and late stage of the 2nd-level divine realm had already been vividly displayed in the previous battle. The difference after the 3rd level would only be even more perverted. Shangguan Yun's expression changed several times. She seemed to have realized that she seemed to have just met him. It was as if every time he acted, it was like meeting him for the first time. She could never see through him. Why didn't he play by the rules? Lin Chen patted her shoulder with a faint smile on his face. "Miss Shangguan Yun, I have a new collaboration. Are you interested?" Shangguan Yun looked at his face that looked like he wanted to cause trouble, and the corners of her lips twitched. "What do you want to do?" So. What? You want to overturn the Taichu divine kingdom? Impossible. It's not realistic at all. Do you know the distance between here and the Taichu divine kingdom? By the time you fight, they would have already gathered a large number of experts. Shangguan Yun stared at Lin Chen as if she was looking at a lunatic. This guy actually wanted to challenge a divine kingdom alone? Didn't he have any common sense? Defeating the Taichu divine kingdom's patriarch didn't mean that he could destroy a divine kingdom. For a divine kingdom to be able to exist until now, it must have a strong enough foundation. No one knew what kind of trump card a divine kingdom would use if they were forced into a dead end. A war between divine kingdoms would only involve high-level battles and secret battles. It would never be a war to the death of a kingdom. Whoever fought first might be the first to perish. Moreover, the Taichu divine kingdom was far away from Bloodfox Mountain, and there was no special 4-dimensional passage. It would take more than a month for a normal true god to rush there. By the time they arrived, they might have attracted countless experts to suppress Lin Chen. This wasn't a one-on-one battle, this was suicide. Lin Chen smiled. "So what if it's far away? You lead the way, and I'll take you off." The host has consumed 10 million points of intermediate set essence. Wind God Wings charge, 10%. Whoosh tilde. 2 beams of azure light intertwined, forming a pair of azure rainbow wings on Lin Chen's back. The divine wings unfurled, their edges and corners distinct, as if they were formed from interweaving green jade, emitting a whistling sound wave of divine wind. Part of the King of Speed, Wings of Wind. Wearing the divine wind wings, Lin Chen's temperament changed drastically. His hair danced in the wind, making him look like an elegant god of wind descending to the mortal world. His side profile was elegant, and his face was clear and bright, making people feel intoxicated. Even Shangguan Yun was slightly stunned. Lin Chen flipped his hair and smiled wickedly. Do you really think I'm going to use this king of speed equipment to escape? What I'm hammering is the divine kingdom, using his fastest speed to escape. This was King waste. Let's go. Let's go to the Grand Primordium Divine Kingdom. They're just the prey, and I'm the hunter. Grabbing Shangguan Yun's wrist, Lin Chen spread his wings of wind, and the two of them disappeared in a flash. At that moment, what Shangguan Yun felt was not fast. It was the teleportation of the four-dimensional space-time. 5 days later, in the Grand Primordium Divine Palace. In the Divine Kingdom Divine Palace, a fiery light descended. A true god in a fiery robe stepped out slowly. When he stepped into the palace, the Grand Primordium Divine Ancestor smiled. Long time no see, old man Jihua. The old man with fiery eyebrows glanced at him indifferently. After so many years, you're still at the late stage of the second-level divine realm. Old man, can you do it? Don't guard your divine kingdom all day long. Ha ha ha, your mouth is still so vicious. Please come in. The two of them smiled insincerely. As they chatted, strange phenomena appeared outside the palace. Oh! Green-faced ghost is here too. And Overlord Sword Fang Xie, 10 ultimate flying daggers Lin Zhen, Heavenly Mandate Deity, and Dragon Gate G. Good heavens, this piece of news from this old man has startled all of you old monsters to come out. The Grand Primordium Divine Ancestor in the palace exclaimed. These old monsters were all at the third level of the divine realm. However, the Grand Primordium Divine Ancestor did not stand up to welcome them. His attitude made his stance clear, and he was not afraid that these old monsters would attack his divine kingdom. All the true gods sat down with different expressions, and their gazes were focused on the Grand Primordium Divine Ancestor. The Grand Primordium Divine Ancestor's expression darkened. Almost everyone is here. About the shocking child who appeared out of nowhere in Bloodfox Mountain recently. Wait a minute. An old and decrepit voice reverberated in the temple. His voice wasn't loud, but it reverberated like the sound of a giant bell. It reverberated in everyone's ears and caused the expressions of all the true gods to freeze. A wisp of black and white smoke burned at the gate of the palace, rising slowly like a surging smoke signal. As the smoke spread, 2 black and white figures appeared out of thin air. Both of them looked young with full foreheads, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and long hair, but there was a sense of vicissitudes between their eyebrows. The youth on the left had deep and dark pupils, while the youth on the right had bright white pupils like stars. The Grand Primordium Divine Ancestor raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "It's the Yu family's black and white elders, Yu Mie and Yu Jin." All the true gods present looked solemn. These two old monsters were extremely well hidden, like bottomless abysses. They couldn't even detect their auras and cultivation. They were definitely above everyone present. Mid-stage third level of the divine realm? No, it might be even worse. Their figures flashed, and the youthful black and white elders sat in the empty seats like ghosts. White elder Yu Mie said coldly, "This kid hurt the Yu family's granddaughter, Yu Tianwei, and he has no power. He has to pay the price." Black elder Yu Jin's killing intent appeared. As for the reward, the Yu family will pay twice what they pay. You also have to share the information of the Taichu Divine Kingdom with the Yu family. The information of the Taichu Divine Kingdom was very important now. Before the news reached the ears of the big shots, they had to take down this kid first. The Grand Primordium Divine Ancestor stroked his beard and smiled. Well said, well said. According to the agreement, if we capture this kid, the Taichu Divine Kingdom will also have a share of his secrets. The two elders of the Yu family nodded. Of course. Okay, then about your sincerity and the price of listening to the information. Before the Grand Primordium Divine Ancestor could finish speaking, a voice suddenly came from outside the temple. Divine Ancestor, the president of the new standalone Chamber of Commerce next door, Lin Chen, wants to see you. He said that he has a great reward to discuss with you. He also said that he knows part of Lin Chen's background and trump cards and is willing to share them with the Divine Kingdom. All the gods present were stunned. Who was this guy who appeared at this juncture? A standalone chamber of commerce? They had never heard of it. The Grand Primordium Divine Ancestor's eyes were even more interesting. Who was this person? How could he know Lin Chen's background? His trump cards? To be honest, the Grand Primordium Divine Ancestor had already become cautious after fighting with Lin Chen once. This young man was full of secrets. It was possible that the previous battle was his full strength. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy could you win 100 battles. They knew nothing about him. If they could predict his other abilities in advance, the chances of capturing him alive would greatly increase. The Grand Primordium Divine Ancestor pondered. Yes. Interesting. Invite this president in. Chapter 1899. Outside the temple, the elder from the Taichu Divine Kingdom said respectfully, "Director Chen, please come in." As soon as the voice transmission was heard, two figures walked in through the temple's door. The woman beside him was a true god, dressed as a maid. She had a slender waist, jade-like legs, and a skirt that swayed like a lotus flower. Her skin was like cream, and her face was beautiful and elegant. She faintly exuded the temperament of a snow lotus. She was arrogant and cold, but she was very obedient and convinced as she followed behind the white-robed man. This scene made many true gods raise their eyebrows. A true god maid. What a grand scene. Maids were not rare, but a true god maid was definitely not something an ordinary faction could afford, especially a maid at the second level of the divine realm. This kind of talent was even more monstrous than the true disciples of the ancient divine sect. With such talent and foundation, how could she be willing to be a maid for someone else? To be able to have a true god as a maid, one could imagine how terrifying this white-robed man's background was. The youth in the lead was dressed in white. He had a graceful bearing, and his face was like jade. His eyes were bright, and he was handsome. His pair of deep eyes seemed to want to suck in all the old monster's attention, and they were full of mystery. Faced with the gazes of so many old monster-level true gods, he remained calm and composed, as if he had returned to his own territory. He was so calm and composed that the other true gods had a whole new level of respect for him. This young man could actually remain calm under their gazes. He must have had extraordinary experience and was worlds apart from the young people that were still being groomed by the factions behind them. The most mysterious thing was his aura. All the true gods present, including Yu Jin and Yu Mier of the Yu family, could not sense his cultivation. It was as if there was some mysterious treasure that covered his aura. When a true divinity was unable to detect his cultivation, they sneered and released a fluctuation of their primordial spirit. Buzz. When the essence spirit fluctuation was 100 feet away from the white-robed youth, it instantly shattered. What a powerful essence spirit. This kid is also at the perfected essence spirit realm. Young, too young. Although his life fluctuation is covered, I can vaguely sense that this kid is not even 500 years old. Under everyone's gaze, the two walked to the round table. Before Taichu Ancestor could speak, the white-robed youth sat down and crossed his legs on the table. An old monster frowned. So arrogant. Looking down on everyone. Chen Lin waved his hand. Whoosh. The brilliant divine jade, which was about the size of a palm, was flung onto the round table, shining with a dark green brilliance like the twinkling of stars. Everyone's eyes lit up. A complete substandard divine jade. And there were 10 of them at once. However, what made the old monster's eyes burn even more was the exquisite treasure box in the center of the divine jade. On the surface of the exquisite treasure box, there were divine flames burning like dancing dragons. Just this treasure box alone had a powerful seal engraved on it. It was already extremely valuable, not to mention the inside of the treasure box. In the center of the treasure box was a precious jade with pulsating red veins. It was a peerless odd crystal. Chen Lin had a frivolous look on his face as he crossed his legs. The true god maidservant beside him bent down to massage his shoulders and neck. Then, he said lazily, "This is a greeting gift from me to the Taichu Divine Kingdom." What? Everyone was shocked, and the expressions of the Yu family's two elders froze. It was just a greeting gift. What kind of wealth was this? With the chips on the table, it was not far from the reward they wanted to give to the Taichu divine kingdom in exchange for information, but it was just a greeting gift. A peerless odd crystal was not considered precious to the gods. But a peerless odd crystal was no small matter. It was also very tempting to these old monsters at the third level of the divine realm. A peerless odd crystal had a crucial effect, which was to increase the probability of a god condensing a law. Although the probability was small, the temptation was not something ordinary treasures could compare to. The divine realm was vast, and just the star state alone was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There were countless hidden experts, and this might be the birth of a certain expert. Such a precious gift as a greeting gift. Who exactly is this young president? Why have I never heard of this chamber of commerce? The Taichu old ancestor narrowed his eyes and didn't touch the things on the table. The older one got, the wiser he became. He knew very well that treasures had to be obtained at an equivalent price. However, this precious greeting gift was exchanged for the Taichu old ancestor's pleasant expression. The old ancestor smiled. President Chen is young and promising. Why have I never heard of your chamber of commerce? Chen Lin said indifferently, because my father is very arrogant and advised me to keep a low profile. This time, I went out to train just to earn money. He patted his chest and said, I bought my position as president for the sake of earning money. Also, I don't like to earn money from poor people. Oh! The Taichu old ancestor was surprised. Then whose money do you want to earn? Chen Lin smiled casually. I'll take it from whoever has the money. 10 Extreme Flying Daggerlin Shen smiled playfully. Then who has money? Chen Lin pointed at everyone and said indifferently, you have money. The true gods looked at each other and laughed. Only the black and white elders looked at Chen Lin coldly. The Taichu old ancestor smiled faintly. President Chen, you're too polite. A peerless odd crystal as a greeting gift is not ordinary. Lin Zhen said indifferently, if you want to earn money from us, I'm afraid the amount won't reach President Chen's expectations. Chen Lin smiled. Odd crystals with a god kingdom, isn't that right? Back then, who didn't know that your Taichu divine kingdom was the boss of the 30 states? The Taichu old ancestor stroked his beard and smiled. President Chen, you're too humble. May I ask what grudge this Lin Chen has with your chamber of commerce? Chen Lin narrowed his eyes and revealed his killing intent. Everyone was surprised. It was obvious that this Lin Chen had offended this reclusive disciple many times. Chen Lin revealed a look of reminiscence and said slowly, he has no grudge with my chamber of commerce, but he has a personal grudge with me. Oh! The Taichu old ancestor was surprised. What do you mean? Chen Lin said, he stole my technique. The fierce overlord sword Fang Xie was surprised. President Chen's family background is not bad. There must be many strong people in your family, right? How could he have stolen your cultivation technique? Chen Lin said, because my technique is all picked up. Everyone? Chen Lin said indifferently, my father has too many top-notch cultivation methods. They are piled up like a mountain. Most of them are used to prop up the corners of his table. The cultivation methods that I cultivated were all picked up from him. Everyone's mouth twitched. Was this human language? Chen Lin continued, the two of us were once friends and met by chance. I went out in a low-key manner and got to know him. After a heart-to-heart talk, we got along very well. Seeing that this child is more handsome than me, I became friends with him. I invited him to my residence to take a look, but I didn't expect this child to have such evil intentions. Speaking of this, Chen Lin's killing intent intensified, making everyone believe him even more. He said coldly, the two of us drank and chatted happily, but who knew that he actually drugged the wine and knocked me out? He entered my residence, slept on my bed, flirted with my girl, and stole my technique. He was very arrogant. Chapter 1900. This, after listening to Chen Lin's explanation, everyone looked at each other. This story sounded too magical. It was full of loopholes. Was President Chen so easy to be taken down by others? Disregarding everything else, just this second-level true God maidservant by your side was not a simple person. If she took you down, Wouldn't any expert from your family easily discover her? Lin Zhen frowned and said, President Chen, aren't you letting this kid get his way too easily? Chen Lin glanced at him, his lips curling into a cold smile. He tapped the table with his fingertips, and the beautiful maidservant behind him immediately poured wine for him. Chen Lin raised the wine cup and finished it in one gulp before saying slowly, Friend, let me ask you, what's Lin Chen's cultivation level? Lin Zhen said instinctively, naturally, he's a saint. After saying that, even Lin Zhen himself was stunned. Chen Lin sneered and said, Yes, a saint. Which one of you here would be wary of a saint right from the start? Before Grand Primordium met this kid, I'm afraid he wouldn't even look at a saint, right? That woke them up from their dream. Grand Primordium said in deep agreement, I see, President Chen has also fallen into this kid's trap. That's right, everyone now knew that Lin Chen had true god battle strength with a saint cultivation level. But if they did not know beforehand, a mere saint was just an ant in their eyes. Think about it, inviting a saint into one's residence, under the circumstances where true god experts were as numerous as clouds in the residence, who would freaking be wary of a saint? A group of true gods surrounding a saint on guard? That scene was comical just thinking about it. Who would be wary of a saint without knowing the situation? It was very normal for a true god to not take a saint seriously. Thinking about it this way, this President Chen's words seemed to be full of loopholes. It was unexpected, but it was also reasonable. Grand Primordium said, I see, President Chen, you said you know part of his background? At the mention of this, everyone pricked up their ears to listen. They were very curious about Lin Chen's background. What ability did a saint have to kill a true god with the power of a saint, and not be at a disadvantage when facing a true god with saint cultivation level? A hint of pride appeared between Chen Lin's brows as he said, Naturally, it's his mental cultivation method. Mental cultivation method? Everyone was puzzled. Chen Lin said, Like I said earlier, this kid stole our family's cultivation methods. One of them is a mental cultivation method. The mental cultivation method he cultivates is beyond the orange level. Grand Primordial Ancestor felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Could it be? Everyone's pupils shrank, and their eyes were filled with shock. Beyond the orange level? For ordinary people, there were some cultivation methods that they would never be able to see through to the peak of their grade. However, to the people present, some legends were not just limited to legends. The human race's cultivation techniques were divided into the yellow rank, green rank, cyan rank, blue rank, purple rank, and orange rank. Orange-grade cultivation techniques were categorized into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and pinnacle. However, there was another tier above the top orange tier. That grade was the pinnacle of the cultivation techniques of the four-dimensional humans. Red step. Only true gods who had reached a certain level of cultivation would know of the existence of crimson rank cultivation method. A cultivation technique of this grade was even rarer to encounter than a true god who had grasped the laws. At least for the gods present, they had only heard of it. If this kid had cultivated a crimson rank cultivation method, then it was not impossible for him to be able to fight against a true god with the strength of a saint. After all, everyone present, including the two elders of the Yu family, had never seen a real crimson rank cultivation method. Chen Lin continued, although it's beyond the orange rank, it still hasn't reached the legendary rank. The fire in everyone's eyes burned even hotter. If it was a crimson rank cultivation method, then the experts who were alarmed would be incredible. If it was a little lower, then they and the forces behind him would still have a chance. Chen Lin smiled mockingly. Grand Primordial Ancestor should be able to prove what I said, right? Grand Primordial Ancestor nodded. That's right. Speaking of which, when this kid revealed his true strength, the number of saint points on his body reached as many as 160. The saint force he unleashed was actually comparable to that of an early-stage second heaven divine realm expert. 160 saint points. Everyone's expression changed. Damn, the more he said, the more ridiculous it was. But what he said was the truth. Chen Lin nodded. Ian, that's right. This is one of the key techniques of that cultivation method. Other than that, that kid has a lot of secrets. For example, He has an alien space that can temporarily release a divine elephant comparable to a third heaven divine realm expert. Grand Primordial Ancestor praised, "That's right. We've experienced it before. That divine elephant is indeed troublesome." The handsome and refined heavenly mandate divine elephant said in surprise, "Oh? A divine elephant comparable to a third heaven divine realm expert? However, if it can only be released for a while, it's not a problem for us." Chen Lin also said, "He also has a clone technique that can pass off as a real one." Grand Primordial Ancestor nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, yes." Chen Lin added, "He also has a top-grade orange rank cultivation method that self-destructs. Moreover, he has a divine dragon in captivity." Grand Primordial Ancestor praised, "That's right, brother." The beautiful maid beside him lifted the corners of her lips slightly as if she was holding back her laughter. The gods were even more moved. Good heavens, how many trump cards did this Lin Chen have? If it were them, if they hadn't seen the Grand Primordial Divine Kingdom lose a few true gods with their own eyes, they would probably find it hard to believe. Chen Lin said in all seriousness, "There's also a secret technique that can distort time and space." After saying that, a Divine Kingdom elder with a broken leg slammed the table. "Yes, yes, yes, I'm familiar with this." Grand Primordial Ancestor glared at the elder angrily, and the latter shrank his neck and sat back down. Chen Lin said, "As for the rest, there shouldn't be any left. This kid has been able to resist you for so long. I'm sure he's used up most of his trump cards." Grand Primordial Ancestor narrowed his eyes and stared at Director Chen. He said seriously, "Then, Director Chen, what price are you offering to obtain the information?" Chen Lin stretched out 2 fingers. Grand Primordial Ancestor asked tentatively, "You're offering 800 divine jades?" "No." Chen Lin said casually, "I'm offering 1,800 divine jade. The more you pay, the more you earn." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy really thought that money wasn't money. Chen Lin smiled playfully. "However, I'm offering this price to let everyone know that when we capture Lin Chen, this kid's cultivation method will have to be returned to my family." "Hey, don't." Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Good heavens, this analysis of the operation was seen in everyone's eyes and heard in their hearts. Lin Chen's trump card might be very strong, but this strength was only temporary. It was very strong against opponents weaker than him. What was truly valuable was still his mental cultivation method. If this cultivation method was brought back to the sect and given to their disciples, one could imagine how much their sects and forces would soar. Moreover, if they could cultivate this cultivation method, wouldn't their realm improve? Chen Lin smiled and said, "When the time comes, we'll dig out all his secrets. When the time comes, the Grand Primordial Divine Kingdom's losses will be a drop in the ocean. Do you still care?" Bang! Lin Zhen slammed the table and said in high spirits, "Isn't it just a small Lin Chen? Deal with him." Grand Primordial Ancestor clicked his tongue in wonder. "Tough." Lin Zhen said, "Tough." Chen Lin gave him a thumbs up. "Tough enough." Lin Zhen waved his hand. "Whether it's tough or not, we'll talk about it tonight. There's only one thing on my mind, which is to help Director Chen release this kid. Get the cultivation method back. A small Lin Chen is too arrogant. He dares to bully Brother Chen. I won't allow it." Chen Lin couldn't help but clap. "Wonderful. Come, drink." The maidservant nodded and leaned over to pour wine. Chen Lin pushed the wine cup, and Lin Zhen drank it in one gulp. The true gods looked at him with slight disdain. Lin Zhen, this guy, was licking his boots so quickly. Chapter 1901. At this moment, the black and white elders of the Yu family finally spoke. "Director Chen, regarding this mental cultivation technique, can you let the Yu family have a share of the pie?" The moment this was said, the atmosphere instantly fell silent. Obviously, after listening to the conversation, the most valuable thing Lin Chen had was the mental cultivation technique. And this mental cultivation technique came from Director Chen's family. Now, although the Taichu Divine Kingdom occupied the position of intelligence, Director Chen was the one in charge. In terms of raw strength, he was probably not inferior to anyone present, or even stronger. Chen Lin said slowly as he continued to drink his wine. He even let the maid massage his shoulders for a while. I bought my position as guild leader for the sake of earning money. Also, I don't like to earn money from the poor. Everyone's eyes narrowed. What AF * King straightforward guy. It seemed that Director Chen had been waiting for them. He wanted to earn everyone's money. The same words were repeated, but they had a completely different meaning. Coveting someone else's cultivation technique? Simple, they had to fork out money at this juncture. He's so scheming at such a young age. How unexpected. Chen Lin. Chen family. Speaking of which, could it be the Chen family of the North region? As expected of a reclusive disciple of an ancient family. He's got some tricks up his sleeve. How far has he schemed? No. I feel that things aren't that simple. Everyone was terrified. They looked at Director Chen's calm expression and thought carefully. Something was wrong. Good Lord, Lin Chen was just a tool. The winner of all this was young Master Chen Lin. Lin Chen had turned the world upside down with his family's mental cultivation technique. What did this mean? It meant that this mental cultivation technique was abnormally powerful. This was equivalent to giving the family behind Chen Lin a powerful and free publicity tool. As for why Chen Lin didn't use the power of the family behind him, everyone was used to it. The big families usually didn't interfere too much with their disciples' training. In a way, chasing Lin Chen was one of the training for Director Chen. He wouldn't do it himself. No wonder Director Chen wanted to earn their money. Amazing, too amazing. It seemed like Lin Chen was just a tool, and this young Master Chen Lin was the real winner behind the scenes. Lin Chen and the rest of them were clearly arranged. Young Master Chen is the eternal god. This Lin Chen was like a little brother. The handsome and refined god of heavenly mandate reacted the fastest. He opened his palm, and his divine power spread out like a tide. A crystal-clear jade flute appeared in his palm. He said with a smile, I obtained this by chance in the First Realm Sea, and it's called the Jade Sea Tide Flute. It was a divine weapon. He can use the primordial spirit to injure his enemies and kill them without a trace. The corners of the old monster's mouths twitched. The first thing he did was to use a divine artifact. It seemed that the god of revelation was determined to get a share of Lin Chen's mental cultivation method. The deity of heavenly mandate smiled faintly and said, Director Chen, ordinary divine artifacts may not catch your eye. However, the magical effect of this flute is not only that it can hurt the enemy with the way of rhythm, but also that once the primordial spirit transforms into the realm of the divine soul, it can control 2 divine beasts of the water element. If he reached the divine soul realm, he could use this flute to control 2 water-type divine beasts. This effect was indeed magical. Chen Lin glanced at it, raised his eyebrows, and smiled. Not bad, not bad. Buzz. At this moment, the space fluctuated, and a snow-white heavenly book appeared in the sky. When the pages flew, rays of divine light surged, and countless illusions of sacred relics formed, forming a terrifying array. Ji Long Men, who was dressed in a snow-white robe, smiled faintly. The 100 heavenly books recorded 99 types of god-slaying array, and the last book on condensing laws. It's priceless, and I'm willing to exchange it with Director Chen Lin. Then, Overlord Sword Fang Xie took out a divine sword wrapped in dragon chi, and Lin Zhen took out 3 peerless flying knives, all of which were divine weapons. Taichu Ancestor was amazed. Their moves were extraordinary. These guys all took out their most important treasures in order to covet the mental cultivation method. Taichu Ancestor roughly knew what they were scheming. These were all worldly possessions, and with these old monsters' abilities, they would be able to earn them back one day. But this mental cultivation method could only be found by chance. If they could get it, they might be able to peek into the next realm and pursue the opportunity to break through to the next realm. Chen Lin looked through them one by one and memorized them all. He knocked on the table and said indifferently, My father has ordered that this mental cultivation method cannot be revealed casually. The quota is limited. When he said that, the gods who took out their treasures earlier felt their hearts skip a beat. As expected, this business was not that easy to earn. Finally, it was Black and White's turn. The two of them looked at each other and seemed to have made up their minds. Ordinary treasures would not be able to move this Director Chen. Everyone present here has already seen what he can do. If they wanted to take out something, they had to take out something more important. Black and White opened the plant pouch of fate. The branches of 2 black and white divine trees suddenly appeared. A part that belonged to the 2 divine trees appeared in the temple. The branches meandered like dragons, and their auras were like immortal fog. Faint frost covered the divine leaves, forming 2 divine fruits, 1 black and 1 white. Then, the 2 divine trees turned into a young man and a young girl, sitting in the void. They wore thin clothes and looked timid and shy. There was even a divine fruit on each of their heads. It was a mysterious sight. Yin-yang divine tree. Oh my God, are they serious? A genuine supreme-grade spirit herb. And it's a pair. Supreme-grade spirit herbs were the lifeblood of the major factions and were managed by the people in charge. Black and White were the people in charge of the Yu family's plant pouch of fate. Chen Lin's eyes lit up and he praised, "Yes, this spirit herb is not bad. After capturing Lin Chen alive, I'll consider the Yu family first." The 2 elders looked at each other and kept the spirit herb. That seemingly cold expression was actually a sigh of relief in his heart. In fact, they didn't have the authority to take it out to make a deal. This was one of the foundations of the Yu family. However, if they could exchange it for a peerless cultivation technique, it would be a top-grade deal for the Yu family. It was a sure win. The Grand Primordium Patriarch was amazed by these guys' generosity and then said, "President Chen, there's also my previous agreement." Chen Lin said indifferently, "According to your agreement, you have to have a share of this kid's secrets, right?" "No problem. Your Grand Primordium Divine Kingdom will have a share of the cultivation technique." Everyone looked at the Grand Primordium Patriarch enviously, but they weren't jealous. After all, many true gods of the Grand Primordium Divine Kingdom had died to plant a mark on Lin Chen. The Grand Primordium Patriarch rubbed his hands. "Then the reward for the information," Chen Lin said indifferently, "Don't worry, I'll give it to you after you calculate it." "Are you afraid that I'll go back on my word?" The Grand Primordium Patriarch glanced at the meeting gift on the table, stood up, and nodded. "Okay, let's find out where Lin Chen is first." Chen Lin smiled coquettishly. "Yes, let's find this guy first." Chapter 1902. After making his decision, the Grand Primordium Patriarch flicked his sleeve, and the divine artifact, the exquisite star horsetail whisk, appeared again after a series of flashes of starlight. The Patriarch waved the horsetail whisk in his hand, and moonlight appeared. The silver strands of the horsetail whisk danced in the wind, and a large amount of moonlight poured down. The moonlight formed a constellation chart, and each constellation represented a region under the star continent. The Grand Primordium Patriarch bit the tip of his tongue, and his essence blood sprayed on the moonlight star map like an arrow. A speck of red moonlight began to appear on the moonlight star map. All the old monsters stared intently. Where could this brat be? When everyone focused their eyes, they were first puzzled, then dumbfounded, and finally shocked. Especially those from the Taichu Divine Kingdom, they felt as if they had been struck by lightning. The location of the red moonlight was in the direction of the Taichu Divine Kingdom. Moreover, it happened to be the location of the Divine Kingdom's temple. What was going on? What the F***ck was going on? Lin Chen's location actually showed that he was in the Taichu Divine Kingdom? What kind of method was this? Could it be that something had happened to the bright moon seal? The Grand Primordium Ancestor was so shocked that he muttered to himself, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. The bright moon seal of our Grand Primordium Divine Kingdom can't be removed or abnormal unless it's an expert who's 2 realms higher than the Ancestor." There was another possibility, and that was that Lin Chen dared to come to his Taichu Divine Kingdom. But that was impossible. The Taichu Divine Kingdom was so far away from Bloodfox Mountain. The Grand Primordium Patriarch had to rely on his spatial secret technique to return in a few days. Could this Lin Chen have followed him here? The next moment. Buzz. The red moonlight turned into a flowing moon-like light and shot out, further locking onto the target. The faint red moonlight pointed straight at President Chen, who was sitting with his legs crossed and drinking leisurely. It finally stopped above his head, condensing and swaying. All the old monsters stared at Chen Lin, Fang Xie's voice was cold, but he said in disbelief, President Chen, could it be that you, the Grand Primordium Patriarch, suddenly stood up and stared at him, muttering to himself in shock. Mother **Ke, it can't be. Yu Jin's pupils shrank. President Chen. Chen Lin. Lin Chen. Chen Lin. Lin Chen? Lin Chen. Lin Chen? Wouldn't that mean that the name would be the same even if it was read backwards? However, this was too unbelievable. If the two of them were one person, would he still be able to sell himself? The elder of the Taichu Divine Kingdom looked like he had seen a ghost. If Lin Chen was really Lin Chen, he had snuck into the Taichu Divine Kingdom in 5 days and completely disguised his identity. Then he had actually arrived a few days ago. That was too damn fast. This was a speed that was completely beyond comprehension. No one made a move immediately. They were not sure what was going on. Based on the foundation and methods that Director Chen had displayed, he did not seem like Lin Chen at all. You're Lin Chen? The Grand Primordium Patriarch slammed the table and stood up, his eyes wide with anger. The wind and clouds suddenly changed, and divine might rolled over. How dare you? I don't care if you're Chen Lin or Lin Chen today. Your trump card has been exposed. With the combat power of you and your clone, how can you deal with the many true gods present? There's a path to heaven, but you don't escape. There's no door to hell, but you barge in. Chen Lin raised his head and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Exposed my trump card? I did take the initiative to reveal the trump card I used, but... He smiled coldly. How do you know that's all I have? Everyone froze. He stood up calmly and rolled up his sleeves, revealing a fist that was shining with golden light. He smiled coquettishly. Have you tasted the golden divine fist before? Bang! All the true gods felt a flash of golden light in front of their eyes. The four-dimensional space-time instantly exploded. The sky collapsed and the earth sank. The entire temple exploded into pieces. An unprecedented divine power attacked head-on, shattering heaven and earth. It was invincible and contained an unparalleled aura. Fart. Hiss. Oh no. The old monsters gathered here vomited blood and retreated. Even though they instinctively activated their defenses, the punch just now was like a god breaking through 1,000 kilograms. It was invincible in the heavens, as if the god of war was alive. It was invincible and domineering in the universe. Bang! 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 The temple exploded, the earth collapsed, the palaces collapsed, and the earth veins cracked. The wind and clouds swirled wildly, and the roar of the wind was like the wails and roars of heaven and earth. The python-like cracks spread all the way and exploded into billowing smoke. The domineering fist wind swept across the world, crushing tens of thousands of feet away and penetrating a large number of palaces inside the Grand Primordium Divine Kingdom. Even if they weren't facing the center of the divine fist, everyone was sent flying far away by the fist wind. And at this moment, it was the moment for the true gods maid, Shangguan Yun, and the phantom clone to show their skills. When the phantom doppelganger descended, it used the speed of a flash to intercept the treasures that the crowd had presented earlier. 6 ultimate seals, 7-star seal. Shangguan Yun's 8 fingers formed a seal, and the seal was like 7 stars flashing consecutively. 6 seals layered on top of each other, binding all the divine artifacts, providence spirit plants, supreme-grade treasures, and so on. This sudden scene caught everyone off guard. When the smoke billowed and dispersed, a hurricane raged. Everyone took a closer look and couldn't help but gasp. The Grand Primordium Patriarch's body was covered in blood, and his corpse was everywhere. The divine artifact in his hand, the exquisite star horsetail whisk, had been shattered. One move. Just one move. He had killed the Grand Primordium Patriarch. Even though his cultivation level wasn't as high as the old monsters present, with a divine artifact in hand, even a 3rd-level divine realm cultivator wouldn't be able to defeat him in a short time, let alone kill him in one move. What did this kid do? The gods felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and their scalps went numb. When they looked in the direction of the temple again, the white-robed young man had already changed into a silver robe and removed his disguise. 160 saint points flickered all over his body, shining like stars. I just heard someone say that I'm just a small Lin Chen and that they want to kill me. Lin Chen's frivolous smile made their hearts tremble. The old monsters finally knew what kind of monster they had provoked. Damn it, he had actually attacked them himself. Which normal person would do such a thing? And he even King betrayed himself. After the elders of the Grand Primordium Divine Kingdom were sent flying by the aftershock, they were even more dumbfounded. Lin Chen, whom they had spent a lot of effort to find, had actually appeared in front of them so openly. Just a moment ago, he was still talking and laughing with the many reclusive old monsters who wanted to surround him. This young man was too terrifying. Shangguan Yun, who was floating in the air, held multiple trembling balls of light in her hand and sealed the divine artifact. She said in a deep voice, "Their divine artifacts are too powerful. I've done my best to suppress them. Only you can deal with this battle by yourself. Be careful, it's fine." Lin Chen raised his hand and smiled casually. "Didn't you want to see me in my prime? I'll show you now." Shangguan Yun was stunned. She felt more and more that Lin Chen's invincible spirit rose from his body. Many old monsters gritted their teeth. This guy was good at fishing. Their best treasures had all fallen into his hands. Lin Zhen flew into a rage out of humiliation. "I don't believe that I can't kill you, you little brat. Let's see how many times you can use that move just now." Boom tilde. Lin Zhen's aura shook. Hundreds and thousands of flowing blade shadows spun around him like dancing butterflies. His divine power was vast and mighty, and his divine eyes burst with dazzling divine light. The yin and yang divine light around black and white turned into acupoints, and their hostility was overwhelming. The heavenly mandate god held the wordless heavenly book in his hand and opened all kinds of ancient arrays. He used his finger to release divine light, and when his finger touched the ground, it formed an array. Fang Xie raised his hand in the air, and his sword will attracted the 9 heavens. He roared, "Sword come!" Boom, boom, boom. Tens of thousands of sword lights converged from the sky and fell into his palm, forming a divine sword. Lin Chen sneered. "You think you're the only one who knows how to do it? Don't pretend to be a wolf." Lin Chen waved his hand, and golden divine light flashed toward the sky. "Trap come."